In 2050, humanity is enjoying a better life than ever before, thanks to the rapid advancement of science and technology. However, the sudden appearance of wormholes changed everything. People stood and looked with mesmerizing emotions at the wormholes that were forming in the air above them. Suddenly the wormholes began to pulsate and make terrible sounds. And then terrible monster robots of unearthly origin began to appear from them. On the other side of the wormholes was another world. Unknown creatures arrived from there to Earth across millions of light years to take over the planet. The military weapons that people were proud of turned out to be completely ineffective against alien technology. People began to retreat, and everything around them plunged into chaos. However, at this time, a cultivator suddenly appeared, bringing a glimmer of hope to humanity. After huge losses, humanity finally changed the course of events, sending the aliens back into the wormhole. Thus, humanity found short-term peace. The art of cultivation again replaced science and became the subject of quests throughout the world. This event is known as the First Revolution of Cultivators. And then the Era of Cultivation began. 50 years later. Some 3 guys stand and look in confusion at the main character, who is lying unconscious. They're trying to bring him to his senses. Suddenly the guy began to regain consciousness and move his fingers a little. One of the guys points his finger at the man lying down and tries to understand what's wrong with him. But suddenly the lying hero grabs his hand. He stands up a little and pushes the bully away from him. The hooligans are a little surprised by what is happening, because they did not expect that the guy was able to get back on his feet. The main character's name was Tang Ming. He had a conflict with these 3 hooligans because he did not want to just give them money. Without thinking twice, the blonde bandit is not going to wait long, so he begins to attack the guy with an iron pipe in his hands. But this attack was too slow for the main character, so he easily dodges the bully's attack. And then with a furious look, he kicks the bully off his feet, thereby knocking him back with his blow. At the same moment, the other 2 bullies are shocked that Tang Ming was able to defeat their friend with 1 blow. This makes them angry, so they take out knives. And they start running at the main character from both sides, trying to surround him. Tang Ming dodges the first swing of the knife, and then immediately punches his opponent directly. The 3rd bandit stops in his tracks from what he saw with his own eyes. But Tang Ming doesn't stop, so he immediately hits the remaining opponent with his elbow, thereby knocking him out. After defeating the hooligans, the guy begins to head towards one of the hooligans, but he tries to crawl back out of fear. Approaching the bandit, Tang Ming asks him what year it is. Because of the strange question, the bully is surprised by the words he hears. But the guy still continues to look intently at the bandit. Therefore, this greatly frightens the bully and he begins to say that today is the 9th of April 2100. The main character is a little shocked by this answer, because he understands that in 2100 he was in high school. And this meant that he was reborn into the past. He begins to remember what happened earlier and realizes that in 2120, the alien army attacked again, and then the final battle for life took place. The hero recalled how he sat in front of one of the aliens, because he was tired of fighting hard, because no one could have thought that the aliens would also become cultivators and be able to break through the kingdom of saints. After which the aliens, preparing to attack the guy, tell him that human creatures were no match for them. And then he shoots with all his might at the main character. And his appearance gradually begins to disappear in a bright white light, because of which a strong explosion is formed in the place of the main character. Events flash back to 2100, where Tang Ming stands silently before the opponents he defeated. A bully holding his head with his hand, wondering if the main character was okay. But he was not going to answer his question, but on the contrary, with an angry look, he said that they should disappear from his eyes and that he should no longer see them near the school. After this, the hooligans, without thinking twice, begin to run away from the main character with all their might. But suddenly Tang Ming stops them. The bullies with frightened faces silently look at the guy, after which they return the money to him. Tang Ming, while counting the bills, was a little surprised that Gao Hu had taken so much money from him during his year in high school. In a past life, the main character was an orphan. Through step-by-step efforts, he finally broke through the Emperor realm and became one of the leaders of the Cultivator Alliance. Standing in front of the high school grounds, he remembered his past life and couldn't believe that he lost to the aliens. He understood that at this time no one now imagined that aliens would strike again in 20 years and all of humanity would die. Tang Ming pondered the words the stranger said in his direction about the kingdom of heaven, which is why he clenched his fist. And then he realized that since God gave him another chance, this time he must destroy all the aliens. Events are postponed until early the next morning. The main character, sitting on his bed in his room, tries to concentrate energy around himself. Having finished his workout, he looks at his hand with a smile and reflects on his achievements that he achieved overnight. In one night, he learned all the basic abilities of the cultivation high school. His goal was to regain his previous cultivation level. Wiping the sweat from himself, he was glad that he remembered his past life, so it would be easier for him to break through the first level. However, after the first level, he would need to break through the 9 gates, and then break through again and again. While getting dressed, he listed what kind of kingdoms there were. Even though he had broken through faster than in his previous life, it would still be difficult for him to reach the Saint Realm before the final battle. Therefore, he understood and was ready that he would have to train more. Events again moved to the school grounds, where around a girl named Wang Jin, who is simply walking around the school grounds, crowds of people gather around her and bless her beauty. The girl was not only beautiful, but also a cultivator of the Wang family. According to various rumors, it could be understood that at that age she was already able to overcome the first level of high school. She passed by everyone, and from afar, under a tree, the main character looked at her. Looking at her, he recalled events from a past life, where high school student Wang Jin came from a family of Taoist cultivators. Then she was an untouchable goddess for him. But this time he needed to cultivate using the micro-ton tempering method. He had to help her. As night approached, Tang Ming stood around the corner of a cliff so that no one would see him. He was there because he knew what would happen to Wang Jin that night. The girl, having trained at night, will meet a criminal cultivator in this place. After a long battle, she will finally kill him, thereby gaining fame in the world of martial arts, but she herself will be seriously injured, and will take a whole half a month to recover. Wang Jin, pursuing the criminal cultivator, was getting closer and closer to the main character. He had heard about the crimes of these cultivators, so he understood that the criminal was clearly lucky to meet her, because although she was young, she was already a strong fighter. The criminal, leaving the girl, introduced himself that his name was Zhao Hu. He offered her a good reward if she would let him go. But the girl didn't care about the criminal's offer, because he was a first-class warrior, which meant that if she captured him, she would be able to return to the Cultivator Alliance. Zhao Hu, faced with this, decided to attack first, activating the abilities of the Fiery Tiger, which allowed him to quickly attack the enemy with his claws. But the girl was easily able to dodge all his attacks. And then she tried to attack in response, but the criminal was able to hide behind her sword with his magical hand. The girl jumped away from him to a safe distance for her. And his hand continued to glow with a red glow, because these were signs of trained bones, muscles and skin, which allowed first-class cultivators to defend themselves in this way from enemy attacks. There was fiery energy emanating from around the criminal. With an evil smile, he looked at the girl in surprise and could not believe that at that age she was already so strong. After which his eyes turned red and he began to prepare for a new attack. The girl immediately began to attack her opponent at high speed, swinging her sword in different directions. Watching from the side, Tang Ming immediately recognized this attack, because these movements symbolized the 4th-level skill, Heaven and Earth Xianhuan. This skill was unique to the Wang family, and was more suitable for women, but Wang Jin she was strong enough. As long as Zhao Hu protected the vital point, it would not be a problem for him to face Wang Jin's sword. Suddenly he catches and grabs the girl's sword. Thus, it does not immobilize her sword movements. By grabbing the girl with both hands, the criminal thereby exposes her to danger, because if Wang Jin does not recover, then she may die in this way. Suddenly a pebble flies into the criminal's head. Attacking from behind, Tang Ming didn't want to break through his arms, so he wanted to smash his skull. But Zhao Hu doesn't let the guy do this, so he turns sharply towards him and, with a furious look, swings his red fist at the main character. Fortunately, the main character manages to dodge and defend himself from the enemy's attack. His main goal was to free the girl from the criminal's cordon. He introduced himself as Wang Jin as a high school student and came up with a story about how he got here so that the girl would not suspect anything. He understood that if the girl had hit the criminal from below, then he would definitely have died. Wang Jin, showing heroism, told the main character to leave here. But Tang Ming wanted to stay because he understood that the girl herself would not be able to defeat the enemy because of her wound. After which he began to speak the words of a cultivator, which said that in the face of death he goes to fight, saving his comrades. Immediately after the words were spoken, the criminal began to attack the guys with furious force, thereby not allowing them to finish. The girl, realizing that she cannot hesitate, accepts the help of the protagonist, and asks him to gain some time, and she will finish him off with one blow. Faced hand to hand, Tang Ming was still able to stop the criminal's attack. Zhao Hu, with a trembling hand, is a little shocked by what is happening. But the hero, without thinking twice, raises his other hand to delay him as long as possible for the girl. But the criminal still stops the second attack of the protagonist. Suddenly Tang Ming turns to his opponent so that he looks at his hands from which fiery tiger claws can be seen. Zhao Hu, in great confusion, could not understand how the guy got the tiger claws that he himself used. But the main character did not answer this question. He began to instantly attack his opponent. Conducting quick attacks on the criminal, who repelled all of his attacks, Tang Ming realized that the opponent's skills were better than his, so he needed to come up with something to win. Continuing to hit Zhao Hu, the main character was impressed by his opponent, because he was beating a guy who was many times stronger than him. But suddenly he stops attacking and pushes away from him. And behind Tang Ming was a girl who had already activated her sword ability to finally defeat the criminal. Zhao Hu was shocked by what he saw, because he realized that it was the release of a blade, the ability of which was owned by the main family of the city. He does not have time to do anything and therefore becomes vulnerable to the attack of the girl, who successfully takes his life with one swing of the sword. The defeated opponent falls to the ground. The main character, coming closer to the killed criminal, became convinced of this sword technique, because only a few people of high skill practice this skill. He understood that even if he had not come, the girl would still have killed him. Afterwards he began to leave the battlefield, because his mission was completed. And passing near Wang Jin, who thanked him, he told her to be more careful on the way back. The girl turned her head and asked the main character what his name was. To which he immediately and without turning his head answered what his name was. The girl, looking at Tang Ming, did not expect that there was also a student at the school who was engaged in cultivation. She did not understand how she had never heard of him before. Guanjin High School. Everyone in the class where the main character was discussing the same news, namely that Sister Wang Jin was able to kill a first-class cultivator. Tang Ming, who was sitting by himself in the distance of the classroom, suddenly someone turns to him. It was Wang Jin, who, after going around the entire school, finally found the main character. From her words, it was clear that she did not expect that he was only a sophomore. There was another guy standing next to her. His name was Xiaofeng. He was a senior who was ranked second in school, a follower of Wang Jin. The main character asked what they needed from him. To which the girl replied that she just came to him to thank him. According to her, she told him that she herself could not have killed Zhao Hu without his help last night. After hearing the words, everyone in the class began to whisper among themselves, because they could not believe that Tang Ming also fought in that battle. No one could have thought that the hero was so strong, because even school teachers could not cope with a first-class cultivator. Xiao Feng, with a smile on his face, put his hand on his shoulder and began to praise Tang Ming for not being afraid of a first-class opponent, and fighting him. His courage was worthy of praise. But then he leaned closer to the main character and continued his speech with a more intense tone of voice. In his words one could hear statements with which he tried to break the guy's fighting spirit. After these words, all the people in the class immediately changed their minds about Tang Ming, because they immediately began to ridicule him for not doing anything in that battle. Xiao Feng, despite everything, continued to say slightly humiliating words to the main character. Tang Ming didn't want to listen to any more of this, so he began to remove the guy's hand from his shoulder. Looking at the mean guy, the main character silently understood that this guy rejected him right in public. The girl, at the same moment, when she was about to leave, told the hero that if he needed help in the future, he just needed to tell her. It was clear from her facial expression that she wanted to sincerely thank the guy somehow. After that, she began to leave, and Xiao Feng still remained standing near Tang Ming's table. Finally, he leaned towards the hero and decided with an evil smile to threaten him so that he would no longer approach Wang Jin. After this, their dialogue stopped and events moved to the intermediate testing, where the main character is already called to the stage. Tang Ming entered the testing stage and began to show the lightning that came from his hands. Only a true cultivator could possess such abilities. Everyone was shocked by what they saw at the protagonist's abilities and finally began to believe that night he also fought with Wang Jin on equal terms against the criminal. The girl, standing to the side of the crowd, understood that the main character was diligently hiding his real strength. And behind her stood Xiao Feng, who silently looked with wariness either at the girl or at the abilities of the protagonist. When suddenly he begins to turn to his friend, who was standing behind him with a sly smile on his face. He wanted so that Gu Qian would fight Tang Ming so that he would know the guy's real strength. When the main character was already leaving the stage, suddenly someone started shouting at him from the center of the crowd. It was just Gu Qian, who, on behalf of Xiao Feng, wanted to fight the hero. He walked past the teacher and continued to approach Tang Ming, trying to lure him into fighting him. The main character immediately agreed to a duel with the senior student to test his strength. According to the teacher, it was clear that Gu Qian had considerable strength, so she warned the guy to be careful with the senior student. After this, Tang Ming immediately took a fighting stance and began calling out to his opponent to attack him. Gu Qian did not come up with any tactics, so he immediately began to attack head-on. The teacher, watching the boys fight, panicked very much, because she understood that Gu Qian's strength was extremely great, that even ordinary teachers could not defeat him. But Wang Jin, who stood next to her, reassured her that Gu Qian was not Tang Ming's rival. The senior student tried with all his might to land at least one blow on the guy, but nothing came of it, despite the fact that his attacks were too fast. But it was too slow for the main character, so he even taunted his opponent a little. Gu Qian tried to grab the main character, but he successfully dodged him and jumped up. While dodging the senior student's attacks, Tang Ming talked about his mistakes. Because of these words, Gu Qian became even more angry, so much so that he was covered in furious red energy. The teacher excitedly began to warn Gu Qian that he had already exceeded his limit. This blow could already be fatal. But for the senior student it was on the contrary for the better. He did not hesitate, so he immediately began to attack the main character. Tang Ming easily dodged his opponent's attack by jumping over him. At that very second, he delivers a crushing blow from his foot in flight, thereby defeating the senior student in one fell swoop. Landing back, he confidently did not even look at his defeated opponent, because he understood that he would not get up for the next few days. His friends began to run to Gu Qian, who could not believe what was happening. No one could believe that a senior student, namely Gu Qian, was defeated with one blow from the main character, because such an event was a real shame for a senior student. Suddenly, Tang Ming raised his hand a little and pointed it at the crowd of people where Xiao Feng was standing. He invited the cunning man to fight him, because he considered it ugly to send others to fight instead of himself. Xiao Feng immediately agreed to the protagonist's proposal with confidence, but he still couldn't believe why Tang Ming had so much impudence towards him. After the two of them were on the battle stage, Xiao Feng immediately took a fighting stance and a terrible energy began to emanate from him. He was confident in his goals, so today he wanted to break all the bones of the main character. While watching, the teacher and Wang Jin discussed Xiao Feng's technique, because this technique was Xiao Feng's family. The teacher heard that unformed interstitial air pressure is used to increase the performance of the heart and increase physical qualities several times. This was the first time she had seen such a technique. Xiao Feng assumed that the martial arts skills taught at school were only at a beginner level, which meant that Tang Ming's physical strength had decreased, and Xiao Feng expected that the hero would lose. He continued to attack the main character with an evil smile. No one knew except him that everything would end badly, because he was simply using a drug that would make the hero writhe in pain inside and outside. The guys continued to fight against each other, and Xiao Feng at the same moment was thinking about how he could simply evade responsibility, because his father knew many officials, so in his opinion, crushing the main character would be as easy as shelling pears. Tang Ming instantly stopped the scoundrel's attack with one hand, and after that he began to talk about Feng's father. But he didn't want to listen, his only goal was that he wanted to kill the main character. Tang Ming carefully analyzed the movements of his opponent, and at the same second remembered his father, because it was Su Hai who went over to the side of the aliens and helped destroy humanity. And Xiao Feng's basic movements are exactly the same as those described in the news during the war. He jumped away from the scoundrel and asked whether Xiao Feng believed that he would defeat him. He was confidently ready to defeat Xiao Feng even without special techniques. But the scoundrel did not listen to the words of the main character, so he immediately began to attack the guy with deceptive confidence. But Tang Ming didn't waste any more time, he immediately launched a knee strike to his opponent's stomach. Standing in front of Xiao Feng, who could barely stand on his knees, he continued to scold him for using prohibited techniques in this fight, because he was able to increase his physical abilities, but his speed became much slower. Feng did not lose hope, so he tried to attack the main character again. But he easily immobilized his hand, because it was too easy for him. Even Xiao Feng's fighting skills, which are taught at school, are also underdeveloped. He did not feel sorry for his opponent, so he continued to say humiliating words, and then decided to finish him off. Tang Ming dealt numerous blows to Xiao Feng, and then he hit him right off the leg, causing the bastard to fly several meters away from him. Xiao's friends began to run up to him because they were very worried and could not believe that their friend could lose to the main character. At the same moment, Tang Ming was standing and looking at them, who told Xiao Feng that he was too weak and therefore he was not interested in fighting him. Xiao Feng looked at the main character with a desperate look and could not believe that he was capable of such a thing. Watching his opponent being taken away by his friends, Tang Ming silently pondered what would happen next to Feng. After all, he had inserted a vital point into him and hidden him. When the chi seed germinates, then Xiao Feng will become a useless human being. The main character accidentally learned this ability in a past life. No one will be able to find and trace the root of the seed. Everyone will think that there is something wrong with the person himself. At this point, the teacher announced to all participants that the cultivator test was completed. The next stage was a written test, so everyone had to go to the office. The teacher told Tang Ming that he would go first, and then added that he would not forget to come to the director tomorrow. After this, Wang Jin approached him, who warned the protagonist that Xiao Feng would report him, so he needed to be more careful. She was ready to help him at any time. The guy thanked him for his concern, but he still wanted to deal with his problems himself. Passing by the crowd, everyone stared at the girl again. All the schoolchildren admired her very much, but in the distance of the crowd there was a suspicious person, who slowly and quietly took out a knife from his pocket. And then he sharply tried to attack the girl, but she was already ready for an attack, so she easily defended herself from her. While she was fighting off one bandit, a second bandit began running towards her from behind. But the girl successfully dodged this attack. Weapons were prohibited on school grounds, so she left them at home, but she was sure they wouldn't be able to harm her anyway. But still, the girl could not understand why the killers dared to attack at the school, despite the alliance. The other guys wanted to help the girls, but she asked not to approach her. She asked them to bring her an iron blade and call the teachers. She understood that in a life-and-death battle, other students would not be able to help. As soon as the schoolchildren began to run for the blade, suddenly someone flew past them. It was Tang Ming who was rushing to help the girl. He knew that there would be an attack because in a past life it was Xiao Feng who helped her, which is why he became close to her. Now it's time for the protagonist to strike and get the resources necessary to practice secret techniques. One of the killers with a knife began rushing towards the girl from the side. But the main character stops him, thereby covering the girl with his hand. The guys immediately turn their backs to each other to protect themselves. Tang Ning managed to immobilize the killer in a few seconds using a grappling move that was taught in high school. At the same time, when ordinary schoolchildren watched the fight, they admired the main character and the girl, because they were the same age, but many times stronger than them. While everyone admired Tang Ming, he himself did not think about others. It was more important for him to deal with the killer as quickly as possible in order to avoid surprise attacks. But suddenly the killer pulls out a second knife from his sleeve, and then he throws it straight at the main character. At the same moment, the girl fought against her opponent, dodging his attacks. During the fight, Wang Jin noticed that her opponent was very dangerous. He had not spoken a word since the start of the battle, so she assumed that he was a member of a large family. Suddenly, a blade flies at her opponent from which he miraculously escaped. This was an attack from Tang Ming, who was already ready to fight against the second enemy because he didn't want for the girl to fight him without a weapon. At the same moment, the girl was very surprised that the main character was able to deal with his opponent so quickly. He immediately began to rush into battle, and the girl thereby remained in place. While observing the main character, she noticed that his strength had improved significantly over the past few days. While fighting against the assassin, Tang Ming understood that there was no point in sparing his enemy. After all, they were not ordinary people. They had first-class martial arts skills, which meant that he would not be able to obtain any information anyway. He hit his opponent's chest with his palm, because of which the enemy began to pour blood from his mouth. After that, he immediately fell to the ground. All this was due to the fact that the protagonist's striking power was becoming stronger every day, and therefore he was able to destroy the enemy's heart with one blow. The girl came closer to examine the killer's body, but at the same time she was more worried about the fact that Tang Ming had already saved her twice. After that, she pulled back the collar and saw a mark there on her neck. The main character immediately recognized this mark, because this mark was one of the 13 families Mirango. While the main character was thinking about why this family decided to kill Wang Jin, the girl herself turned to him. She didn't want Tang Ming to interfere with these families' problems because it only concerned her family. But the guy decided to interrupt the girl because he wanted to talk to her alone. They moved to a more deserted place, and after that, the main character immediately began to tell the girl about the alien stone. The girl, pondering the words of the protagonist, was ready to help him get them, but he had to tell her about his goal. He started talking about his abilities. The stone's ability was to surpass the speed of spiritual energy. This would help it slow down the rate of cell regeneration, to improve control. The girl wanted to make sure that the main character clearly understood the possible risks that threatened him, because if something went wrong it could get to the point where the person would simply die. Tang Ming understood all of this, but he had reasons to quickly increase his strength. He convinced the girl that everything would work out for him, he just needed someone to accompany him, as he was worried about outside influence. The girl immediately replied that she was ready to help him, because he had already saved her twice. Events shift to the Wang family hospital. The girl brought the main character to this place and brought with her an alien and forbidden stone. She urged the guy not to worry because this was her family's hospital, and the cultivator guarding it was nearby, so no one would disturb him. Wang Jin extended 2 hands forward to the hero to give him 2 stones. After that, Tang Ming immediately began to go to his cell, while the girl remained outside to make sure that no one would disturb the guy. She began to activate the process by controlling the camera with a graphical interface. After this, the doors immediately closed. And Tang Ming sat on the floor, crossed his legs and began to concentrate, holding a stone in his hands. The theory of mastering this cultivation is as follows. First you need to break the boundaries of your own body and use internal resources. The essence of it all was the release of energy and prolongation of life. However, this arcane magic contradicts the hypothesis. It teaches the main character to use the available resources and energy of each self for the education and development of these same cells. If he constantly mobilizes available resources, his cultivation path will be in jeopardy. At this time, when Tang Ming was in full concentration, a girl who was worried about the guy looked at him. Suddenly, the light bulb began to glow red. And then the entire control panel began to glow red. This was all due to the fact that the heartbeat had stopped. Body temperature dropped. And no signs of life were found. Wang Jin began to worry a lot out of excitement, which is why she was all sweaty. She didn't understand what she needed to do, because the guy didn't tell her anything about it. But suddenly a strange energy began to emanate from the cell. And the doors immediately opened after that. The main character, who could barely stand on his feet, came out of the cell completely in pairs. The secret of this technique is in danger, but he has found a way to enter a state of false death in a past life. This method was able to minimize cell activity, and that is the only reason he was able to survive. The girl, out of strong feelings of excitement, immediately attacked the main character. She immediately blushed because of her actions. And so she jumped back. The girl with an embarrassed voice told Tang Ming that she was very worried that his heart had stopped. But the main character reassured her by the fact that it was a secret technique, but it was very demanding. The girl with a reddened face was very interested in what the guy would do next, because his strength increased very quickly. The guy looked at her. And then they went to the hallway because the main character wanted to join the martial arts competition. Everyone who stood behind the guys was shocked that Tang Ming, being in the 11th grade, could already join such a competition. To ensure that the main character was definitely accepted into this competition, the girl decided to become a guarantor between the teacher and the guy. She assured that he was ready for such a test. The teacher, after listening to the children, told the guy to go and report this to the director. After that, the main character immediately headed there, passing by Xiao Feng and his friends. The scoundrel wanted to harm him, so he asked his friends to beat everything they could out of him. With great anger, he wanted the hero to lie in bed for the rest of his life. A few minutes later, Tang Ming was still able to reach the director, whose name was Guanqin. With a smile on his face, he did not think that his school could have a second cultivator of the first stage, because before that there was only Wang Jin. He asked the guy to demonstrate his abilities. The main character did not hesitate for long, so he immediately began to demonstrate his abilities. The director was shocked by what he saw, that his strength was different from other first-class cultivators. After finishing demonstrating his abilities, Tang Ming wondered if he would be allowed to take part in the competition. To which the director answered his question positively with great joy. He also added that from now on the doors to the school are wide open for the main character. But inside he was more happy because another gifted student had appeared in his school, and this would help his career growth in the future. After listening to the answer, the guys began to head in the opposite direction. The girl said that the director had great connections, so she advised not to ignore his offer of help to the main character. Walking and listening to the girl, Tang Ming recalled a past life in which Wang Jin became one of the best fighters in the world. At the time of the Alien War, she received great fame. But suddenly someone appears in front of them. These were three guys who looked like they wanted to harm the main character. These were messengers from Xiao Feng and they gave off a strange aura. Tang Ming immediately realized who it was, so he asked Wang Jin to continue walking to the designated place, and he himself would help the guys. He began to walk away with the unfamiliar guys in the other direction so that no one would see their fight. The girl, not suspecting anything, watched as the main character walked further and further, and at the same moment Xiao Feng stood behind her, emanating a dark aura. He wished with great anger that the main character would be beaten. Having reached the roof, the hooligans began to prepare for a battle with the hero. Tang Ming didn't want to hide the fact that he didn't know anything, so he immediately said that he knew who they were from. But still, he understood that Xiao Feng was underestimating him since he sent such weak characters against him. But the scoundrels were serious. They were sure that they would deal with the main character very quickly. Therefore, they did not waste time, but immediately attacked him. The main character expected this to happen, so he smiled. After a few seconds, all the scoundrels were defeated by him. After that, he shook the dust from his shoulders and turned back. Where Wang Jin was already waiting for him, who had stood even earlier and watched the guys fight. She understood that these guys were sent by Xiao Feng. The girl told the guy to be careful because Feng would never leave someone alone until he took revenge on him. She was ready to help the guy by telling her family to give a warning to the Xiao family. But the guy didn't really want anyone to stand up for him. He stepped onto the fence, and then asked the girl how Xiao Hai achieved such strength. According to the girl, Xiao Hai gained strength 10 years ago when he acquired the ancient abilities of cultivators. But he still couldn't understand how Xiao Hai was able to master these ancient abilities, because to master such power, he needed to be at least a 5th-class cultivator, and he was only a 2nd class. The girl could not understand what he meant. Tang Ming continued his speech. He doubted that the people in this city were not a means to gain advantage, forming some kind of hidden network. He knew that Xiao Hai was just a link in the chain, but in any case, he was not doing anything good for the city. While the girl was making her assumptions, the main character said some strange speech, which made it clear that Xiao Hai could have passed through the black hole in the city 10 years ago. The girl with a serious face understood what the guy was talking about. Most likely Xiao Hai worked with aliens. The main character wanted them to look at where Xiao Hai spends his money. When checking his data, they should not miss anything. Events shift to Su Hai's corporation in Guanjin. A certain hand with a ring on its finger is holding a leaf. And then this man tells his servants to bring the scoundrels who fought against the main character. It was the hand of Xiao Hai, who was sitting in his chair smoking a cigar. His servants began to talk about who killed Zhao Hu, because this was of great interest to the owner of the corporation. After hearing the family's name, he immediately understood who they were talking about, because his son was in love with this girl. He exhaled steam and ordered his men to send a person who was to inform Xiao Feng that he must stay out of this and stop being dramatic, otherwise he would ruin his plan. He put out his cigar on the ashtray. And then he got up from the table. From now on, everything the main character does will be like walking on a blade. One wrong move and everything will collapse. Events returned to the Wang family's laboratory, where Tang Ming was once again in a cell. He only had to repeat it twice more, and his body would become the same as that of a first-class cultivator. He can become stronger in the future. But suddenly the guy interrupts the conversation because he remembers that he had something in his pocket for the girl. He took out a strange book from him, which contained old-fashioned healing methods that would be useful to the girl in the future. Wang Jin picked up the book and immediately began to read it. She was glad that her hypothesis of a healing method was amazing, along with notes about swords. These were the answers to her unresolved questions. With a happy smile, she thanked the main character for this book. But the guy told her that in fact, he himself learned a lot from her. He figured he was the only one telling her this. The girl blushed very much and therefore bowed her head and decided to continue the dialogue. She asked that he now simply call her Zin, because they were partners. The guy also blushed because of this, but still agreed to call her that. Wang Jin told the main character that she asked her people to watch Xiu Hai because he had a lot of money in the company account that was not accounted for. At that very moment, Tang Ming realized that in his entire life, he had never felt such embarrassing emotions as he did now, because he had trained himself all his life. After that, he continued the conversation by saying that they needed to be more careful because it took Su Hai 10 years to become an influential figure in Guanjin. He understood that it was not just that someone was behind him. The girl with a smile on her face asked him to leave it all to the Cultivator Alliance, so he didn't have to worry so much. The guys still continued to look and smile at each other. Guanjin National Martial Arts Stadium, where the participants look at the graphic screen in which Wang Jin was. She fought against her teacher. The girl did not give her opponent a chance, because she held the blade of the sword right next to his head. After the girl's victory, Tang Ming began to enter the battlefield. He stood opposite his opponent and asked for the fight to begin. All he needed was to simply hold out for just 3 minutes. As soon as the start of the fight was announced, the main character immediately raised his fist. He held his hand clenched into a fist in front of him, and at the same time a strange aura emanated from him. His opponent at that moment stood in complete shock, because he did not understand what was happening. When the smoke cleared more, the teacher immediately realized that he was beyond the field of participation, which meant that the main character was passing further. Even the teacher himself could not understand why everything happened so quickly. At some point he thought it was all a joke. But it was all in real life. Everyone around began to discuss the fact that Tang Ming was able to defeat his teacher, who was a first-class cultivator, with one single movement of his hand. After the test was completed, the participants stood in the crowd and discussed what the results were, because everyone was interested in what they had on the results table. Looking at the rank sheet, one could see that Tang Ming was in first place everywhere, Wang Jin was in second, and Xiu Feng was in third. The guys stood together and looked at the list of ranks, and everyone around them was whispering, because the first and second places in the country were in the same school. The two of them could easily enter any university in the country, and for the school director this was absolutely wonderful. Wang Jin was not at all sad that she was in second place. On the contrary, she was happy for the hero, because by training him he was able to surpass her. But the guy said that he was just lucky, although in truth, fortunately, experience from his past life helped him take first place. The girl decided to ask him what university he wanted to go to which the guy did not hesitate to answer. He immediately said that he was in Hanbei. Wang Jin was surprised that he entered this university. Hanbei was always among the top 10 in the country, but they had little practice, and at Manhwa University, where she entered, there was a lot of practice and therefore they usually became 7th, 8th rank cultivators. But Tang Ming did not want to change his decision. On the contrary, he advised the girl to go to Hanbei, because during her previous life, this university published a breakthrough discovery in the field of cultivator quality, which led to the Second World Magic Revolution. He added to his advice that he couldn't tell her everything, but she could trust him. The girl looked at him and did not understand whether he wanted to live a normal life or not. But after a few seconds she agreed to the protagonist's proposal, and therefore she also now wants to go to Hanbei. At the same moment, Xiu Feng could be seen from the distant crowd, looking at the guys. He was always reassured by his father, but these two continued to irritate him. Broken-eyed, he wanted to get his father's help to level up this summer. He was very eager to crush the main character. Events are transferred to the Guangjin Tunnel's dungeon, where two strangers were walking along a long dungeon. They were a second-year and a third-year student at the Imperial City Military Academy. Their names were Yao Ming and Wang Changfeng. Suddenly they knocked down the doors, thereby breaking into a certain room, posing as if they are the police. They walked into a distant room where there were vacuums standing around in which there were unconscious human bodies. Yao Ming looked at these bodies and realized that they were all criminals who had disappeared over the past couple of years. Chang Feng immediately understood what was happening here, so he wanted to quickly inform the Alliance so that Xiao Hai would be arrested. After this, the events returned to the intensive care unit of the Xiao family hospital. Xiao Hai stood next to the assistant, and they both looked at Xiao Feng, who was lying unconscious on the bed. He suffered a serious injury when his spiritual energy went out of control during training. Nobody knew who did it, because the guards found him already unconscious. Suddenly at this moment, the doors opened from which the police appear. They came here for Xiao Hai because he was suspected of hiding criminals, conducting experiments on people. He was declared a national criminal, so he had to go with them. The assistant tried to stand up for his master, but one of the Alliance employees explained on what grounds they were right. Xiao Hai tilted his head and asked them if it was because of them that his son was in such a state, but the employee could not understand what they were talking about. Suddenly, Xiao Hai presses the employee's head into the concrete with one hand. The employees could not believe their eyes what Su Hai was doing. They tried to stop him. Xiao Hai did not think to obey the policemen. He approached them with rage because he wanted to kill them all. All the police immediately realized that in front of them was a fourth-class cultivator, which meant that none of them could handle him, so they decided to retreat. But suddenly a bloody glow appeared, and a second later everyone was killed and lying on the floor. Xiao Hai approached one of the corpses and took his note. On this note were written the names of those who revealed it. Realizing that his secret had been revealed, he knew that now there was no turning back. He could not allow his son to fall to the Alliance. He brought his hand closer to Xiao Feng and asked him not to worry, because he would take care and send these two to him to keep him company. After that, a radiance began to appear around the lying Xiao Feng, in which he gradually drowned. After walking for a while, new employees came to the department, and before their eyes a picture appeared in which all their comrades were simply brutally killed. Yao Ming told her Captain Changfeng that it was likely that Xiao Hai had escaped, which meant that the Alliance had to be warned so that they would block the exit from the city. The girl was ready to contact them right away, but suddenly some lists caught her eye. On this sheet were two photographs with names. These were photographs of Wang Jin and Tang Ming. While a complete nightmare was happening in the hospital, at the same moment the train was heading to Manhwa. On this train were Tang Ming and Wang Jin, who, without suspecting anything, simply chatted with each other carefree. The guy still couldn't believe that the girl would so easily agree to enter the same university with him. But the girl with a reddened and sweet face looked at the main character. She said that her family and she herself were not against her going there. When suddenly an unfamiliar voice is heard throughout the carriage. It was Yao Ming who came to find the main character. Yao Ming immediately pounced on her younger brother with a smile because she had not seen him for a long time. His parents were subordinates to Yang Ming's parents, and their families had always been close. But in the First War, their parents died and Yang Ming was transferred to the Imperial Military Academy. He was able not to worry about the means and well-being of his life precisely because of her. While the older sister was climbing to kiss her younger brother, at that very second Wang Jin was watching all this, who was jealous of the guy for her sister. Chang Feng appeared behind the main character, who was glad to meet him. He told the guys that they were on a mission. And he told about the fact that Xiao Hai had been discovered, so he was now on the run and in search of the guys. Suddenly everything around them began to shake. They began to think that it was an earthquake. But suddenly people started running from the next room shouting that there was a terrorist there. Yao Ming immediately after the order of her captain began to evacuate the passengers, thereby asking them to follow her. Suddenly Tang Ning felt that someone was approaching them. From the distance of the room, the silhouette of Su Hai, who was very angry with the main character, was visible through the smoke and fire. They stood opposite each other on opposite sides of the carriage. And Xiu Hai, with rage in his eyes, said that he had to kill his son in cold blood, so he thirsted for revenge and wanted to kill the guys. Tang Ning covered Wang Jin with himself, trying to protect her from this man. And Chang Feng tried to calm down Xiu Hai so that he would just leave here, because he understood that the three of them had no chance to defeat him. But Xiu Hai understood that when everything was revealed, neither Earthlings nor aliens would tolerate him, so it was best for him to kill these two. He would only be satisfied when they were both dead. Chang Feng realized that he had no other choice, so he immediately took a fighting stance and ordered the guys to leave, and he and Yao Ming would remain to detain Su Hai. But Tang Ming did not want to run away. On the contrary, he was ready for battle, because he understood that running away was the stupidest decision that could be come up with. Wang Jin also wanted to fight, and her strength had also increased recently, which gave her confidence that she could damage Xiu Hai. Chang Feng was humbled by the guy's decision, and so he immediately told them a plan of what to do. At that very moment, Xiu Hai was already waiting for them, who was completely distraught. He was confident that it would not be difficult for him to defeat all four of them, so he waited for the moment of battle. Chang Feng began to attack first with his sword, from which blue lightning appeared. With his attack, he was still able to cut the enemy's hand. But this was not critical for Su Hai. Under the fire of the main character, he was still able to retreat back from the captain. As Tang Ming continued to throw stones, he pondered about the Imperial sword, which was an extremely rare weapon because only a few cultivators with a class above 5th grade had them. This meant that Chang Feng was very worthy of warriors since he wielded such a sword. He continued to throw stones, which Xiu Hai successfully knocked away with his hand. At that same second, Yao Ming ran towards the man. She activated the spirit technique, because of which there was an excellent opportunity to wound the man. But Xiu Hai manages to cover his chest with his hand, thereby allowing himself to be wounded by the sword. He realized that it was Yao Ming who posed the greatest danger to him, because she owned the spirit technique, so he immediately began to attack her. But the girl did not panic at all. She again activated the spirit technique on the enemy, thus immobilizing him again. Wasting no time, Chang Feng quickly approached the enemy to try to protect the girl and also kill Xiu Hai. But because of this, on the contrary, he became even more insane. From his scream, everything began to shake, and a terrible force began to spill out of him, which made all the guys shake. Yao Ming was thrown back due to the strong wave that came from the man. After Xiu Hai attacked Chang Feng. As soon as this happened, the captain immediately understood Su Hai's attack. He deliberately pretended to be tired, and when they loosened their grip, he suddenly exploded to defeat us in one fell swoop. With a smile on his face, the madman understood that he had no chance of escaping from persecution, so he decided to simply take the main character and Wang Jin with him to that world, because he only had 1 or 2 hours to live. But for him it was more than enough to kill them. He took off from the ground with great speed and began to quickly close the distance to Tang Ming. But the guy wasn't worried at all. He waited for Xiu Hai to approach him, and then began to strike at him, because the 4th-class cultivator was seriously injured, which meant that even a student like him could defeat him. He swung harder and hit the madman straight. But his hand began to shake from the blow, because Xiu Hai's body was hardened. Immediately after the unsuccessful attack, the big man began to attack the main character, because he realized that time was approaching the end. He grabbed the guy's hand, and with a terrible crazy smile he told him terrible things. Sitting away from what was happening was Yao Ming, who was worried and could not get up due to the wounds she received in battle. But at the same moment, Wang Jin rushed to the main character's aid, who with a determined look was ready to put an end to Xiu Hai once and for all. She quickly descended towards the enemy in order to pierce him with her sword. The madman had no idea that he was in danger from behind. Chang Feng looked at the girl's action from the side, and understood that the girl was in a hurry to attack. If she chooses the wrong moment, then nothing will work out for her. Suddenly, someone activated a spirit technique on Xiao Hai. It was Wang Jing. But she made a big mistake because of this technique, the madman noticed her. He managed to cover himself and protect himself from the blow with his hand, thereby releasing the main character. After the girl's repelled attack, she simply lost all her strength and fell to the ground near the enemy. Xiao Hai continued to get more and more angry. He now wanted to kill not only the guys, but everyone on this train. The madman began to laugh louder and louder, and an even more terrible energy emanated from him than before. At that same moment, the captain decided to ask why he did this and decided to work with aliens. To which he began to answer that they helped him survive the alien war that took place several years ago. He didn't blame the aliens for this, he only blamed the human government. Yao Ming was listening to what Su Hai was saying at that moment. He blamed the government for sending him to certain death. But suddenly he stopped telling them, because he realized that it didn't mean anything to him anymore. He knew that sooner or later aliens would land on Earth and all humanity would come to an end. Suddenly, Tang Ming interrupted Su Hai. He confidently said that humanity would remain alive, and he himself would personally send all the aliens to the depths of the universe. The madman looked at the guy and laughed at this, because the aliens were already studying the method of people and cultivation, which meant that they were already developing a plan for victory. Listening to Xiao Hai, the main character now understood how in his past life the aliens so quickly studied all of humanity. He was surprised that there were so many traitors on Earth who helped them. Chang Feng tried to find out who else helped the aliens, but Xiao Hai didn't even think about answering this question. After that, he clenched his fists because he was tired of having a dialogue with the guys. He wanted them to die, so he wanted to kill them as quickly as possible. Tang Ming at that moment looked at the madman and understood that in order to stop him, he would have to call on some of the forces from his past life. Xiao Hai did not wait for anything and therefore immediately began to attack the main character. But Tang Ming was able to easily stop the madman's strike. After that, he began to attack the big man and hit different areas of the muscles of his body. He could easily strike him and also dodge oncoming strikes. As soon as he reached the correct position, he immediately struck the place where Xiao Hai's heart was with his palm. Standing on the sidelines watching the battle were Yao Ming and Chang Feng, who were very surprised by the protagonist's abilities, because his strength exceeded that of a first-class cultivator. But Chang Feng understood the strength of the protagonist. He relied on his eyesight and could easily find Xiao Hai's weak points, which he then struck at. His abilities were much higher than those of Yao Ming and the Jin. Chang Feng at this moment was asking only one question: why had he not heard his name before? While the guy was striking at Su Hai, he simply looked at the main character, because his body was so strong that the guy could not penetrate him, but he could immobilize him. He was so confident in his victory that he simply ignored a large number of blows to his body. Tang Ming stopped to rest, feeling very tired, because he continued to hit the madman's body. Xiao Hai looked at the main character with a satisfied smile, because he could not do anything. But suddenly he notices that his body could not move or budge. He started screaming at Tang Ming in a panic because he was shocked by what was happening to his body. The guy looked at his enemy with a satisfied expression on his face, because he understood that he could not do anything to him. He learned this technique from an ancient book on medicine that was written by ancient cultivators. But Xiao Hai did not want to believe his words, because he did not believe that such a thing was even possible, because all cultivators tempered their bodies. It was then that Tang Ming looked at him with a cool look and then explained that everything was in the internal organs. These words slightly misunderstood the madman, because he could not fully understand what the main character was talking about. Tang Ming began to explain to Su Hai that his organs were no different from those of ordinary people, which meant that they were vulnerable just like everyone else. Suddenly the guy slammed his hand on the wall. He told his opponent with a smile how he achieved such a technique. Because of the slamming on the wall, Xiu Hai shook a little. He could not understand how the main character was able to use bodily force, because this technique belonged to the Fang family. After the guy removed his palm from the wall, one could see the impact mark on it. He looked at Su Hai with a slightly insidious smile, and then wished him a good night's sleep. A second after the words were spoken, blood began to flow from the man's eyes and mouth, and he began to fall to the ground. He couldn't believe that he was defeated and killed by the main character. As soon as he fell and the guy was convinced of his victory, Tang Ming immediately approached Wang Jin to ask if she was okay. The girl sweetly replied that she was fine. Because of this answer the guy blushed, but still he decided to help her up. Chan Feng was delighted with the guy's fight because he did not expect such abilities from Tang Ming. Yao Ming immediately began to praise his brother. And then she began to call him to her so that he could help her get up. While the guy was lifting his sister, Chan Feng stood to the side, looking at him carefully. He was thinking about the fact that the heads of the families had already entered into an agreement for the Jin to marry the heir of another aristocratic family. Chan Feng understood that if people found out that Tang Ming and Jin were very close to each other, they would have a lot of problems. But still, he was ready, in gratitude for saving lives. If something happened, he would do his best, using his connections, to help him. After everything is resolved, the events are transferred to the Hanbei railway station, where everyone looked at the main character, because his older sister hugged him and sobbed loudly because he was leaving her. She continued to rejoice and cry at the achievements that her younger brother was able to achieve earlier. But the guy smiled sweetly and reassured her, saying that he was no longer a child, so she didn't have to worry about him. Chan Feng and Wang Jin stood behind them. He told the girl not to go further and not get closer to each other. He reminded her that her parents had already entered into a marriage contract with the heir of another aristocratic family, which could not be dissolved. With sadness on her face, the girl said that she herself knew about it. She stood silently with her head bowed and holding her suitcase. Meanwhile, in front of the Hanbei train station, there was a tent in which there was a reception room for Hanbei University. He wrote down in the magazine who had already been admitted to their university. Suddenly someone came up to him and asked if new freshmen were being registered here. To which he immediately said with a friendly smile that it was here. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Tang Ming and Wang Jin in front of him, who had already arrived. They introduced themselves by their names so that they could be recorded in the reception register. Hearing the guys' names, Li Jiahan was shocked who stood in front of him. After that, he immediately started screaming and pointing his finger at them because he couldn't believe that the first and second place in the country were standing in front of him. All the freshmen around were also shocked. They immediately attacked the guys and began asking them about their capabilities. The main character and Wang Jin were a little dumbfounded by this turn of events, because they could not even imagine that they were so famous to ordinary freshmen. At the same time, on the other side, a certain girl, as soon as she got off the train, started shouting that she had finally arrived in Hanbei. Her name was Fang Xiaoying, and she ranked third in the National Martial Arts exam. She ran away from her grandfather because she did not want him to continue to control her. Fang Xiaoying did not want to let him do this, so she considered herself a genius who had not been born in the family for more than 100 years. The girl wanted to quickly get the title of 9th grade cultivator in order to surprise this old man, and see how ashamed he was. She came to the reception with a smile on her face, because she thought that everyone would greet her here. But then she saw that in front of her were Tang Ming and Wang Jin, around whom all attention was concentrated. Fang Xiaoying did not judge people by simple assessment, so she still considered herself better than them. Suddenly the main character noticed her, who immediately asked the mentor whether it was Fang Xiaoying or not. He knew it because in his past life, When the theory about breaking through the 9th grade limit came out, it was personally verified by a 9th grade cultivator from the Fang family. A few months later he became the first person to go beyond the physically possible. Suddenly his thoughts are interrupted by Wang Jin, who said that Fang Xiaoying was very strong and could reach first class without problems. The Fang family's profound strength technique is the same as the Wang family's sword strength. They can kill higher-level opponents with powerful hidden powers. Tang Ming looked at this girl and understood that if he and Wang Jin had not come to Hanbei, this girl would have become the strongest newcomer. After this, the freshmen were transported to their new university to familiarize them with it. His style was impressive, and because of him alone, one could understand why the university was worthy of being named one of the top 10 universities in China. The future freshman mentor immediately began to tell the story of their new university, but suddenly someone interrupts him and starts shouting from behind the crowd. It was Fang Xiaoying who challenged the protagonist to a duel so that he would fight her. She really wanted to defeat him in order to become the strongest freshman in the university. The girl really liked it when so many people looked at her. But she wanted even more, and for this she needed to defeat Tang Ming and become the strongest at the university, so that the grandfather would understand how strong his granddaughter was. Xiaoying's dream is interrupted by Wang Jin, who wanted to fight with her instead of the main character. But the girl didn't really want to fight against the second place. Therefore, Tang Ming stopped his friend. He understood that his priority was to fight against Xiaoying, because if he retreated, everyone would begin to doubt his first place. Xiaoying looked at the guys and expressed her dissatisfaction a little because she wanted to say the words that the main character had previously said. The third-year student was a little panicked by this incident, because he did not expect such a turn of events. He told the guy that he would go and find an arena for a duel, but Tang Ming stopped him because this place was also suitable for a battle. Besides, the others could also see this duel. The third-year student agreed with the guy's idea and therefore began to move everyone apart so that there was more space for the duel arena. After everyone had gone their separate ways, the guys were left alone. Fang Xiaoying hit her hand with her fist and confidently told the main character that when she wins, he should not cry. Tang Ming stood silently and smiled at her. The girl decided to start attacking first. She looked at the guy and realized that he was holding up well. If she loses today, she will not be able to stay in this university. The first-year students who were simply watching the fight were shocked by the girl's strength, because they did not expect such strength at 16 years old. Xiaoying continued to tell the protagonist that she could destroy him in 10 hits. She began to attack Tang Ming, thereby jumping high to inflict critical damage on him. But suddenly the main character dodges her blow. And then again and again. He didn't fight her at full strength, so he didn't attack her. Watching the fight from the side was Wang Jin, who looked at the movement of the guys and understood that, fortunately, Xiaoying was no match for the main character. Fan Xiaoying tried with all her might to inflict at least some damage, but nothing came of it because the guy blocked all her blows. But the first years still thought she was damn strong. The girl stood opposite the hero and was a little out of breath from the large number of her attacks. At that very moment, Tang Ming decided to say something to her. He extended his hand towards the girl and showed one finger, thereby hinting that she only had one blow left. Fan Xiaoying understood that this was her last chance to defeat the guy, so she decided to put all her strength into this blow. Because of this, she could not control this power, so if it hits, it would be fatal for the hero. Having finished collecting all the energy of the force, she began to attack the main character, who didn't panic at all. With a smile on his face, he decided to finally strike as well. The guys bumped their fists against each other, thereby causing a large burst of raging energy. After all the energy was gone, the fist stopped sparkling. The girl moved her hand away and was shocked that nothing happened. This was her strongest attack and she couldn't do anything. Tang Ming, with a smile on his face, told the girl that he used his vibration technique to deflect the fire fist. But he had already forgotten that these two techniques would only be invented in 5-6 years. Fang Xiaoying, after seeing what she saw, began to feel a little sad because she understood that she could not defeat the main character. But suddenly Tang Ming offers girls training. He was willing to teach her these techniques because after all, these are the Fang family's techniques, they should be returned to them. Suddenly, Xiaoying fell to her knees and began to bow to the guy, because she decided that from now on he would be her elder brother, and an elder brother should be worshipped. But the guy tried to dissuade her because it really embarrassed him. She sat on her knees and smiled at the main character, because she was glad that she would be taught techniques with which she would surprise her grandfather in the future, and then defeat Tang Ming in a duel. Behind the main character stood Wang Jin, who emanated strange energy. She was not very happy that the guy would teach Xiaoying. After that, they decided to go on a tour of the university grounds. Fang Xiaoying also went with them, who told about all the rules and the university itself. She called them both sister and brother. Tang Ming thanked the girl for this, who immediately answered the guy with a smile that all his problems were also her problems. Wang Jin Xiaoying is much nicer without her arrogance. She looked at the guy with a slightly reddened face and said that she could not be arrogant towards him, because he was many times more talented than her. Because of this, the main character began to smile at her even more. When the time came for them to part, they began to disperse in different directions, because the boys' and girls' dorms were in different directions. The girls happily said goodbye to him, and then they began to leave for their dorm. The main character looked at Xiaoying and realized that with such a younger sister he would not have to worry about anything other than cultivation. When they had already left, Tang Ming raised his head up and said that it was time to meet his roommates with whom he would live for 4 years. Arriving at the door of the room, he began to open the room using the handprint scanner. As soon as the doors opened, he saw 2 freshmen in front of him, who were sorting out their things from their suitcases. The guy with red hair immediately introduced himself and his friend. His name was He Yan, and friend Zhao Lian. After greeting the guys, Tang Ming also introduced himself. As soon as the main character said his name, his roommates immediately began to panic about how cool he was, because he was the first place in the exam. The guys looked at each other. When suddenly their 4th neighbor comes in. His name was Xiao Fei. He was glad that such a popular person would live in the same room with him. Tang Ming, without bothering, extended his hand to the fat man. He didn't expect such a reaction from the guy. Xiao Fei shook his hands up and down because he was very happy. The guy told the main character that from now on he will be his big brother. Tang Ming looked at his new neighbor and realized that he would not be bored with such a merry fellow. The next morning, the freshmen gather in the square. Many freshmen's attention was focused on the main character and the girl who stood next to him. They admired the guys because of their high rating. Behind them, the main character's roommates stood a little to the side, and they also looked at him. Xiao Fei jumps out from the crowd and immediately rushes at the girl to hug her. He mistook her for Tang Ming's girlfriend, and that's why he was so sincere in front of her. After he introduced himself to her, the main character began to say that this was not his girlfriend. But Xiao Fei was not convinced. He nudged the guy and said that she was not his girlfriend yet. He confidently told the main character that she would definitely be his wife in the future. Standing on the side next to the guys was Fang Xiaoying, who was a little jealous of Tang Ming's roommate. She didn't want to give up her status as the best little sister to some fat guy. Suddenly, someone walked up to the microphone on stage. And then he immediately started shouting at him to keep everyone quiet. Because of the screaming, all the freshmen began to cover their ears because they could not withstand such a load. And at that moment the teachers of this university appeared on the stage, who stood on 2 sides of each other on the stage. The main character looked at them with complete seriousness. The main characters stood in the center of the entire crowd. They listened carefully to what their mentors would tell them. The teachers immediately determined who was in first place in the ranking, because only they were able to withstand the sound waves of Teacher Yin Lu. According to another teacher, it was the first time that all 3 first places arrived at their university. While the staff were talking to each other, Yushan, a teacher of practical martial arts, approached them. He believed that mastering Lu's sonic attack power was not that strong, so he wanted to test the abilities of these first years. He didn't want to push too hard and hurt the guys, so he only uses half his strength. A strange energy began to develop throughout the entire area of the university, and all the freshmen began to fall to the ground. But the main character continued to stand on his feet. It didn't bother him at all. He looked at Yushan and thought about his story. This teacher was a rank 7 cultivator. The guy didn't think there would be such fighters here. Tang Ming looked at the girl and saw that she was also standing. He understood that the Wang family's sword would rather break than bend under someone's power. Jean could also use the sword's power, so the suppression had little effect on her. And Fang Xiaoying's strength is equal to 100%, or rather 1000% of her grandfather's strength. This was very useful for her. Yushan, looking at the guys, was glad that they showed such a result. But he was also happy that it was rare to be able to obtain 3 cultivation geniuses at once. The teachers began to discuss who these talented guys would go to, because everyone really wanted them to go to their class. Yushan interrupted the teachers who were arguing about the first years. He wanted them to go to him, because other teachers did not have the same combat experience as him. The other teachers immediately began to get angry and resentful of Yushan, because he had only taught for a few months at the university, and already wanted to get all the best first-year students. Hua Fengyang, a university teacher, stood aside. With a sad face, she didn't know whether anyone would want to come study with her or not. As long as there is at least one student, research funding will not be cut. At the same moment, Yushan began to experience the first years again. The freshmen were all sweaty due to the fact that they could not withstand such a load. Yushanaya. He spoke humiliating words to them because they could not cope with the simplest workload he gave them. The teacher started yelling at the first years, so he wanted them to remember that being a cultivator without dedication in battle is like being a nobody. From this point on, the students outside must fight each other, with each victory worth 1 point. The number of people and weapons is not limited. You need to fight as hard as you can until it reaches death. One of the teachers was a little shocked by his colleague's words, but He Shan convinced him not to worry because he would take care of everything. He started shouting to all the freshmen that if someone beats one of the 3 guys, he will receive 100 points. One of the freshmen who stood behind the main characters began to make awkward movements. But his friend suddenly stops him. He tries to explain to him that this is a bad idea. They began to discuss and make a plan on how they could defeat Tang Ming. One of the key factors was that they needed to attack the main character in a crowd, because alone they realized that they were no match for Tang Ming. His roommates ran up to the guy. They told him with a smile on their faces that they were ready to fight for him, because they were on his side. But Tang Ming told them that he did not need help. He also assured Wang Jin that they could be trusted. The main character decided before the start of the battle to show Xiaoying how to use the spiral technique and the thunder technique. The girl was very happy with this offer. Tang Ming concentrated and began to emit windy waves from his fists. He stood in the center of the crowd all alone. But this did not frighten him at all. The guy was ready to defeat everyone, so he warned his opponents that if they were not strong enough, then it was better not to get in his way. But none of the freshmen began to listen to him. 2 guys immediately rushed at the main character in the hope that they would easily defeat him. However, the main character easily knocked one guy to the ground, and the other was behind him at that moment. The bastard, swinging at the main character, was already sure with relief and joy that the 100 points were already his. But his confidence suddenly disappears because Tang Ming knew about him. The hero turned sharply towards the enemy, and then hit him with the blade. The freshman was shocked that the protagonist easily deflected his sword attack. The sword began to crack from the guy's blow. A second after colliding with Tang Ming's fist, the bastard immediately flew back through the recoil. At this moment, while the main character was fighting, his girlfriends were watching him. They were happy with his success, and after what they saw they were absolutely sure that there was no need to worry about him. Tang Ming did not wait for a new attack, so with pulsating power, he began to attack his other enemies. Watching the main character, the mentor was very surprised at his courage. But still, he did not believe that the guy would be able to withstand a whole crowd of opponents. Continuing to observe how fewer and fewer people remained from the crowd, the mentor began to laugh because he really underestimated the main character. He was very interested in how long he could withstand the attack. Meanwhile, while the audience admired Tang Ming's strength, he himself continued to defeat his classmates. Pushing another guy back, he counted which one he was by number. Suddenly, out of nowhere, one of the freshmen appeared behind the main character, who, holding a knife in his hands with meanness, tried to attack Tang Ming from behind. But for the hero this was not any danger. He easily repelled the attack, hitting the bastard with all his might from his foot. Looking at the enemy he had just repelled, he said that it was the 62nd enemy hit. The mentor was amazed at the capabilities of the protagonist, because he could not have expected such strength from the guy. Continuing to defeat my classmates, Tang Ming decided to stop anyway, because he already had enough. 100 points would be enough to acquire various resources. He understood that they were all his classmates, so he had no reason to strain the relationship between them even more. But the crowd of freshmen was not going to stop. They ran with all their might towards the main character, because they thought that his strength was already running out. The guy did not tolerate this, so he gathered his strength into a fist and hit the ground. With a creepy look, he told the guys that if they are not afraid of death, then let them attack. He no longer wanted to hold back. Between the main character and the crowd of opponents, a large crater formed from his blow. The first-year students looked at this in silence, and realized that it was better for them not to fight with him. They were shocked with great fear that this blow had the destructive power of a second-class cultivator. After what he saw, the mentor realized that he would not see a continuation, so he addressed all first-year students with an appeal about the end of the battle. After what was said, he turned to the main character, because he wanted the guy to join his group. At the same moment, his colleagues were behind the mentor. They were very unhappy that he so shamelessly asked a freshman to join his group. Tang Ming looked at Wang Jin sweetly and realized that she wanted him to make a choice. It didn't take him long to decide, because he knew in advance where to go. Turning around, he said that he chooses Hua Fengyan as his mentor. Everyone was shocked by his choice, because this was exactly what no one expected. Fan Yen anxiously decided to make sure whether the main character was choosing her, because she did not believe that anyone else would want to go to her faculty, because this faculty was the most boring in the opinion of first-year students and teachers. Tang Ming repeated to her that he had entered correctly with his choice. The raging mentor could not believe in the choice of the main character, so with a little panic he began to ask the guy about his choice. He tried to convince the hero to join his group. But the guy did not think long and therefore began to tell teacher Yushan that he had studied information about Hanbei teachers on the official website, and that is why he chooses Hua Fengyan. Xiaoying didn't think twice, so she decided to follow Tang Ming. Shouting out her choice, she wanted to quickly decide on her choice. Wang Jin also decided to follow the main character. However, Yushan was very unhappy that all three talented freshmen walked past his group. He considered them extremely talented, so he wanted to get them into his faculty. Suddenly, behind him, one of the mentors began to stop him from learning the first years to him. They began to quarrel even more because one believed that the most important thing was the choice of students, and the other did not believe that students could choose the right department. Tang Ming watched the teachers argue and decided to speak up. He told everyone that they could reach the second class of cultivation in 1 semester. But Yushan shouted at him because he couldn't believe the words of the protagonist. The guy made a deal with him that if they did not reach the second class of cultivation, then all three of them would go to his faculty. Yushan thought about this sentence, after which he replied that he agreed to this deal. After analyzing the situation, he realized that if they only missed one semester with him, then he could fill the gap in the next. Meanwhile, standing behind the tutors was Hua Fengyan, who still couldn't believe that she had been chosen by the top 3 students in the country. While she was flying in her thoughts, one of the university employees approached her. He asked her what she thought about this situation. The woman didn't wait long for everyone's answer, so she immediately began nodding her head and agreeing with the freshman's choice. She asked her colleague whether her budget would be reduced, to which he replied that it would not be if she provided research results on time. After hearing the answer, she decisively said that she would succeed. As soon as the best freshmen made their choice, the rest began voting. Hanbei's research office, where 3 guys stand in front of Fengyan's instruction. She didn't know why they all chose her, but she was ready to try with them. She was ready to help in any way she could because she wanted to thank them for choosing her. Tang Ming immediately asked the teacher to tell them about the content of the research on her cultivation theory. This will help them choose a direction in martial arts. Fengyan opened her book. And then I started reading about how cultivation in China basically follows the path of the ancient cultivators, with only slight improvements making it more suitable for battles. This path is divided into 9 classes. Cultivators from grades 1 to 4 harden their bones, muscles, and skin. The 4th grade is already physically strong and invulnerable. Cultivators of the 5th and 7th classes harden bone marrow, organs, and blood. There are less than 1,000,000 level 7 cultivators. Therefore, Master Yushan is really strong. As for the 8th rank, or even the excellent 9th, there are less than 10,000 such people registered, which shows the difficulty of cultivation. Cultivators must constantly practice martial arts to increase their lethality. Martial arts are divided into 4 stages. The highest level is heavenly. It is the most useful for the development of the body. However, yellow, the lowest, is also very valuable. Most senior students practice the Qi exercise men, developed by the state, which develops balance and harmony, thereby avoiding various troubles. The teachers continued to tell the children that the secrets of advanced techniques were prohibited from being shared privately. If they want to study, they must either go to university or serve an influential family, but then they will not be able to pass them on to anyone. But there are rare high-level exercises that are passed down only to family members. Just like the Wang family sword technique. It combines the techniques of various martial arts. Therefore, with weapons in their hands, the children of the Wang family can kill an enemy who is much stronger than themselves. The main exercise of the Fan family, the secret of Tianen, is a combination of human strength and internal energy. The physical activity is also very impressive. In addition, there are many secret techniques. Their effectiveness varies. The only downside is that they are difficult to spread in practice on a large scale. They were described in school textbooks, but not in too much detail. After listening to the mentor's story, Tang Ming told her that these were only the most basic theories of cultivation. He told her that she should not have learned such basics. Fengyan, after the words spoken by the main character, answered him that the goal of her research is to overcome the barrier of cultivation after the 9th grade in order to achieve something new and stronger. She believed that a 9th grade cultivator was far from the peak of cultivation. As soon as the mentor spoke about her thoughts, Xiaoying immediately looked at Tang Ming with a shocking expression. Wang Jin, in turn, did not show that she was surprised by such words. She simply looked at the guy and now understood why he came to Hanbei and chose Hua Fengyan as his mentor. Xiaoying couldn't believe her mentor's words, so she decided to ask again outside of 9th grade cultivation. Fengyan blushed a little and waved her hand next to her face because she was a little embarrassed by her assumptions. This theory was just her personal assumption, without any actual evidence, and was too crude to be presented to others. The woman lowered her head and with sadness on her face continued to say that in fact, everyone is laughing at her because she allegedly does useless work. She also didn't know if she was going in the right direction, but perhaps it was all about her persistence, helping to stay afloat. Tang Ming asked her not to worry about it. Modern and ancient cultivators differ, as do their upper limits. Since the emergence of wormholes, it is only a matter of time before Earth is invaded. Wormholes are closely connected to their world and have changed the Earth and stars to some extent. In fact, during the most active period of the appearance of wormholes, astronomers made scientific breakthroughs one after another. Feng Yen, having heard the guy's assumptions, realized that perhaps the energy of the planet limits the combat power of humanity, so the strongest people in ancient times were hermits who devoted themselves to cultivation. Tang Ming confirmed the words of the mentor, and then added that in addition, almost all modern cultivators have steel bodies. They can curtail martial arts, but there are very few psychic attacks. Wang Jin, understanding what the guys were thinking about, also began to say that the theory of spirit is very vague and incomprehensible, so few people practice it. Therefore, all techniques associated with this theory are secret. The hero supported the girl's words with his own words. He said that it all depends on the spiritual state of a person. If it meets the requirements, learning will proceed smoothly and naturally. Hua Fengyan listened to the freshman. She was very impressed by the guy's assumptions, because she could not believe that there might be a method of spiritual cultivation that does not correspond to the classical one. But the girl could not understand why this type of exercise was not passed down from generation to generation. Tang Ming did not remain silent for long, so he suggested that perhaps because they are passed on by word of mouth, and not on paper, almost like modern discs, they cannot be used without the appropriate technology. The mentor was impressed by the words of the main character. After all the discussion, Feng Yan began to write it all down on paper. Tang Ming, having done everything he wanted, decided to start leaving. He did not want to interfere with his mentor's research. Closing the door, he looked at his mentor with a serious face and thought about the fact that the body and the soul are the two highest paths that people can touch. After the 9th rank, they represent the integration of both paths. In her previous life, Hua Fengyan accidentally discovered a spiritual technique 10 years later and wrote a breakthrough theory, but this time she will have more time to think. He wanted this theory to come out as soon as possible in order to increase the fighting power of the people. Walking along the corridor, Wang Jin began to tell the guy about spiritual cultivation. She was very curious whether the guy knew this or not. Tang Ming did not make her wait long, so he said that this was just his guess. He has developed spiritual power, so he memorized the spiritual technique after only seeing it once. He thought that there must be some method associated with such practice. Wang Jin, after listening to the guy's answer, decided to convey this news to the family. They will try to help mentor Hua's research. Xiaoying also supported this idea and would therefore also pass on this information to the Fan family. Tang Ming told the girls that in the future they would move in this direction. While Wang Jin was chatting with the guys, suddenly someone appeared behind her. The girl immediately turned back to see who was there. Behind the guys was a certain guy whose name was Muzenxing. He was a third-year student at Hanbei University, who held the position of vice president of the Kabuto Club at the university. According to him, it was clear that he knew the girl even earlier. Wang Jin warily asked him why he came here. As soon as Tang Ming heard his name, he immediately began to remember information about him. Murong Xing was the only son of the Murong family. He was a favorite child, and his father is known as a cultivation genius who led the family to prosperity. Unfortunately, after he died in the wormholes several years ago, Murong Xing lost power in the family. Even as an only son, he was sent to Hanbei, which was mediocre by their standards. While the main character was recalling the information, two more of his friends approached Muzenxing. Wang Jin tensely told him to leave. But he didn't really want to listen to her. According to the girl, it was clear that their families were at enmity, which is why she was so wary of him. Murong Xing leaned over to the girl and whispered that he was surprised that the first-class assassins could not kill her. The girl immediately guessed what was being said, so she decided to ask him if he was the one who sent the killers after her. the guy simply smiled at her. Meanwhile, the main character stood aside from the conflict and silently watched what was happening. Murong-Xing did not want to stay with the guys anymore, so he began to say goodbye to the girl. Before leaving, he walked up to Tang Ming and put his hand on his shoulder. According to his words, which he spoke to the main character, one could understand that he guessed that the girl was not herself when she defeated the killers. Suddenly a girl intervenes between them. She did not want Tang Ming to have a conflict with Murong-Xing, so she asked the ill-wisher to disperse peacefully and forget old grievances. But Sin didn't like it. He started shouting at the girl with rage, without even listening to her. There was suddenly a great silence between them. One of Mujan's friends came closer to him because he thought that the guy was going to fight with them. But Sin did not want to take part in fights with dirty commoners. A friend whose name was Zhao Xiong was a third-year student and a third-rank cultivator, just like Murong-Xing. He was eager for a fight and therefore wanted to beat the main character. Wang Jin, hearing the plans of the scoundrels, began to shout towards Xing, because she did not believe that he would want to start a fight right here. But Sin, grabbing the girl's hand, replied that nothing would happen to him even if everyone knew about it. Suddenly, a strong explosion sounded away from them. Sin, out of misunderstanding, turned to see what happened there. It was his friend who was trampled into the wall by one blow from Tang Ming. The main character, standing with a satisfied face, asked Sin for forgiveness, because he would hit with all his might. The villain immediately realized that the guy was not simple. At that very second, behind him, Zhao began to scream Xiong, who wanted revenge. But Mujan stopped him because he realized that his friend was no match for the main character. Xing, after analyzing, realized that Tang Ming, who possesses such strength, can compete with senior students raised in aristocratic families. With such a genius at his side, his position in the family would increase, so he offered to communicate with him. But Tang Ming was not interested in such a proposal, so he wanted to tease him a little. He was willing to cooperate with him. If Xing is willing to recognize him as his elder brother, he can consider this offer. Mujan didn't like the main character's answer, so he immediately turned around and began to leave. Zhao Xiong wanted to fight further, but Xing did not allow him to see the main character, because he understood that the guy could not be defeated with 2 blows, so he began to think about how to get rid of all the guys. While the scoundrel was leaving, Tang Ming confidently invited him to fight him to the death in a month. Murong-Xing immediately stopped when he heard this. Wang Jin was shocked by the protagonist's proposal, but the guy calmed her down and said that he had a plan. Tang Ming continued to invite Murong-Xing to fight because if the scoundrel made a mistake, he would not interfere with him in the 4th year. Before the alien invasion, he most likely won't have time for it. The villain, looking at the guy, did not believe that the hero could defeat him, because he believed that all first-year students were stupid and therefore underestimated the strength of senior students. Suddenly, Wang Jin and Xiaoying also supported the fight in battle, so they were also willing to fight. After hearing the answers, Tang Ming offered the scoundrel 3 against 3. The loser will never be disturbed by the winner after defeat, because the dead will not be able to disturb anyone. Murong-Xing agreed without thinking because he couldn't back down and risk the family's reputation. He understood that the arena was protected by special agreements between cultivators. The alliance was not responsible for their deaths, so he wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of the guys. Leaving the heroes, he wished the guy not to regret it. Wang Jin scolded the guy for being so impulsive. She understood that Murong-Xing wanted to deal with her, not him, so she didn't want to let him attack the guy. But the main character was completely confident in his abilities. Tang Ming told Xiaoying that she is almost as strong, so next week he will start preparing them. He needs to prepare as soon as possible to accumulate internal energy. But before that, the girl decided to ask Tang Ming what his strength was, because her grandfather told her that even a second-rank cultivator could not withstand her blow. The guy did not tell the truth, so he began to evade answers, saying that he had not yet gone to the tests for the alliance, so he did not know. But it should be able to compete with third class. He was going to go to the exchange office and exchange points for combat points, so as not to go himself. He also invited the girls to go with him. They immediately replied that they were with him. The events are transferred to the exchange office, where the guys are met by the manager of the university's goods exchange office. The guys stood in front of the old man and wanted to show him balance. Analyzing the profile of the main character, the old man realized that it was not a fake. Due to the large number of points, he thought that the guy was from a rich family, so he believed that this was not fair compared to ordinary fair students. After checking Tang Ming's balance, the old man began to tell what techniques were available to the guy. Those that were not available were only for senior students. While the main character was choosing a technique, the old man decided to offer him to buy a skill. Although it was more expensive, it was more effective. But this was of little interest to the guy, because he wanted to lay the foundation first, and for this he needed equipment. Remembering his past life, he understood that the aliens were not attacking yet, so now his skills were enough for him. Having acquired new skills, the guy needed to change his entire preparation, and before the fight he had no need for this, so the skills from his past life were enough for him. Having chosen the techniques, he showed which ones he needed. In this life, as an ordinary student, he can only practice martial arts of the lowest level. Using celestial level techniques would attract too much attention. The old man, looking at the guy's chosen techniques, could not understand why he did what he did, so he began to tell the guy that his choice was stupid, because instead of studying one direction, he chose a little of everything. But Tang Ming understood his choice and therefore reassured the old man that it was necessary for him, and he understood what he was doing. The old man didn't really believe the guy, so he continued talking in the hope that he would change his choice. Tang Ming understood that he could not convince the old man, so he decided to show him something, namely the flame tiger. The old man, seeing the tiger claw technique, realized that the guy had brought it to the true level. The main character, continuing to tell the old man that he was able to master this technique in 2 months, amazed the master with his achievement, because it was almost impossible for a freshman to bring such a technique to perfection in such a short time. The master told the children that the mastery of martial techniques is divided into 4 stages: ordinary, lower, higher, and true. A guy's tiger claw can be comparable to someone who has practiced it for 10 years. Afterwards, the old man told the main character that he would show him one military technique. If he can learn it at least 40%, he will consider him a gifted person and therefore will not stop him in the future, and will also allow him to take out techniques on credit. Having said everything he wanted, the old man began to show him the secret technique. This technique was called intercepted palm, and was considered superior to the yellow stage. Capable of causing a stream of air from the hands, and even creating an air wedge. Behind Tang Ming stood Xiaoying, who was very surprised by this technique. After the old man concentrated his power, he directed it at the wall that was opposite him. The air force collided with the wall, creating a large hole in it. Xiaoying looked at this result, and was shocked that this technique was just a yellow stage. As soon as the old man finished demonstrating his technique, he immediately approached the main character and asked whether he had learned it or not. Tang Ming didn't wait long to answer, so he immediately demonstrated this technique. The old man was delighted with what he saw, so he wanted to teach the main character even more. The guy listened to the praise and was surprised that the suppression this man used was stronger than Shui's. Shania. He didn't even know who the old man really was. Hanbei University's training hall. 2 girls were training, fighting against each other. Suddenly Xiaoying begins to attack Wang Jin, but she successfully manages to defend herself from the blow with her sword. She looked at her sword and realized that it was an earthquake technique. At the same moment, when the girl was drawn to the sword, Xiaoying shouted at her that she could repeat the attack again. Swinging, she hit the sword, using a spiral technique and thereby knocking her sword out of Wang Jin's hands. Xiaoying was pleased that she had completely mastered the spiral technique and the earthquake technique, Now the masters would not be able to stop her. Wang Jin responded by telling her that her strength had increased greatly, which is why she quickly began to be proud of herself. This needed to be changed, so the girl reminded her friend about her sword technique. Immediately after these words, Xiaoying was covered in cuts. She immediately began to cover herself, because her clothes were almost all torn. Wang Jin approached the girl and brought her a towel. She told her to let Xiaoying remember this lesson for herself. In a real battle, it's not just the t-shirt that might get damaged. After the words were spoken, Wang Jin wondered whether things were going smoothly for Tang Ming. Meanwhile, events moved to a quiet place outside the university, where the main character was meditating on the edge of a cliff. After finishing his exercise, he was covered in sweat. He was thinking about the martial techniques that from his past life could not be used. All three techniques were cultivated to the true stage. His base had already been promoted to a rank 2 cultivation. He decided to leave early because he had a fight in the ring tomorrow, so he wanted to go to bed so as not to be late. Behind the guy there were strong impact marks in the rock. Events are transferred the next day to the ring, where all the university students have gathered. They really wanted to watch this fight, but they were still worried that the freshman would fight the vice president himself. While Tang Ming and Wang Jin were sitting on the bench and discussing something, someone was looking at them. This was Murong Yuan. He was a rank 7 cultivator and Murong Xing's uncle. They discussed how to get rid of the main character and his girlfriend. He warned his nephew that it was he who was responsible for him, so everything that he had in mind had to be told to his uncle. Before the fight, Tang Ming began to warm up his fat neighbor, who was trying to relieve tension from the main character. His massage technique is a family secret technique. Its value is that of a celestial level technique, but no one believed him. With a joyful face, he continued to encourage the main character that all the freshmen were on his side, and he also booked everyone a table in the restaurant after his victory. The other guys did not continue to listen to him, so they began to pull him away from Tang Ming so that he could focus on the upcoming battle. Xiaoying was watching all this, who was jealous of the guy for the fat man, because the hero's neighbor was talented, while she did nothing. She believed that her position as number 1 sister was in danger. Hua Fengyan moved closer to Tang Ming and expressed her concern for him, so she tried to convince him not to fight. But it is clear that these words could not influence the protagonist's decision in any way, so he simply told her that he was really looking forward to her breakthrough theory. Directing your gaze forward, he saw Murong Yuan in the distance in front of him, who was also looking at him intently. Wang Jin quietly approached Tang Ming to tell him more about Murong Xing's uncle. She whispered that Murong Yuan was one of the class family heads before he was 30 years old, shocking the entire cultivator community. After that, he was stuck in the 7th grade for 10 years and was unable to break into the 8th grade. There were rumors that he would break through within these 2 lei, but she didn't know if it was true. The girl decided to sit down, and then began to tell him that since he was already involved in all this, she would tell him something else. It was no secret, students from different families know it, they just don't spread it. The Murong family and the Wang family started quarreling about 10 years ago. Before then everything was fine. 10 years ago, the wormhole on Hanbei's side was turbulent. The Wang family and the Murong family were ordered to lead the group to shut it down. She didn't know what happened, but both families were almost destroyed. Before dying, Murong Xing's father shouted out her uncle's name. Therefore, the Murong family felt that the Wang family had set them up and demanded punishment for their uncle. The girl did not know why the Mujan family considered them guilty, just because of the name given. Tang Ming began to remember information from a past life, where at the end of the previous life, the territory guarded by the Murong family was continually captured, the masters died, but no one saw their corpses. He understood that the Muzan family was not easy, so he decided to collect more information about it. The resistance army seemed strong, but in reality it was riddled with vice. The guy wanted to find out how many more traitors were hidden, otherwise the army would be vulnerable and quickly fall. At that moment, Yushan appeared in the ring, announcing to everyone the rules and warning of the alliance. He also announced the first battle in which Fang Xiaoying will fight against Zhao Saiyuna. Xiaoying was very happy when she heard her name, because she really wanted to fight first to show her strength. She was approached by Yushan, who warned her to be more careful with the fat man, because his strength was considered the best in the yellow stage. Tang Ning thanked the mentors for their concern. Yushan couldn't understand why the guys were so calm, because their opponents were third rank, and they weren't worried at all. The guy didn't say anything, so he just smiled. At this moment, Xiaoying was already standing in front of the big man. From the stand you could hear that no one believed in the girl's victory, so everyone hoped that the senior student will feel sorry for her. The big man was not going to feel sorry for the girl, because if he won, it would mean that he would be accepted into the Muzan family, so he is ready to try his best to win. Xiaoying did not say anything in response, she simply began to concentrate the power in her hand to strike first. As soon as the start of the battle was announced, the girl immediately began to attack her opponent. Judging by the emotions of the stands, one could understand that many were surprised by the girl's strength, because she visited couples only a few times. Xiaoying was angry with Zhao Saiyuna because he looked down on her. She did not wait for a retaliatory attack, so she immediately began to close the distance between the big man in order to deliver another blow. Colliding with my fist against his hand, she stepped back. After which she again began to quickly strike at Zhao Xiongwu. Yushan, while watching the battle, noticed that Fan Xiaoying's technique was very strong. According to his guess, she was putting in a lot of energy. It was the level of a second-class cultivator. But Zhao, it was still easy for Shun to parry her blows, which meant that if he started fighting with full force, she would be in trouble. Zhao Xiong laughed at the girl. He tried to hurt her with this. But Xiaoying didn't care about him. She was confident in her victory, so she didn't try to talk to him. Because of this, the senior student became even angrier. The silhouette of a red bear appeared around his body, which meant that he was in earnest to attack the freshman. These were yellow stage martial arts, the Hand of Xiong technique bow. The internal chi temporarily increases the destructive power of the palm. With furious emotions, he hit the concrete of the ring, which began to crumble under the feet of the heroes. After seeing the senior student's furious blow, everyone stopped believing in the girl. Wang Jin, talking with the main character, understood that his trump card, which he taught the girl, was not useful, so Xiaoying had only hope for her only blow. The only thing Tang Ming hoped for was that the girl would not underestimate her opponent. Meanwhile, Xiaoying was jumping all over the market to further confuse her opponent. Zhao very angry. Xiong, so this time he hit the floor with both fists. The girl's body began to shake. She was a little scared by this outcome. But after a second, she began to smile at her opponent, because all her excitement was just her joke. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Xiaoying delivered her main blow to the senior student, hitting him on the palm. After that she stepped back. With joy on her face, she was delighted with her opponent, because he was strong, even her hand was numb. Zhao Xiong looked at his opponent, and realized that she was truly a worthy heir to the Fang family. Her second class could harm him. But suddenly he smiled insidiously, because this small blow did not harm him. This behavior of the guy angered the girl, and therefore she began to attack him faster and more with her blows. Suddenly her dress was torn. She stopped attacking Shun, but was still very angry with him. That's why I activated the new technique. The senior student was shocked that such a momentum from the blow grew so much in an instant. They clashed their fists with each other, which caused a large surge of energy around them that began to destroy everything. Zhao Xiong was shocked that he did not understand what was wrong with his breathing. He couldn't do anything. His heart began to ache and pulsate in an instant, because of which he fell to his knees and could not move in any way. But besides all this, the girl had one more trick. She didn't linger, so she immediately hit the senior student with both fists. It was a fatal blow for the guy. due to the strong blow, he flew several meters back from the girl. After that, she relaxed and did not expect anything from her opponent. But Tang Ming shouted at her to be careful. Suddenly Zhao appeared behind Xiao Yingxiong, who was very furious with her. Turning around, the girl fell into despair from what she saw. The big man's speed was much faster than her, so she would not have been able to dodge or defend against this attack in any way. Reacting quickly, Tang Ming shouted that they were surrendering. And immediately after this, a mentor appeared between the girl and the senior student, who protected the girl from the evil rage of the enemy. The mentor announced the winner Zhao Xiong, and then immediately the battle ended. The stands did not like that the senior student acted so meanly, so they shouted that he did not deserve to win. Muzen Sina's uncle ordered his nephew to have Song Lu and Wang Jin fight in the next battle. After the fight ended, Xiaoying went to the guys who were cheering her on. She came closer to the main character and hugged him with tears in her eyes. She was very upset by this outcome of the battle. While the girl was crying and hugging the guy, Wang Jin stood aside from the guys, who was jealous of the hero for her friend. Suddenly, a fat neighbor shouted from the crowd, shouting throughout the entire square about how the main character was cool because he had 2 girls at once. The guys were shocked by these words. Because of the words she had heard earlier, Wang Jin began to look at Tang Ming very closely. He felt this look, so he wanted to scold Xiao Fei for his statements. Meanwhile, the second match between Wang Jin and Song Lu began. Wang Jin's opponent was Song Lu. She was a second-year student and a rank 2 cultivator. From her words, it could be understood that they were both proficient in sword techniques, so their style was somewhat similar. But Jin did not listen to her rival because she was in a bad mood. The girl wanted to finish the fight as quickly as possible, so she immediately began to use the technique. She instantly directed many windy blades at Song Lu, which moved at high speed towards her rival. Watching the duel, Muro Muan understood that the sword of the Wang family, his qi was equal to the internal qi of Wang Jin, who had already become a second-class cultivator. With her talent, she would become a threat to the Mujan family in a few years, so he didn't want to just leave it like that. Song Lu repelled the blade attacks. She began to attack back, using her technique. But this did not bother Wang Jin. The girl easily stepped back from the senior student. Song Lu's hand was shaking a little at this time. She understood that the sword energy was great, but she had a higher cultivation level than Wang Jin, so she wanted to put in as much effort as possible to repel her attacks. After a brief pause, Wang Jin asked if they were continuing. After hearing the words, Song Lu shouted to the heroine to hit with all her might and not spare her. The sophomore understood that children of wealthy families were not lacking in advanced martial arts. She had been training with the sword for over 10 years, but still had no idea about advanced sword techniques. She immediately took a fighting stance in anticipation of Wang Jin's attack. At the same moment, Wang Jin was preparing for the next attack. The girl simultaneously told her rival that the Wang family's sword technique contained hundreds of martial arts. She only learned 2 or 3. After becoming a cultivator, she has difficulty using her combat skills. But she was a master of the sword, and now she will demonstrate this to her rival. In a moment disappeared. She appeared above Song Lu. After which she immediately began to swing her sword, which was shrouded in a green glow. But the second-year student did not retreat. She instantly gathered herself and began to use her technique against the Jing technique. Suddenly, after a collision between 2 girls, the entire area was enveloped in smoke and lightning, due to which nothing was visible. No one understood who won the fight. Mentor Yushan, watching the duel, noticed that Song Lu's sword technique and Wang Jin's sword technique were all yellow stage martial arts. They could be used together. Their strength was close to the earth stage. They could withstand the 3rd class. After a few seconds, the smoke began to clear, and after that everyone saw the winner. It was Wang Jin who stood in front of the seated Song Lu, who could not even stand on her own 2 feet. The sophomore was dejected over her loss. While Wang Jin was leaving the ring, everyone was loudly discussing her due to the fact that she had excellent sword technique. At that time, one of the employees came up to Song Lu and covered her with a cloak because all the girl's clothes were cut. When the sophomore left, she smiled a little. Most likely it was due to the fact that she was following some kind of plan. Arriving at the guise, Xiaoying was shocked that Wang Jin was so strong. She began to be afraid that Jin would kill her, so she hugged the main character. But Wang Jin didn't think about it at all. What worried her most was that Murong Xing was very strong, so she warned the guy to be careful with him. Tang Ming smiled at the girl with a confident face and told her not to worry about him. After that, he began to move into the ring. Where Muzen Xing had already met him, he still invited the guy to join his Muzen house, and then the hero would not need cultivation resources. But Tang Ming did not want to answer this proposal, so he immediately said that he would only fight to the death. Murong Xing began to mock this. He tried to lure the main character to his side before it was too late. However, Tang Ming only hoped that Xing was as good with his fists as he was with his words. Because of these actions, the scoundrel began to get angry, because the main character refused the offer of the Muzen family and was ready to fight to the death. Yu Shan appeared between them, and with a wave of his hand, he announced the start of the third fight. Murong Xing didn't wait for anything, so he immediately began to activate the earth-level techniques of the Murong family. He felt sorry for Tang Ming because he did not believe that the guy would be able to withstand this. Seeing his opponent's actions, Tang Ming immediately took a fighting pose. He knew that this was the Muzen family's Moon Aura technique. It was the vanguard of earth-level techniques. This technique could not only forcibly absorb energy, but also release toxins that could manipulate the enemy's body. The only weakness was that prolonged use would corrode the body with spiritual poison, causing irreversible damage to the foundation of cultivation. For the past 2 years, the ancestors of the Murong family have claimed that they have corrected this shortcoming, which is why they rose to 3rd place in the ranking of 13 martial arts schools, right after the Wang family. At this time, Murong Xing began to swing his hand, which was covered with a black aura. Having thrown this acid at the main character, he managed to jump away from danger. In the place where Tang Ming previously stood, a hole from acid appeared. All because now corrosion was higher than that of a strong acid. This was a spiritual poison, even the strongest cultivators avoided it. At the same moment, Murong Xing continued to attack the main character with his acid. He laughed at the guy because he understood that he had become practically invulnerable after receiving the title of cultivator. But not in front of spiritual poison. The higher the cultivator class, the greater the danger. Tang Ming dodged all the attacks in his direction, because if even a drop fell on him, and he did not immediately remove the poison, it would spread throughout his entire body along with the circulation of internal qi, and by then only God would be able to save him. Yu Shan thought about the danger of spiritual poison. He understood that it was very dangerous, even he did not dare to use it thoughtlessly. But he was encouraged by the fact that the main character had a solid foundation of skills. If Murong Xing's internal energy is used up, everything will be fine. Otherwise, he will have to intervene. Only he was afraid that this Murong Yuan would try to stop him. He would deliberately hold him back, interfere with him, and then he would not be able to help Tang Ming in any way. The main character at this moment continued to evade the vice president's attacks. Murong Xing became more and more insidious, and therefore he attacked faster and more in order to quickly deal with the guy. Tang Ming didn't try to run away from the scoundrel all the time, so he made his way through the acid to reduce the distance with the senior student as much as possible. Yu Shan, watching this, was very pleased with the guy, because he used the powers of the yellow stage to dodge the techniques of the earth stage. At that same second, Murong Xing was a little excited, so he tried to attack the hero in front, thereby preventing him from avoiding his blow. His acid was blasted away from all sides by Tang Ming, thereby reducing the risk of retreating from his attack. Because of this turn of events, everyone began to worry about the main character, because no one could understand how they could escape from this. But Tang Ming was not worried at all. He demonstrated 10 threads of internal energy that surrounded the main character with a bright golden glow. Because of this, everyone was shocked that this meant that the guy was second rank. He knelt down. And he activated a storm spiral, which, with its wind flow, protected the guy from acid. She created a windy dome around the guy, which prevented the acid from hitting his body. Xiaoying was delighted with this technique, so she immediately began to ask him to teach it to her too. After the repelled attack, Tang Ming asked Murong Xing if there would be any other technique. But in response, he was simply angry with the guy, because he did not expect such an outcome of events. The scoundrel began to get more and more angry at the main character. Suddenly his uncle turned to him from the side, who warned him not to dare to lose, because if he loses, he will disgrace the whole family. After hearing the instructions, he began to smile evilly, because he had not used this technique before. By activating this technique, his entire body began to be covered in a green glow, which gave him strength. Having completed the procedure, he tried to attack the main character with a huge hand created from acid, which was supposed to grab the guy, but he safely dodged the attack. But suddenly one drop of acid falls on the hero. Tang Ming immediately reacted and took off his jacket that had a drop on it. As soon as he threw his jacket back, a splash of acid occurred behind him, which grew tenfold, covering most of the ring. Murong Xing told the guy with angry remarks about how dangerous spiritual poison was. He also heard that Ming had created his own power techniques, but unfortunately, upon touching his hand, it would completely dissolve. The main character simply stood and looked warily at his opponent, because he understood that a mistake could not be made. Tang Ming's girls asked Yushan to stop the fighting, because they all understood that this was more than a simple battle. The mentor would have gladly stopped it, but he could not, because the live broadcast of the battle was controlled by the Cultivator Alliance. He could not interfere until the winner was determined. Yushan turned to Murong Yuan and asked him why it was necessary to bring it to this, but he simply replied that it was a battle to the death, so he asked the mentor not to forget about it. At the same moment, Tang Ming analyzed the technique he was fighting against. He realized that the second purification was truly dangerous, so he had no way out. He activated the earthquake technique, and immediately after that, stones appeared around him and hung in the air. The hero did not wait long, so he immediately began kicking these stones at the enemy. He moved with great speed from one place to another in order to avoid the acid from entering his body. Murong Xing sent many acid hands towards the hero, which were supposed to repel all the guy's attacks, and then attack him himself. Tang Ming used stones to defend himself from all the attacks of the scoundrel. The stone acted as an intermediary between the human body and energy, which requires direct contact for action. Murong Xing was completely confident in his victory, so he continued to attack the protagonist with a large number of tentacles. But Tang Ming fought off all the attacks, so in the stands watching this fight, they began to believe more and more that the guy would defeat the aristocrat. After repelling the last attack, the main character focused lightning in his fist. And then he hit the stone, creating a large burst of energy that was directed towards the bastard. Murong Xing was shocked by the strength of the protagonist. But then the insidious face began to shout out that he had been waiting for this moment. Immediately after this, acid tentacles appeared from under the concrete and completely surrounded the main character, destroying all hopes for the guy's victory. It was the black cage of death, the most familiar technique that Sin used to trap an enemy and gradually dissolve them, starting from the toes to the calves, thighs, torso, arms, and then the head, until the enemy turned into a puddle of blood. He suggested that the main character should kneel down and beg him for mercy, and then maybe he would kill him faster. But Tang Ming did not panic at all in this situation. On the contrary, he was very calm. He wondered what would happen if a cultivator's spirit was damaged. Murong Xing couldn't understand what he meant. Therefore, the joyful Tang Ming began to smile because Murong Xing was too arrogant, and therefore he did not foresee that the hero would master the spirit technique. From seeing the hero's emotions, Murong Xing immediately tried to kill the guy. But he managed to activate Lin, because of which the villain was immobilized. After that, he immediately began to close the distance between them. Murong Yuan was shocked at Tang Ming's abilities at that moment because this technique was of 9 mantras. This secret technique was kept secret at the Imperial Military Academy, so he did not understand how the guy knew it. Meanwhile, the main character had already reached the scoundrel. He hit his body with all his might. Murong Xing immediately fell to his knees because he couldn't help himself. And Tang Ming stood in front of him and said how weak the aristocrat was. If Xing continued, he would not last even 3 minutes. Xing was furious at these words. He threatened him and Jin that until the end of their days they would be pursued by the killers of the Murin family, who would hunt for them. Due to his intense rage, he forgot that the entire university was watching him and therefore he continued to threaten the main character. Yushan addressed him, who reminded him of the presence of other people. At the same moment, in order to stop Muzenxing, his uncle turned to the mentor, who tried to stop him so that he would not say anything to his nephew. But in truth, he didn't care about his mentor, he was more worried about the main character, because he understood that in the future he could become a big problem for the Mujan family. While the elders were talking to each other, in the ring at that moment Tang Ming sat down next to Murong Xing, and then said that as long as Xing was alive, he and Jin would not be able to live in peace. The bastard with an insidious face looked at the main character, because he did not believe that Tang Ming could kill him, because he was an aristocrat, and he was a commoner. But Tang Ming was not upset. On the contrary, he approached Murong Xing to tell him about his family's secret plans. From his previous life, he knew that the Mujan family worked with aliens. Because of the unexpected words he heard, Murong Xing was shocked because he didn't understand how Ming knew about this. The bastard tried to convince the guy that he didn't know what was being said. The main character, looking at his opponent, pondered why the Mujan family worked with aliens. He understood that there were many rank 9 cultivators in the Murong family, and this was not so easy to achieve. With such conclusions, it was not difficult for him to understand that the Mujan family worked with aliens. At the same moment, while the main character was thinking, Sin turned to him, who was shaking all over from the hero's recently heard words. He offered Tang Ming a deal. If he tells who told him about such gossip, then he will not touch Wang Jin and him in the future. Observing his nephew's behavior, Murong Yuan could not understand why Xing was so worried. Suddenly, Tang Ming grabbed the scoundrel's shoulder and, with a menacing look, asked the scoundrel if he was afraid to die. As soon as Murong Yuan heard these threats, he immediately began to threaten the main character. And the mentor tried to dissuade the guy from doing this. But Murong Xing understood that Tang Ming was not joking, but still he tried to show himself confident that he would not be touched, because deep down he believed that they could not harm him due to the fact that he was an aristocrat. After this, the main character moved even closer to him to say his last words to the scoundrel. Tang Ming understood that after revealing the secrets, he could not leave him alive, because if he did, then he would definitely not live. At the same time, while the guys were finishing their last words among themselves, Yushan and Murong Yuan rushed towards them to stop them. Realizing that he had less and less time left, he immediately began to eliminate his enemy. Murong Yuan, seeing the death of his nephew, wanted to immediately kill the main character. He furiously began to attack the hero. Yushan appears in front of him, who was already ready to fight against him. The mentor immediately began to repel the aristocrat's attacks, because he understood that if he let him through to Tang Ming, it would turn out very badly for everyone. While protecting the freshman, Yushan tried to convey the truth to Murong Yuan, because they were standing in the ring of death, where death in battle was acceptable. The mentor tried to intimidate the aristocrat by not following the rules of the Cultivator Alliance, which meant that he would go against the entire alliance. Realizing this, Murong Yuan became even more angry and emitted terrible energy around him, which blew up part of the dome that covered the ring. The aristocrat, completely furious, looked at the main character and threatened him. He told the guy to stay in Hanbei for the rest of his life, otherwise he would die by simply leaving the university. But Tang Ming was not frightened by this at all. On the contrary, he decided to give a nervous speech to the aristocrats so that he would become even more angry. But still, he understood that even if the Murong family did not try to harm him, they would try to harm Wang Jin in order to somehow quench their rage at least a little. Because of the words he heard, Murong Yuan was very angry. All that stopped him at the moment was that he was holding the body of his nephew. After that, he immediately began to leave through the hole made in the dome at the top. But in addition he swore that he would kill the main character no matter what the cost. Yushan, making sure that everything was over, finally sighed. He advised the main character that he should stay at the university as long as possible, because while he was here, no one could touch him, because he was under the protection of his mentors. A few seconds later, Tang Ming's girlfriends also came to see him and were worried about him. Wang Jin with a sad face thought that it was all because of her and therefore she was also ready to protect the guy at any cost. Xiaoying also turned to the main character, who said that her brother's problems and her problems, so she was ready to tell her grandfather so that he could protect the guy from Murong Yuan. From hearing the words, Yushan was very glad that the main character had such brave girlfriends. Slapping him on the shoulder, girls stood to the side of them, embarrassed by their mentor's words. After the discussion, the rubble around the guys began to be cleared away, while they themselves stood in a group and discussed something. The boy's mentor was forgiven by them for the fact that her cultivation skills were too weak. But they asked her not to apologize, because she was a genius and she didn't have to fight the villains at all. Wang Jin, in turn, with exciting emotions told the main character that he should not have killed Murenxing, because this would cause him many problems. However, Tang Ming was not upset at all. He told the girl with a smile on his face that Murongxing was going to kill them anyway, so this time he himself quarreled with the Murong family. And they would never attack her again as long as he lived. After such romantic words, the girl leaned over because she didn't want the guy to see that she was blushing. She instantly realized that all the hero's actions were only for her sake. Wang Jin, after thinking about everything, decided to tell the guy something. She looked at him and said that she would be waiting for him tonight on the shore of Lake Hanbei in the forest. Immediately after this, the events are transferred to the evening. Tang Ming, as he is about to leave the room, suddenly hears someone speaking to him, and because of this, he begins to shake all over. He could not understand how they could detect him, because he was using an incorporeal technique of the earthly stage. Turning back, he saw only his sleeping roommates. The fat man, lying on the bed, addressed the main character in a dream, thereby frightening the guy. After Tang Ming arrived in the forest, he saw Wang Jin standing under one of the trees. As you approached her, you could fully see how beautiful she was. Wang Jin stood in a formal dress because she wanted to look beautiful in front of the guy. From such beauty, Tang Ming could not say anything. He simply stood in front of the girl with a completely red face. Wang Jin did not waste time, so she immediately grabbed his hand and excitedly began to tell him that since childhood everyone had called her a genius, and at school for the first time she felt ordinary because of one person. Since then, he settled in her heart. With these words, she tried to convey to the guy that she was talking about him. The girl continued to tell him that the Mujan family was very powerful. They rarely care about little things like going to school, but they would definitely take care of hiring an assassin. Only aristocrats can fight against aristocrats. While she and Xiaoying can ask the families for help, it is very difficult for an ordinary person to do so. Therefore, we have to use trump cards. After that, she immediately hugged Tang Ming and invited him to become a couple. This way, he would have the opportunity to become the heir of the Wang family. Based on the principles of protecting the family, the Wang family would not be able to simply ignore such a situation. But Tang Ming was very worried about something, so he decided to ask the girl about her conclusion of a marriage contract with the heir of another family. The girl began to worry even more after hearing the guy's words. She tried to explain to him that her family made this decision without her knowledge. It was not her choice, she said with a red face that in her heart there was only Tang Ning, only him. The main character didn't care about her family's decision. He only cared about Wang Jin and her real thoughts. The girl with a sweet expression asked him if he didn't know her thoughts. Suddenly Tang Ning hugs her tighter, thereby pressing her closer to him. Looking into her eyes, he was very interested in whether she would turn away from him. To which she began to press closer to him to kiss him. It didn't matter to her whether it was the condemnation of her family or other women, she swore that she would devote herself entirely only to him. After that, their lips connected and they finally kissed. They sat on the grass under a tree and pressed each other tighter so that their kiss would last as long as possible. Morning has come. The guys still lay under the tree and looked at each other with loving glances. Tang Ming, breaking the silence, began to tell the girl that they should not have revealed their relationship, because he had his own way of dealing with the Murong family. It wasn't his style to rely on a girl. The girl believed him, but she didn't want him to face difficulties alone, so she wanted to be close to him so that nothing would stop them from being together. After a romantic conversation, they kissed again. Events moved to the Muzzin family company in Beijing. Security guards stood next to the doors behind which there was an important meeting. Murong Yuan stood in front of a table at which sat an unfamiliar character who did not want to punish the main character until the head of the family arrived. Because of this, the uncle was unhappy that the hero could live in peace. But his emotional behavior was not tolerated. Muzzin Hung was Yuan's younger brother, but he still told him to shut up because the decision could only be made by their elder brother, who was sitting at the table. However, this did not help, but rather aggravated the situation. Yuan was annoyed that Murong Tian, his elder brother, and he himself respected, but still he condemned his elder brother because he was simply sitting in the wrong place. If the second brother had not fallen into the wormhole, the position of head of the family would not have been his. Mugun Tian didn't try to show his emotions, so he just sat at the table and also sat in Murong Xing's death. Yuan didn't care about his elder brother's words because he loved his nephew very much and therefore wanted his killer dead. He also did not understand how the second brother could die in the wormhole, because he was very strong, so Yuan believed that he was alive and was somewhere on the other side. After these words Muzzin Tian could no longer hold back. He hit the table with furious emotions, thereby trying to shut up his younger brother. But this did not frighten Yuan. On the contrary, he took a fighting stance and was ready to fight against his brother. Tian did not tolerate this, so he immediately extended his hand forward towards Yuan, thus immobilizing him. Murong Yuan understood that they wanted to remove him because he was a witness. But Tian was ready to spare him if he stopped reproaching him with his assumptions and bad thoughts. After the violent emotions subsided, the elder brother immediately released Yuan. Afterwards he sat down at the table and said that the enemies of Little Sin would be reported, naturally, but not now. He understood that it was impossible to disturb the head at such a critical moment. It was absolutely not the time. But Murong Yuan was not going to listen to the family's orders, so he wanted to avenge Little Xing himself. When the senior left the office, he was allowed to do what he wanted. The main thing was that he did not involve his family in this. The brothers watched as their middle brother left them. They discussed that Tang Ming was only Murong Yuan's problem and therefore Tian did not think it was right to interfere here. He was ready to intervene in this conflict only if something went wrong. The elder brother was afraid that the aliens were up to something, so he ordered all his subordinates to be on alert. In addition, he ordered that data from drug experiments and data on human anatomy requested by the aliens be withheld for as long as possible. The fourth brother did not mind his elder brother, but there was one more thing. He received news that China was planning to select a few cultivators and focus on their development in order to minimize our family's influence in the cultivator society. Mugun Tian didn't want to interfere with the government, so they had to support her and face the consequences. He ordered to find someone and inform Jing Er that he had a good opportunity to become famous. With a serious look, he thought about the fact that China was eager to cultivate genius cultivators outside of influential families, but he could not imagine what they were like without secret knowledge. After this, events moved to the training ground of Hanbei University, where the guys stood opposite each other on the site. The protagonist's neighbors could not fully understand what was happening here. The fat man next door asked Tang Ming if he really wanted the three of them to attack him. But the hero asked not to tell him nonsense. Immediately after this, the guys took a fighting stance and were ready to attack with a fighting spirit. Tang Ming looked at Xiao Xing and said that he would tear off his tongue for his jokes. Suddenly, his roommates all started attacking him at the same time. The guys were closing the distance between each other with every second, thereby getting closer to each other. One of the guys tried to attack the main character from above. However, this was not successful. Tang Ming easily stopped his attack with one hand. After that, he immediately dodged the second attack, which they tried to attack him with from the side. Tang Ming, watching everyone, immediately realized that this was a false attack. The main attack was supposed to come from Xiao Xing, who was trying to quietly sneak up on the guy. The fat man with the joyful face was sure that the main character would not be able to repel his attack, because he was busy with others. But suddenly, Tang Ming still dodges the fat man's attack, thereby surprising all his neighbors with his capabilities. Tang Ming did not feel sorry for his neighbor, so he immediately swung his foot at him because he was talking too much empty chatter. With one blow, he sent Xiao Xing crashing into his neighbor, defeating both of them at once. The boys flew next to the girls, who were not at all surprised by this outcome of events. Wang Jin was serious and therefore directly said that their teamwork was very weak, but Xiaoying did not care about this. She imagined how the guys fell after her second blow. Meanwhile, only one opponent remained against the main character, who was as alert as possible to his actions. He did not wait for the hero to attack, so he decided to attack first, thereby activating the internal chi, which was used as fuel for explosive power for the main character. This was quite interesting. The guy immediately made a dash and tried to attack Tang Ming, but he was able to safely dodge this attack. After that, he did not lose heart, but rather tried to attack a second time, sweeping away everything in his path with his staff, but the hero still dodged the attacks. When suddenly he grabs his neighbor's staff, thereby immobilizing him. Pulling the guy towards him, Tang Ming tried to hit him in the chest, but he was still able to defend himself from this blow. Having blocked the blow, he still could not resist the hero's strength, so he almost immediately flew into the nearest wall. And at this moment one of the guys was back in action. He stood in a fighting stance and gathered strength. The guy was covered in fiery energy. He began to swing his sword in front of him. Watching the guy's actions, Wang Jin was very surprised due to the fact that he borrowed techniques from Mentor Yushan using the cutting energy of the sword. Tang Ming, expecting the enemy's attack, raised his hand, which was covered in blue flames. He looked at his opponent with a satisfied face because he also learned this technique secretly. Swinging his hand, their fiery energies collided with each other. Due to the collision, the energy began to destroy everything around, thereby hindering the guy. He was shocked by the hero's actions because he could not expect that he would be able to neutralize him with the chi sword. The guys were very impressed by Tang Ming's strength, because he fought against the three of them with one hand and still his strength exceeded them combined. Tang Ming looked aside at his neighbors and realized that one was brave, the other persistent. One was not afraid not to fight, the other overcame fear. He understood that they could become a great team in the future. Turning back to the fat man, he realized that he was a quitter. The hero asked him to get up or he would throw an air knife at him. After these words, Xiao Xing immediately stood up. As soon as the fat man got to his feet, he decided to ask why the hero didn't go have fun with him then. But Tang Ming didn't want to say anything, he just looked at Wang Jin with a slightly embarrassed face. Yushan came to the guys, who with a smile on his face was interested in what they were doing here. He asked to pause for a moment to introduce Tang Ming to someone. It was an unfamiliar guy who greeted the main character with a smile on his face. His name was Yi Qingping. He was a fourth-year student and also the former chairman of the Cultivator Association, a fourth-rank cultivator. He was Yu's student Shania. Currently, he has the highest level among the students of Hanbei. He can defeat even a simple fourth-grade cultivator. He Yan and Zhao Lian respected Yu very much Shan as a mentor, so they should know about him. So far, they had never had the opportunity to meet Qingping. Tang Ming looked at Qingping and recalled events with him from his past life. Then his father was killed at the front. There was complete chaos there, and he, risking his life, continued to fight in his father's place. The situation was stabilized in less than half a month. In the final battle with the aliens, Qingping helped him a lot as the commander-in-chief. He didn't expect to meet him here so soon. Qingping immediately started telling the guys that he saw their fight. It was wonderful. However, their arms and legs do not move well enough. By blocking with his hands, he limits his cultivation to the second grade. Yu Shan was a little worried, but Qingping reassured him that it was just a small sparring match. Moreover, he asked that his blocking be maintained, otherwise it might injure him. Tang Ming was very curious about what the two of them were up to. He was ready to start first. Therefore, he immediately began to wave his hand, with the help of which he created air blades. Having created the plural, he directed it at the senior student. One of the guys who was just watching was shocked that the hero was able to create dozens of swords in a few seconds. He realized that his strength was much greater than theirs combined. Champan, preparing for defense, said that the energy was dissipating, so one blow was enough to defeat the opponent. Swinging his hand to repel the attack, a certain spirit appeared behind him. But still, this did not scare Tang Ming. The hands of the spirit, who was behind Champing, deflected all dozens of the protagonist's swords at once. Xiaoying was shocked by such a technique, so Wang Jin began to explain to her that it was the 8 arms of Tao technique, an earthly level, not inferior in power to the highest level, but not particularly popular. Tang Ming was also a little wary of this technique. He understood that the power of the 8 arms of the Tao grew with each increase in cultivation class, so at the 9th rank, a whole spirit body appeared that could shake rivers and mountains. But Changpen was on the contrary cheerful. He warned the hero that they were finally starting. He immediately began to attack the main character, thereby getting as close to him as possible in a second. Changping tried to attack Tang Ming with a spirit technique, but he successfully dodged all of his attacks. This power was truly amazing, so it shocked even the main character. The spirit continued to attack the guy. Therefore, as soon as the opportunity arose, I grabbed it. Changping with a satisfied face told the hero that he forgot to say that he is better in close combat. This technique is practically not reflected. Immediately he tried to strike the freshman a third time. But he, with his hand cuffed, decided to push off from the air, provoking a blow to him. Changping was surprised that Tang Ming used his internal qi to avoid his attack. Due to the hero's actions, the senior student tried to attack him even harder, using more force. The guys had only a moment to thrust their attacking hands towards each other, when suddenly Yushan stopped them from the side. All the guys who watched the sparring were a little shocked by the capabilities of these two guys. The mentor praised Tang Ming because he was very good at sparring against Qingping. He told them both that they were both similar to each other in their strength and background at the university. The main character and Qingping also praised each other because they both enjoyed the fight. Suddenly, Qingping decided to turn to Tang Ming because he wanted to ask him to represent Hanbei in the competition of 10 universities in China today. In addition, the senior student wanted the hero to become the chairman of the Cultivator Association. Xiao Xing was shocked that the main character was offered such a position, because in his opinion, he believed that only the best of the best could occupy such a position. Moreover, only the most talented and influential student cultivators take part in the competition of 10 universities. If Tang Ming could participate with the team, then no matter the result, it would still be a great honor. However, Tang Ming could not understand why he had to participate with the team in this competition. The guy thought that Qingping himself could use his strength to bring the university to success. Qingping did not wait long for the main character, so he immediately began to tell why he could not represent the university. He wanted to help his father, who was now at war. Having resolved this issue, Tang Ming did not understand why he was chosen as chairman. This time Yushan answered him. He told the guy that it was Qingping's idea. He watched a video of his fight with Mujan Sin, so we decided to ask him whether he wanted or did not want to accept this offer. The mentor really wanted the guy to think about this proposal correctly, because if the hero becomes the chairman, then he will be the face of the university. The Muzan family will not accept it so easily, but still he will be safer from them. Tang Ming could not understand what was happening. In a previous life, the wormhole was calm at this time. Why problems suddenly arose at the front, he could not understand. He decided to ask what the situation was at the front, to which Qingping answered that it was not entirely bad, everything was still under control. Qingping didn't expect the hero to be interested in this. Typically, students avoided this type of topic. As he considered the proposal, Tang Ming realized that the wormhole was indeed more dangerous than he thought. He had to upgrade as soon as possible. Thus, in front of the Cultivator Alliance, his word would carry weight, which would influence the course of events. He won't be treated like he's crazy. Looking at the guys, he still considered the proposal. All the guys looked at the guy carefully, because they all wanted to hear his answer as soon as possible. Having made up his mind, he nevertheless agreed to be chairman. After the main character's answer, Xiao Xing began to jump for joy, which made everyone a little scared by his behavior. The mentor and the senior student stood aside from the guys. They were talking about the main character's decision, because the mentor hoped that Qingping fully understood what he was doing. They looked at Tang Ming and praised him because they both considered him to be a rare diamond among people who would definitely lead the association to success. The mentor decided to interrupt the guy's dialogue a little in order to advise the main character. Since he had made up his mind, he should know about the specific state of affairs. Moreover, Yushan wanted the guy not to put off his training, because right now it was the most important priority. Qingping also decided to take advantage of the moment, so he decided to take Tang Ming to the association, because since the senior student was training outside, the association was usually run by Murong Xing. Since he killed him, it is only fair that the main character will now perform his duties from now on. At this moment someone hits the wall with their fist. It was Zhao Hu who fought together in the ring with Murong Xin. Next to him stood his girlfriend, who asked the guy to cool down, because the chairman would come soon. But Zhao Xiong didn't care about this. He decided to switch to Song Lu from the wall to scold her. Because of these statements, the girl began to get angry with her friend and therefore began to threaten him. Suddenly the door to the hall opens. The guys who arrived to look at the Cultivators Association come out from behind her. Qingping said that there was nothing special here, because the functions of the association were no different from ordinary student councils. Suddenly Zhao comes out of the pillar Xiong, who was unhappy with Qingping for bringing the main character here. The dissatisfied guy continued to express his opinion to the senior student that Qingping was considered by all members of the association to be an incompetent chairman. Suddenly a bald guy appeared behind the guy, who told Chairmany that they wanted to elect Zhao Xiong as the chairman, so they asked him to resign. Qingping, looking at the crowd, decided to ask them all if everyone thought so about him, but everyone just stood there and was silent. The bald guy confidently told the chairman not to waste his strength, because he was confident of his victory. When suddenly he is pressed to the floor by the spiritual hand of Qingping. The chairman, shackling the scoundrel, asked the others if anyone else wanted to say anything. Zhao Xiong, looking at Qingping, could not imagine that he was so strong. The chairman could not even imagine that if he were away for a while, the association would change so much. He was glad that Murong Xing still died. If this had not happened, he himself would have beaten him to a pulp. Suddenly someone grabbed the guy by the shoulders. It was Tang Ming who was reassuring his older friend because he wanted to do it himself. He understood that he was not an authority here, so he came up with an interesting idea. He wanted to fight for the chairmanship with Zhao Xiong. Looking at the senior student, he offered to defeat him in order to get the coveted place. Zhao Xiong found it funny because he was genuinely confident that he could easily defeat the protagonist. Standing to the side was Song Lu, who was simply listening to her friend's remarks about the fact that Tang Ming did not have long to live because of the Murong family. However, Tang Ming didn't care if they didn't want him as their chairman now. But he told them that they must first defeat him in order to get this position. Otherwise there will be no meaning or benefit in this. After the words were spoken, Qinping also supported the protagonist, because he believed that the hero's words were also his words. Because of these words, Zhao Xiong and his supporters began to get angry. Unable to bear it, they began to attack the guys in order to avenge Muzin's sin in this way. One of the supporters ran first towards the main character, getting closer and closer. He wanted to tell his allies to be careful with him. However, he failed to do this because Tang Ming grabbed him first before he could say anything. The main character, holding one enemy by the throat, saw that another one was approaching him. Therefore, without thinking twice, he throws one enemy into another. After this, he decides to activate the spiritual technique in order to repel the remaining attacks, because there were more and more enemies. Waving his arms in different directions, he shouted for everyone to get away from him. At this moment, Qinpeng, watching what was happening, decided to ask Wang Jin if she would help the main character, but she gently smiled and replied that there was no need. While Tang Ming was crushing his enemies in heaps, his friends stood aside, who admired him because he dealt with his opponents so simply and coolly. At that very moment, Song Lu, who was standing behind Zhao Sayuna, decided to tell her friend that he should put him down, but the big man understood that the main character was too strong, so he began to shout out anger at the girl. Having fallen into a rage, all his clothes began to tear, and an ominous aura began to appear around him, which was similar to a bear. But Tang Ming did not wait for his attack, so he immediately dealt an irreparable blow to the big man. After defeating the senior student, he decided to tell everyone else who was just watching that he now had the last word. Qinpeng began clapping his hands and congratulating him on his new position as the main character, and the guys were very happy for the guy. Tang Ming did not want to reduce the punishment of his attackers, so he dismissed all his attackers from the Cultivator Association with a terrible face. When suddenly a girl turns to him, which addressed him as the chairman. It was none of her business, but she wanted him not to leave them alone later, otherwise they wouldn't cope. Tang Ming responded to her request by saying that he has a conscience, so he will not abandon them. After that, he invited all his friends to also join the Cultivator Association, to which they all unanimously replied that they agreed with his proposal. Qinping did not want to tell the hero anything, so he told him that he should do as he saw fit. Tang Ming did not think twice, so he immediately replied to all his colleagues that for the next 2 months, the association would conduct special daily training to prepare for the 10 universities competition. After this, the events are transferred to the office of the director of Hanbei University, where the director himself sits at the table, and his assistants notify him that the main character has already agreed to take part in the competition. The director of the university was named Duan Yunwei. He said that Tang Ming was not bad at all. He watched him for a while. Therefore, he noticed that the guy had great potential. He counted on him very much, because he hoped that he would not let them down. After that, he decided to ask Qinping about his father. The guy replied that things were not very good because the morale of the soldiers was very low. The director, looking at the photograph that stood on the table, told him that his father was a very talented and good student, so the director was ready to help Qinpeng whenever he wanted. Yu Shan, standing next to the table, decided to inquire about the national conference at which one of the military leaders proposed allowing students to go to the wormhole. The director answered this question with a serious face, because he understood that if this proposal was accepted, a lot of students would die. Having intervened in the dialogue, Jinping expressed his opinion about this proposal. He was positive about this because he believed that it would only be beneficial if students were sent into the wormhole. Understanding everything, the senior student knew that people were being watched by aliens, so such a proposal could secure the future of humanity. The director understood that after the adoption of this proposal, it would be the university that would be responsible for the deaths of students, and the pressure from military institutions would also be great. None of them could understand why the wormhole had recently become so active, and besides, the wormhole did not allow researchers who could check it. It was clear that something was wrong behind this. Yu Shan was very interested in why the top 10 universities had recently decided to select geniuses for a future state war, and why the competition had become such a serious demonstration of their strength. The director explained to the mentor that recently the aliens have become very active, so no one can predict their next goal. Having come to a decision, they decided that if aliens attack any country, then that country will control the entire war. They understood that troubled times had come. Meanwhile, events moved to Xiaoying, who sits with a whip on the fat man and orders him to continue training. While the fat man was doing push-ups, there was a ring next to him where his friend from the room was training. Wang Jin, standing next to Tang Ming, decided to tell him that she did not expect him to make Xiaoying his deputy. The main character explained his decision by saying that Xiaoying loves to be the center of attention. She knows how to do it. Their deputy has a head on his shoulders. She's happy. But Wang Jin was not very happy with this decision. Although Xiao Fei lacked tenacity and strength, his physique was the best among the three of them. If he trains hard, he will become the strongest in the company. All of the heroes' neighbors were talented. There were 2 months left before the competition, so he hoped that they would have time to improve as much as possible. Tang Ming did not want to allow other students to participate because although they were strong, they could wreak havoc, so he decided to train those he was confident in. He assured his girlfriend that he had everything thought out, so Jean agreed with his decision. Suddenly, behind the guys, Sun Lu addressed the main character. Coming closer, she brought the guys a list with members of the association who participated in the competition of 10 universities over the previous 3 years. The girl said that she also participated last year, but Hanbei was eliminated in the second round, so she does not know the details. The main character decided to ask Song Lu if she was happy with the fact that he left her. The girl, turning away a little, told him that she didn't care about this decision. The guy was very interested in how Song Lu worked under the leadership of Mu Zhenxing. The girl told the hero that everyone does what they want, so she does not do anything that contradicts her principles. After hearing the answer, Tang Ming wondered if it was because of his sword skills. The girl nodded her head with a sad expression. Tang Ming understood that Song Lu had a difficult past, but her sword skills were not bad. Last time, Jean seemed to have easily defeated her, but in fact she was at the limit of her strength. Therefore, he decided to offer the girl that he would show her several secret sword techniques. The girl was shocked by the guy's proposal. She looked at the guy with a surprised face and talked about how earthly stage techniques were impossible because they were very rare. But the guy asked her not to worry, because he wanted to teach her in exchange for the fact that she would help him in one matter. Without thinking twice, the girl agreed to the protagonist's proposal and told him that she recognized him as the chairman. Meanwhile, while the two guys were training, they suddenly heard a phone ringing. One of the guys got out of the ring because he needed to go talk to whoever called him. Zhao Lian picked up the phone and was shocked by what he was told on the phone. Nobody understood what was happening to him. But still, Xiaoying understood that it was impossible to interrupt the training, so with a terrible face she ordered the fat man to do more push-ups. Zhao Lian was very sad after hearing that someone was getting worse. Zhao Lian didn't really want to tell, so he just said that he needed to leave. He asked for forgiveness because he could not continue training today. His friend said that it was okay, because he could practice at any time. After Tang Ming released him, Zhao Lian immediately ran somewhere. After this, the events are transferred to the hospital, where you can see how the heart pulsates on the graphical interface. It was Zhao's heartbeat Lian mother. One of the doctors told the guy that the mother's condition was gradually deteriorating, and the body's resistance was growing. Specialized, more expensive medications and 24-hour care were needed to prevent adverse outcomes. Because of this, treatment fees will increase exponentially. In addition, you must first pay off your debts, because later you will need even more money. We have already arrived at the hospital. Zhao Lian told the doctor that he had entered Hanbei. He was very interested in whether the government had special medical subsidies. The doctor did not wait long, so he immediately replied that for this it was necessary to pay almost 200,000 more yuan. The guy, realizing what the situation was, still asked the doctor to tell Dr. Zhang and the hospital administration to provide the best medical care for his mother, and he himself would get the money this week. After that, he left the hospital and walked along the sidewalk, thinking about where he could get money. He was thinking about where he could find 200,000 yuan and an additional bonus for subsequent treatment. And if you count in the old way, then it will be 500,000 yuan. Approaching one of the pillars, he hit it with the words that he hated everything. When suddenly he notices a certain sign on a pole. There was an offer for a boxing competition with the main prize being 1 million. The events are immediately transferred to the club, where 2 fighters are boxing in the ring, and a whole room of people is watching them. Suddenly one of the fighters is hit directly on the head. Thus he falls and loses consciousness. The judge standing in front of him considers the report to defeat him. After this, he immediately announces the winner of the fighter, whose name was the Lone Wolf. To the side at the very top of the stands there is a VIP area where Zhao came Lian to take part in this competition. Next to the representative of the organization stood a fighter who was sure that the guy was a complete weakling and that he would defeat him with one blow. While the Lone Wolf was defeating his opponent in the ring, at the same moment Zhao was standing above Lian, who asked to be taken into the boxing ring. The manager didn't like the guy's behavior towards his boss, so he grabbed him by the collar and started yelling at him that he would call security and throw him out. But suddenly the boss, who was sitting behind, decided to give the guy a chance, so he agreed to have him participate in the ring. The boss's name was Yao. He was the owner of an underground boxing club. Smoking a cigar, he wanted a spectacle, so he allowed the guy to participate. Only he warned Zhao Lianya, so that he wouldn't cry later that he wasn't warned. To participate in the ring, the guy had to sign a life and death contract. Zhao Lian didn't care at that moment, so he was ready to sign anything just to get the coveted money. Boss Yao didn't like the guy's impudence a little, so he ordered him to defeat the Lone Wolf first, and only then talk about money. After this, Zhao Lian immediately entered the ring to the Lone Wolf, where everyone around him called him names due to the fact that he was still too small for the ring. At the same moment, a Lone Wolf looked at the guy, who looked at the guy's body with an insidious face and realized that his body was still without scratches. He wanted to change this quickly. But this did not frighten Lian. With a serious face, he immediately became rude to the man. Immediately after the start of the battle was announced, the Lone Wolf immediately began to attack. Zhao Lian at this moment was already ready to attack. Therefore, he immediately sent the Lone Wolf flying with one blow. The man leaned against the ring rope. And then he fell into everything and lost consciousness. None of the fans could have expected such success from the guy. After making sure that the Lone Wolf was defeated, he turned to Boss Yao and asked if he could now become his fighter. Boss Yao was very pleased with the guy, so he shouted to him with a joyful face that he could. He wanted to make the guy a mysterious genius in the boxing field. But suddenly his assistant turned to the boss, who knew that the guy came here only for the money and therefore knew that he would immediately leave after receiving it. The boss didn't care about that, so he wanted Zhao to they made Lian a star, and then he lost in the end and they kept the money for themselves. Boss Yao initially did not want to give 1 million to anyone, so he had this plan from the beginning. He ordered his assistant to go with Zhao Lianya immediately began making a star. Meanwhile, at the training point, the fat man continued to do push-ups, and Xiaoying ordered him. Tang Ming and Wang Jin were worried about Zhao Lianya, because he didn't come to training again, so they wanted to ask his friend about him, but he also didn't know anything. Tang Ming was very worried about this. Events move again to Zhao Lian, who is given a certain capsule. The boss's assistant tried to assure the guy that it was a useful medicine. It reduced the pain while maximizing his potential and giving him full concentration during the fight. He tried to lie to Lian that it was all legal. However, Zhao Lian still didn't want to take it, so he immediately began to leave. Leaving the room, he slammed the door. The assistant became angry because of this, because the guy behaved like a child, so he had no idea what would happen next. Meanwhile, the fight had already begun, where Zhao stood in the ring Lian with his new rival, who seemed very brutal. This fighter's name was Sampa. He was an underground boxer, a first-class fighter with a record performance. From his words, one could understand that he was completely confident in his abilities. But Zhao this did not frighten Lian at all. He understood that the fighters in the underground did not have developed skills, but they were good enough to survive 20 battles. He couldn't wait for the fight to start, so he immediately asked the judge when the fight started. Immediately after the question, the judge began the fight. Sampa tried to wait, so he immediately started attacking the guy because he was angry that he dared to ignore him. Liang as close as possible, Sampa tried to hit him, but the guy managed to dodge. After which the underground boxer tried to attack with his foot, but the guy was again able to block the blow. Jumping away from Sampa, Zhao Lian realized that his opponent had a hardened bone structure. Sampa was waving his finger, and was very happy. He looked at the guy and realized that he looked like he had never been in a black box before, so he couldn't quite understand why the boss would send someone like that here. But after that he didn't care about it all, because he only wanted to win over the guy. He got serious. And then he immediately began to attack Lian. Zhao Lian understood that the situation was not going well, because the boxer was aiming at his head. But still he barely has time to defend himself from this blow. After such a blow, it was very difficult for Lian. But he did not lose heart. Having gained strength and confidence, he struck a victorious blow against Sampa. The underground boxer immediately flew to another part of the ring, and then also fell and lost consciousness. Everyone was shocked that Zhao Lian won again, and it was the indestructible Sampa himself. Leaving the ring, he felt severe pain in his arm. From his feelings he realized that his forearm bones were crushed. He sat in the locker room and applied ice to a sore wound, and next to him stood a manager who reminded him that a new fight was coming soon. The manager with a satisfied face told the guy that if he lost one of the 10 games, he would be disqualified and would not receive a penny, let alone $1 million. With a sly face he told Liang that he was on his side, and he was paid for winning the tournament, so he tried to assure the guy that he meant no harm. He reminded him of the medicine, which was in fact a prohibited substance, but he did not tell him this, so that in any case the guy could be disqualified. After multiple enticements by Zhao Lian still decides to inject this medicine. The manager didn't want to delay this for long, so he immediately gave the ampoule into the guy's hands. The guy, without thinking twice, immediately injected himself into a sore spot. Waving his hand so that the substance would quickly begin to heal, the manager began to tell him, who asked the guy to return the money for the medicine to him after the victory. With a sly face he wanted Zhao Lian used it more because the stronger it is in the early stages, the better. He understood that after some time this substance would work on his life so that the champion's blow would be crushing. Because of this, the boss and the manager would have earned several million more. Zhao's mother lies unconscious Lianya. He came to the hospital to pay 100,000 yuan to continue his mother's treatment. Being in not very good condition, Zhao Lian wondered how his mother was doing. The doctor said that her condition had stabilized, so her life was not in danger. Looking at his mother, the guy said that he would pay them the rest of the money later, so he wanted the doctors to take care of her. Meanwhile, the guys were training at the training center. One of the guys tried to attack the main character, but he easily managed to dodge this attack. Immediately after dodging, he took advantage of the opportunity to throw his friend to the side. Tang Ming, having defeated one opponent, immediately called Zhao Lian to fight with him. Lian, being completely beaten, was preparing for battle. Tang Ming immediately noticed the guy's wound, so he immediately asked what it was. But Zhao Lian tried to convince the main character that he was just practicing a lot on his own, so he asked them not to worry about him. He immediately began to attack the main character. But he was easily able to stop the attack with nunchucks. Immediately after this, a green dragon appeared with a bladed weapon. This was the internal qi that left the body. Tang Ming was very happy about this because his friend was able to reach the stage of true intentions. After the unsuccessful first attack, he did not lose heart, and therefore immediately prepared for a new one. Zhao Lian tried to kick with his feet, but again it failed. While fighting against a friend, Tang Ming noticed that these moves were not taught in school, so he wondered where Lian was able to learn them. Suddenly Zhao's eyes Lian turned furiously red, and his face began to turn very red. He tried to hit Tang Ming with furious anger, but fortunately he repels his attack again. The main character immediately noticed that this was an unusual power. He understood that something was wrong with his friend. At the same moment, after another unsuccessful attack, Zhao Lian came to his senses. He was sweating a lot because of this. The guy didn't look very good. It was clear that there was something wrong with him, but his roommates, not noticing anything strange, were simply happy for him. Xiaoying and Wang Jin, just like the main character, looked at Lian because they understood that something was wrong with him. Suddenly Tang Ming approached the guys. With a serious face he decided to ask his friend whether he had taken drugs or not. The guys were immediately shocked by this news, so they also began to ask Lian about it. But the guy didn't say anything, he just closed his eyes because he couldn't normally look straight into their faces. Tang Ming realized that he shouldn't wait for an answer, so he decided to speak first. He told everyone that currently, some so-called pharmaceutical drugs on the market that can improve the strength of fighters are under strict control, because these things have a great effect on people, and can harm the human body's system without being noticed. The guys were scared for Zhao Lianya, so when asking, they hoped that the guy didn't use it. When suddenly the main character starts shouting at Lian from the side. He tried to convey the right thoughts to his head, so he said that if this continues, then his path as a fighter will not only be difficult, but also deadly. After all this, Zhao Lian still decided to answer the hero. He sincerely answered that he did not know that it was so harmful. Realizing his guilt, he decided to tell why he did this. Lian told about his mother, with whom everything was very serious. She was undergoing difficult treatment, so he had no other choice. Barely able to stand, he said that he just needed money. Tang Ming wanted to find out more, so he asked Zhao Lian talked more about all this. After that, he told everything about what happened to him, and why he started using these substances. With tears in his eyes, he said that he had no choice due to his mother's illness. The guys were very surprised by this outcome of events, because they could not imagine such a thing. Tang Ming also tried to explain that the guy should not do this again, because the guys were ready to help him at any second and therefore there was no need to get involved in strange ways of making money. Wang Jin thought about the casinos and gambling establishments where Zhao was Lian. She understood that the Luo family was in charge of all the casinos and other gambling games in the country, so she was afraid that this would not be so easy to resolve. Tang Ming didn't know how many people had suffered from their actions, but today he wanted to do some real-life training and see what this place was like. He understood that the Luo family was very insidious, and it was in no way inferior to the Muzan family. They not only opened casinos everywhere, but even sold many young fighters in order to open their own platform for broadcasting death matches. He knew that as a result, the Luo family became enemies of the Chinese government, and were expelled from the 13 families soon after. After this, events moved to late afternoon, where the protagonist standing around many guards asked that he act in Zhao's place Lianya. He tried to lure his boss with his abilities so that he would get more money. Boss Yao liked this idea, so he ordered his guards to eliminate the main character. At that moment, all the guards surrounded the guy, thereby blocking all escape routes. One of the guards was very confident in himself, because he believed that the guy had no chance against the crowd. But suddenly, Tang Ming immediately crushes this guard with one blow. All the guards just stood aside in surprise. They immediately became angry with him and therefore took a fighting stance. But suddenly they were all stopped by their boss, who, standing in the center of his guard, was very pleased with the main character. Smoking a cigar, he was completely convinced that the guy really was strong. Therefore, he still decided to take him on his responsibility so that he would fight for Zhao Lianya. The guys were a little worried about the guy, but the hero convinced him of his determination, so he asked the guys to take a better place. At that same moment, the assistant decided to ask the boss what he had come up with. But he asked him to shut up, because all Yao cared about was money. While smoking a cigar, he praised Tang Ming, so he wanted the assistant to give him a dose now. He warned his assistant because he didn't want anyone to find out about it. Arriving at the locker room, an assistant was already waiting for the main character, who again lied to him that it was just medicine, so he needed to drink it. Tang Ming, holding the ampoule in his hand, tried to appear more stupid so that the assistant could not suspect anything. The assistant, with a smile on his face, praised the guy for injecting the substance into his hand, but inside him he wanted the hero to simply plunge into narcotic euphoria, and he no longer had a chance to stop taking it. After the application, Tang Ming entered the ring, where everyone safely underestimated him because he was a stranger. But Tang Ming was not upset at all. He recalled events from a past life where he fought in an underground boxing ring. He was glad, because if he had not had experience from his past life, he would have had a hard time. He did not hide his identity, and played 100 matches in a row in an underground boxing tournament, and also won the title. Underground King of 100 Killers. The judge did not want to hesitate, so he immediately began to introduce the main character as a new fighter instead of Zhao Lianya. The guy's opponent today was a mad dog, who has a wealth of experience in the game and has won almost 50 games so far. Immediately after this, he announced the start of the fight. The crazy dog did not wait long, so he immediately attacked the main character with the thoughts that he was a weakling. With both hands, he tried to damage the hero. But suddenly he notices that his attack did not work. He could not understand what was the matter, because this technique could break the spine of even an adult. Tang Ming, with a smile on his face, held his opponent's head and advised him that it was time for him to rest. Therefore, he immediately pins the crazy dog to the floor of the ring, thereby defeating him. There was absolute silence in the hall, because no one could imagine such an outcome of events. After Tang Ming was announced as the winner, everyone began to rejoice that they had won money. The fans glorified the main character, because he was damn strong. Boss Yao, watching the fight, was very pleased with the main character, so he ordered his assistants to prepare him for the next fight and give him the substance. In the training room, the vile assistant asked the hero how he felt. With a hypocritical smile, he told the guy impressive things, that he was very cool, but in reality he wanted the guy to die quickly. The assistant again gave the ampoule to Tang Ming so that he could quickly consume it in front of his eyes. After that, everyone waited with great anticipation for a new battle. The protagonist's friends were a little worried about him, because now he would be facing an absolute champion who had never lost in a fight before. The girls did not doubt Tang Ming at all. They understood that the champion did not have a chance against him, but Wang Jin still did not want to underestimate the champion. At that moment, the champion was already waiting for the main character in the ring. He was wearing lipstick, this was his style. Suddenly, the champion attacks the main character, but he barely manages to dodge such a quick attack. Tang Ming realized that he had a fast opponent against him, who was quite good for a fighter with a record of 100 fights. The champion was surprised that the guy was able to dodge his attack. Therefore, he took a fighting stance to see all of Tang Ming's true fighting strength. With great speed, the champion began to attack the guy, but he still could not even touch him. But he didn't lose his enthusiasm, so he tried to catch the hero making a mistake. The champion was finally able to hit the main character, but his blow was blocked by the guy. Tang Ming realized that his opponent had great strength, but he could not understand why he was acting strangely, but this did not detract from his merits. The guy looked at the boss, who was sitting and watching the fight. Boss Yao looked at the main character with a sly face, and then said that now was the time. After speaking the words, Tang Ming clutched his heart. His body did not obey him. All the guys began to worry about the hero, but only Wang Jin understood what was happening. Xiaoying didn't understand what Jin meant, so the girl began to tell her younger friend that there were no signs of internal qi. Tang Ming was most likely just pretending, so she suggested that they just watch what happens next first. The champion crossed his arms and understood what was happening. He was glad that the drugs had finally worked on Tang Ming. With a smile on his face, he laughed at the guy because he considered the students a little shabby by society. He told the hero that it was impossible to trust other people like that, so he believed that it would not be difficult for him to kill Tang Ming. He began to reach out his hand to the main character's head. And then he prepared to put the guy in a chokehold in order to finally finish off the student. The champion didn't really like that Tang Ming resisted so weakly. But still, he decided to tell the truth about the fact that his boss asked him to kill the guy. However, he offered him the favor to give him 500,000 and then he would leave him alive. Suddenly, Tang Ming turned to the champion, who was a little dissatisfied that they only asked for 500,000 for his life. The villain immediately suspected something was wrong, so he decided that he had to immediately strangle the guy to avoid getting into trouble. Suddenly, Tang Ming's hand was covered in a blue aura, which broke the villain's arm in 1 second. Xiaoying was very happy for Tang Ming because she had previously been very worried about him. Boss Yao still could not understand how the main character could still stand on his feet, because there were dozens more drugs in his body than normal. The champion held on and looked at his hand. He roared because his hand was broken in two. The villain could not believe it, because all his accomplices had previously thought that the main character was definitely finished. However, the guy was full of energy. He knew what his opponent was thinking, but he used his inner qi to break down the drug directly in his body. He was just playing with him. This underground boxing tournament was quite boring for him. Because of these words, the champion tried to attack the main character. But Tang Ming was no longer going to give in, so with one blow he sent his opponent flying. After this blow, the main character decided to spare the scoundrel and leave him alive. But he did not want to take 500,000 yuan from him, so he gave it to his rival so that he could use it for an appointment with a specialist in the hospital. There was chaos around the ring. The fans who bet on Tang Ming were very happy due to the fact that they were now rich. At the same moment, Boss Yao looked at the guy and was very angry, because of him he lost a lot of money. In the blink of an eye, the ring was cleared by guards who did not want to let the main character and his friends go. They held machine guns in their hands to stop the guys. However, all of them did not panic at all, except for the fat man. Behind the guards was the boss, who wanted the main character to fight him, because he was supported by the 5th largest Taoist family, the Luo family. However, Wang Jin did not want a battle, so she proposed to disperse peacefully, because if something happened to her, then they would all be responsible for it. Boss Yao heard this surname, and couldn't understand why the Wang family was involved in this. He didn't want conflicts with his family, so he allowed Jin to leave, and everyone else, according to him, had to die. However, Wang Jin had no intention of leaving without her friends. Boss Yao was not going to give in to the girl, so he was ready to kill her too. He hoped that he would just clean everything up and everything would calm down. Suddenly shots began to be fired from all the guns. The guys immediately grouped up to protect themselves from bullets. Tang Ming, with confident emotions, reassured the fat man that none of them would die. Suddenly the main character concentrated. With this action, he was able to create a protective dome around the guys, which protected them from all shots. The fat man was shocked by what he saw. He could not even imagine that the main character could do such a thing. Tang Ming extended his palm forward, thus holding all the bullets in the air so that they could not pass further. At this very moment, Wan Jin was shocked by her boyfriend's ability because she knew this ability. This was the 7th technique of the 9 heroes of the spiritual secret method. She was very surprised that he was able to stop bullets with his energy. The guy raised 2 fingers in front of him and told everyone that nothing was impossible. In his previous life, he could easily cover an entire city like this thanks to the release of his divine power, not to mention such a small space. Through the Weiji method of tempering, his essence, energy and spirit were tempered together from the source, and the wonders of consciousness were revealed. Of course, now, in the era of chi purification before the breakthrough of the theory, this is perceived as a miracle. Suddenly, many villains began to hurt something. They quickly died one after another. Boss Yao, looking at all this, could not even imagine that so many of his people were killed in 1 second. He still couldn't understand what was happening at that second. The main character, holding back the attacks, told the scoundrel that it was because of scum like him that harmful substances were spreading in China, as a result of which many cultivators strayed from the true paths. He believed that such a crime should have been punishable. At this moment, while there was a dialogue between the main character and the main villain, one of the villains remained behind the guy, next to whom lay a rocket launcher. He tried to take advantage of the moment, and therefore decided to grab the rocket launcher to finish off the hero. Wan Jin, noticing this, immediately warned the guy to be careful. However, Tang Ming simply stood there without even turning to face the villain. All he did was extend his hand towards the rocket flying towards him, so he stopped it in the air. Suddenly the explosive charge simply disappears into thin air. Tang Ming began to get tired of all this, and so he decided that it was time to end the conflict. He immediately shot magic at Boss Yao, thus knocking him to the ground. The hero came closer to him and told him to get out of his sight. Boss Yao did not push his luck and therefore immediately began to leave with his assistants. As he left, he shouted that the Luo family would now not leave the main character alone. Wan Jin, watching how the villains left them, decided to ask the guy if he really would leave them alone. But he turned to her and said that he would not let them go so easily, so the rocket explosion was concentrated by his consciousness, which would occur in a maximum of 10 seconds. At that very second, Boss Yao felt unwell. And immediately after this there was a big explosion, thereby killing all the villains. Tang Ming understood that all the guys had questions for him, so he warned them that he would not be able to answer them now. He trusted them all, and hoped that they could trust him too. The guys unanimously answered that they agreed. Tang Ming, making sure that the situation was completely smoothed over, decided to invite the guys to go to the hospital and visit Zhao's mother Lian, because he believed that this was the most important thing now. Events are transferred to the hospital where the guys have already arrived. They stood next to Zhao's mother's bed Lianya, who was lying unconscious. Zhao Lian with a touching face held onto his mother's bed. He told the guys about her condition, which was something strange, because his mother was in deep sleep, and her condition could change from optimistic to critical. Tang Ming was interested. How long this had been going on, so he decided to ask his friend. Lian, when answering, could not name the exact time, so he decided to tell him that his mother understood a lot about cultivation. Tang Ming looked at the sick woman and was surprised that the disease was actually widespread, making it difficult to resort to the spiritual side of cultivation in subsequent generations. He couldn't even imagine that they would deal with this. Xiao Fei, looking at the woman, told everyone that there was no choice, because a definitive cure had not yet been created and therefore, at best, with such a disease, a person would simply be in a coma all his life. After hearing Zhao's words, Lien turned pale because he could not believe such an outcome of events. Everyone has almost lost hope. However, suddenly Tang Ming says that he can cure Zhao's mother Lianya. Fei didn't really believe in these words, so he decided to say quietly in the hero's ears so that he would not speak so confidently, because if in the end nothing worked out, Zhao Lian may become even more devastated. But Tang Ming was still confident in his words. He said that he could really cure this disease. He read about it in books, and the cause of the disease was mainly the spiritual poison hidden in the internal energy. However, Xiao Fei began to argue about this with the main character, because he was not completely convinced of all this. The main character, looking at the guy, could not even imagine that Xiao Fei knew a lot about medicine and how to heal people, but unfortunately, his knowledge was not yet enough. So he began to improvise that he was telling the truth, saying that he had actually read about it in ancient medical books. This method of acupuncture was actually invented to treat complex diseases, and the books described the treatment processes in detail. The guy continued to tell his friends about his medical knowledge, trying to convince them and believe in him. But he was still afraid that no one would believe that he could cure this disease unless he cited the title of an ancient medical book as proof. After talking about his medical abilities, he decided to ask Zhao Lianya whether he believed him or not. Lien did not remain silent for a long time, so he told the doctor that he trusted Tang Ming because he knew that the main character would not do anything that he was not sure of. Tang Ming smiled because of the answer he heard. His friend's consent was enough for him. If he could not cure his mother, he would give his life instead of hers. He did not waste time, so he immediately began treating his mother. Concentrating, he realized that the poison had been in her body for a long time, so, not surprisingly, it would take some effort to remove it completely. The doctor who stood next to the sick woman was shocked by the abilities of the protagonist, because his technique really worked and spiritual poison came out of the woman. Tang Ming, despite all the discussions around him, continued to concentrate on pulling out the poison from the woman's body. He held in his hand a red ball, which was a spiritual poison extracted from the body of the victim. Looking at him, the guy said that this was only part of everything. The spiritual poison has been in the body for a long time. It will not be possible to immediately remove the damage, since it has already caused damage to the human body, so this can only be done in small parts. If he removes it once a week, it will take less than 2 or 3 months. The doctor was very surprised by what was happening, because before he could not believe in such capabilities of a novice cultivator. The main character, holding hands with the doctor, smiled and said that if he was interested, he could explain how it works, but later. Smiling, he realized that it would be more than 10 years before internal qi would be widely used in the field of martial arts medicine. Such a revolution had largely integrated traditional medicine with the various means of cultivators, initially creating a situation where there was no distinction between doctors and cultivators. Suddenly the sleeping woman's hand moved. And then she opened her eyes and asked where she was. Zhao Liang, with tears in his eyes, immediately ran to his mother, who was interested in what happened to her. Tang Ming, watching all this, understood that the best thing to do now is to leave the mother and son alone, so he invited all the guys to go out and leave them alone. After leaving the ward, Xiao Fei decided to propose to Tang Ming to become the chief physician of his father's pharmaceutical company. A friend started talking about a small company that invested heavily in drug research and development, and hired some of the best minds in the medical field. They don't disclose what they do in their field, that's why everyone wants to come here, and if the main character is most importantly, he will be paid well. Tang Ming, remembering that this company would help cultivators in the future, decided to agree to go there after all. But suddenly their dialogue is interrupted by the opening of the door of the chamber from which Xiao was leaving Lien, who said that his mother felt much better and her body functions began to slowly recover. With tears in his eyes, the guy came closer to the main character. he thanked Tang Ming. He was ready to do anything for the main character now. The main character simply smiled in response, and said that this is how it should be, because they are brothers. After a fight at an underground boxing match, returning to normal student life, Tang Ming decided to spend a week in the laboratory in complete isolation. Realizing the importance of medicines, Tang Ming collected various medicinal samples that took more than 20 years to research in his previous life. He also wrote 2 methods for practicing control of internal qi: Helix Jin and Jinjing. The week flew by quickly. The main character came to Hanbei University, where there was a place for exchanging goods. Going inside, he asked Mr. Ming how he was doing. The guy needed Xian skills, which could be exchanged for merits that a beginner hero type did not have. But Tang Ming knew this, so he wanted to exchange them for martial arts. This was very interesting for the old man, because there had never been such a precedent at school. The guy, without wasting a moment, suggested to the old man that he take a look at them first. Tang Ming immediately began demonstrating the methods: Helix Jin and Jinjin. Helix method Jin is like a bullet that rotates through the rifling to achieve fast, accurate, and stable projection. This force is generated by rotating the main part of the tiger thigh horizontally, and the main part of the dragon spine is compressed vertically. It is called dragon tiger power. The hip and spine were the core of the movement structure of the human body. If you master this technique, the strength will become infinite. Jinjin is a kind of internal energy that not only shakes the human body, but also destroys internal organs, nerves, and blood vessels. When touched, it can even cause displacement of the central nervous system and death points, and then paralyze or kill. Master Ming listened to the guy and thought about his words. He understood that these 2 techniques seemed simple, but in fact they were incredibly mysterious. He didn't expect Tang Ming to be able to create such a martial art at such a young age. As he continued to analyze them, he saw that these 2 endurance techniques were vividly written and sophisticated, making them memorable and understandable at a glance. Moreover, even he would want to read and try. If they were able to distribute it to the university, it would definitely strengthen the overall strength of Hanbei University students. After thinking about it, the old man finally decided to express his thoughts about these skills. He said that these 2 sets of skills are really good, so he will let you exchange them for 2 valuable Xian skills. He asked the guy to come to him so that he could choose them. Master Ming looked at the guy's choice and couldn't understand why he decided to choose this, because the techniques that were chosen by the main character were intended for female swordsmen. But the guy told the old man not to worry about such little things. After this, the events are transferred to the park, where Tang Ming stood under one of the trees. He was here specifically because he called Song Lu here to tell her something. He took out his phone and reminded the girl of their promise. Then the guy asked the girl to look at her phone. Turned on the phone, the girl saw valuable methods that came from the main character. She didn't expect that Tang Ming would actually keep his word and give her one of the most valuable sword cultivation methods in the school. With seething emotions, the girl began to ask Tang Ming where he got such valuable methods. The girl could not fully believe what was happening, because she considered herself and the main character to be former rivals. However, Tang Ming did not think so. He told the girl that there was no need to dwell on the past. The guy believed that Song Lu was a stubborn and honest person. He believed that she could become an excellent fighter after a lot of training. Song Lu, after hearing this, raised her hand one to the other, thereby showing that she now remains indebted to Tang. And if he ever needs her help, she will gladly help. The guy looked at the girl and asked her not to do anything that could harm the world. Having finished the conversation, the main character began to leave the girl and told her to go home and practice her technique. The girl, in turn, looked at him excitedly. Now she began to understand that Tang Ming was truly an unusual person. A week later, training ground. In the ring, Wang Jin fights against Sun Lu, thereby practicing their skills. The main character stood and watched all this. Tang Ming, while watching the girls train, noticed that Song Lu's swordsmanship had improved not only due to his own new skills, but also due to his attitude of hard work. Otherwise, without the sword mastery of the Shuyan method, a second-level Nui, she would not be able to fight Ting Jing on equal terms for dozens of rounds. At the same moment, Songlu looked at the main character and thanked him inside for such a valuable skill, because of which, when she takes the sword away from Wang Jin, her hands do not shake and her back no longer hurts. The girl showed an excellent result against Wang Jin. In turn, it was not easy for Wang Jin to fight against the girl. Because of this, she was very interested in what Song Lu practiced. She was very impressed that Lu had made progress so quickly. Because of this, Jin realized that she, too, had to give it her all. Suddenly, she uses sword energy defense, which makes Song Lu surprised. The girl could not believe that it was a gift from the cultivator's seeds. So she didn't take any chances and stepped back. Song Lu's sword cracked and fell apart, so the girl admitted that she had lost this time. Wang Jin, having finished the fight, decided to praise her opponent because she had become much stronger. In turn, Lu told Jin to expect her defeat in the future. Xiao Fei and Zhao run into the training palace Lian, who wanted to notify the guys that the condition of Zhao's mother Lianya improved, and the doctor said that she would soon be discharged. This news made Tang Ming very happy, so he immediately attacked Zhao. Lianya was happy, but the friend, in turn, conveyed gratitude from his mother, who personally wanted to thank the main character. Xiao Fei asked how Tang Ming was doing. He told his father about how the hero cured people, so his father wanted to meet him no matter what. Tang Ming made a condition before answering. He was interested in drug development because he understood that the laboratory is the most secret place in every pharmaceutical company. He didn't expect Xiao Fei to trust him so much and let him in there. Afterwards, the guy turned to his girlfriend and asked her to prepare something for him. He raised his hand with the ampoule and said that he wanted to finalize this. After this, the hero and his friend come to the pharmaceutical company, where they were met at the entrance by a lot of servants. The man who was wearing a business suit was Xiao Fei's father, whose name was Xiao Feng. He asked Academician Su, a rank 5 cultivator, to come with him because his father really wanted to introduce him to the main character. As soon as Xiao Feng saw the main character, he immediately walked up to him and shook his hand because he was very grateful to people like Tang Ming. The father thanked the guy for helping his son lose weight. While expressing gratitude to the main character, he almost forgot to introduce him to Academician Su. So he immediately started introducing each other to them. Mr. Su was a national academician who headed their research laboratory. The academician did not want to waste much time, so he immediately started getting to know the guy. He hoped that the hero would not interfere with their work, because they could not afford to make mistakes. However, the guy was relaxed, so he asked them not to worry too much. Suddenly, a scream sounded out of nowhere. It was 2 laboratory assistants who ran screaming to Academician Su to notify him that all 104 batches of mice exploded and died. Su couldn't believe it, so he asked his assistant to take him there. The scientists could not understand how this happened, so the laboratory assistants began to say that after the mice were injected with the drug, their wounds began to heal quickly, but then they died, just at the moment when they were almost completely healed. Tang Ming heard the conversation and began to think about the fact that this kind of medicine that activated the healing power of cultivators should not have been released before 2120 in his previous life. He couldn't believe that the Xiao family's pharmaceutical company had started researching this 10 years ago. But he understood that now they were still far from completing it. He decided to help the scientists with this, so he extended his hands to the graphic screen. The laboratory assistants saw this and immediately began to run to him because they were angry with him because he began to change Mr. Su's formula. Tang Ming, having changed the code and corrected the errors, decided to reassure the workers. He asked them to try to use his form. A strange energy emanated from the scientists who stood in front of the guy. After all, they did not consider the main character to be a scientist and therefore did not believe in his formula, so it was possible to understand that they considered the guy to be a stupid teenager. Suddenly, Xiao Fei stands up for Tang Ming, who was shouting at the scientists because they didn't even try Tang's formula. He assured everyone that there was nothing in the world that the main character could not cope with. That's how much he believed in him. Tang Ming, after listening to his friend, also decided to add that his formula was correct, so he gave examples and told why the scientists made a mistake. The words of the main character struck academician Su. He couldn't even imagine that Tang Ming, who was so young, would be able to see the root of the problem the first time. Moreover, his medical theory is so insightful that it is 100 times superior to Mr. Su. He realized that it was worth trying the guy's method, so he ordered his assistants to try the hero's method this time. The laboratory technicians did not waste time. They immediately began testing this formula on the mouse. Suddenly, the wounds on the mouse's body began to heal, which meant that the guy's formula really was working. The scientists saw this and began to rejoice with all their might because they had finally achieved the desired result. Tang Ming, observing the workers, began to explain that all medicines have their own advantages. His formula focuses on the combination of medicines and the complementarity of medicinal properties. Thus, the medicine not only eliminates the disease, but also significantly reduces the harm to the patient from the side effects of the medicine, so that the best therapeutic effect can be achieved. At this moment, Mr. Su approached the main character, who really wanted to ask the guy a few questions. He was very interested in why the mice died because of his medicine, despite the fact that they were cured. He wanted to know what he should pay attention to in his future research, so he wanted Tang to help him. The hero did not waste much time, so he began to tell that everyone in this life receives partial qi of heaven and earth for human use. Correcting abnormalities in the human body requires activating the true qi in the body. Thus, he continued to talk about the mistakes scientists made in the study. Mr. Su was very impressed by the guy's information. The academician was very ashamed in front of the main character, because he did not understand what he was talking about. He was grateful to the guy, so he hoped that in the future they would continue to collaborate together. Tang Ming heard these words and decided to take advantage of the situation, and therefore began to say that he was actually here today to talk about cooperation with the company. He also brought with him a box containing samples of drugs that he had previously studied at the university. The guys decided to sit down on the sofa and continue the conversation there. The main character sat down and began to talk about a pill that improved a person's sensitivity to spiritual energy and accelerates its absorption, increasing the efficiency of transformation of internal qi. Mr. Su, holding this pill, replied that they had tried to do this before, but they couldn't, so he wanted to try the guy's medicine. He brought the pill to his mouth and swallowed it. Suddenly his body began to fill with energy, which greatly impressed the scientist. At that very second he shared his impressions with the guys. It was very unusual for him. A strong sweat of true qi flowed throughout the body. Seeing the academician's emotions, Xiao Feng decided to ask what the main character wanted. Tang Ming put forward two conditions: firstly, to keep his cost and production price as low as possible, while ensuring profitability so that every cultivator could afford it, and secondly, not to advertise to the public that this medicine was made by him. His can be called Su Lao. Xiao Feng was suitable for such actions, so he immediately accepted them. He also greatly admired people like Tang Ming, so he decided to give him 30% of the company's shares. Mr. Su felt a little awkward at this moment, because he couldn't believe that the main character would give up his name in such a study. The academician was even ready to resign if a guy wanted to take his place, but the main character said that he was just a student and therefore did not want to attract unnecessary attention. Xiao Feng looked at them, discussing the main character. They were quite shocked by a talent like him. Suddenly, Xiao Feng angrily began to say that they must bring this medicine to the market as soon as possible, and he will not allow these aliens to take the lives of many cultivators and destroy people's happy families again. He was angry at the aliens because if it weren't for them, his wife wouldn't exist. He is stopped by Mr. Su, who did not allow Xiao Feng to finish. He reassured him that with this medicine the company would develop faster. They wanted to make sure that all cultivators of the land had access to the best medicines. Xiao Fei, following Tang Ming, praised him very much because he really admired the main character very much. While Xiao Fei was rejoicing, the main character understood that what they were doing now were only the first steps towards increasing the overall strength of humanity. They still had a long way to go. The capital, which is currently hosting 10 major competitions, is filled with the aroma of the great Chinese tournament. Holding the profile of the main character in his hands, someone could not even believe that the guy would achieve such opportunities and heights in just a few months. This someone was Wang Yinjin's older brother. He reprimanded the protagonist's older sister, who admired her younger brother. Two feelings were struggling in the girl, one of which said that it was impossible to master everything in this life, and the other said that she simply needed to work harder. Because of this, the girl decided to try her best to see her younger brother. Meanwhile, events moved to the office of a pharmaceutical company, where Su Feng, Mr. Su and the main character are sitting at the table. The owner of the company wanted to notify the guy that his pills, which he brought to them, after many experiments showed their effectiveness. Academician Su also decided to add on his own behalf that these pills worked better for low-ranking cultivators. Tang Ming was wondering when the product would be released and what the price would be, to which the owner of the company replied that almost everything was ready, and the price would be slightly higher than cost. Since the main character's goal of his cure was to increase the power of the earth and drive out the aliens, it should have been called Superlight. His partners liked the name. Tang Ming understood that the dialogue was coming to an end, so he did not waste time, but immediately said that he was already leaving. But suddenly, Xiao Feng stops him because he wanted to tell him more about his idea, which will make their product a hit in China. He understood that this competition, like the Big Ten, attracted the attention of cultivators all over the country, so all they had to do was provide the series to the Big Ten competition for free so that participants could use them without cost. The main character liked this idea. The gentleman wanted to continue his speech, so he decided to touch upon a topic related to the Muzhan family. He couldn't understand why the Murong family hadn't created anything yet this year. These words alerted not only Mr. Feng, but now also the main character. Meanwhile, events are now moving to the Muzhan company. The eldest brother of the family, Muzhan, sat at the table and talked with his son. He told him that the purpose of this competition was to choose the best cultivators for the country. Therefore, they cannot afford to miss this opportunity. He also decided to warn his son about Tang Ming because his cousin was killed by him. However, the son did not take the main character seriously. He blamed Muzhen Sin, whom he considered weak, for the defeat. In terms of strength, he was on par with Jinping. In terms of cultivation, he is a third-class cultivator just one step away from fourth class, so he believes that he cannot lose to a newcomer who has just become second class. He spoke about his cousin that he was not as good as the others and it was an honor for him to die in battle, but he still wants to take revenge on Monsieur Mugan. The father, listening to his son, still decided to once again remind him of Tang Ming's strength. However, he did not listen and therefore immediately turned off the call. Suddenly, the head of the Muzhen family called him from his assistant. It was his younger brother, who called to report that the alien potion had disappeared somewhere. Based on their memories, he assumed that the person who stole the alien potion was the third brother. The elder brother reassured his second brother that he would take care of it himself, because he warned the third brother not to drag the family into trouble. After this, events moved to Hanbei University. Murong Yuan, who was waiting for someone, finally came to the person he called. Murong Yuan didn't want to wait long, so he immediately gave the alien thing to this person. He wanted this person to use this to get rid of Tang Ming in the Big Ten competition. After the mission is completed, Murong Yuan will make the stranger his student, and give him the skills of the Xian class, then it will only be a matter of time before he progresses to the fourth class. Yuan smiled wickedly because he couldn't wait for the main character to die. Murong Yuan then warned his ward to do everything right and not let him down. Suddenly their conversation is interrupted by a certain girl. It was Xiao Qing, vice president of the Shudo Society of Hara University. According to the school's rules, outsiders were not allowed to enter at will, so she asked the villains who they were. She saw a familiar face because this guy was one of their club members. His name was Zhang Qi. However, she didn't know who was next to him, so she decided to ask the guy. Zhang Qi couldn't understand why Xiao Qing appeared at that moment, because he told her that he was in charge of patrolling today. Murong Yuan quietly told the guy that if she understood everything, then they would not be able to let her live, endangering their plan in the future. Zhang Qi did not want his friend to die, so he warned that her death now would be completely out of place, because in this way their plan could be postponed, or even go bad. They began to communicate by telepathy. Murong Yuan reminded them for the last time that they must get rid of Tang Ming. After that, he didn't stay there for long, so he immediately began to leave the roof of the school. The girl tried to stop him, but he didn't care, he just left. Murong Yuan, leaving school, believed that today he showed mercy, but when his plan is completed, he will still take away all the witnesses. The girl ran up to the roof railing to look at the escapee. But she didn't see anything there anymore, because there was no one there. Xiao Qing immediately decided to ask the guy who it was. However, he did not answer her question. He asked that she simply remember to thank him later. The girl looked at the guy and felt that she had a bad feeling. When she heard Tang Ming's name, she knew that they were talking about something bad, so she was afraid for Xiao Fei, because he might be in danger. Holding her fist next to her chest, she asked herself the same question: what should she do in such a situation? Xiao Fei at that moment also felt that there was something wrong with his sister, because their mental connection had never failed since childhood. Suddenly his friend comes up to him and asks what happened to him. Tang Mina also approached the guys, who gathered them all here to announce the official lineup for the competition. He started calling out names: Wang Jin, Fang Xiaoying and Song Lu. Xiao Fei was a little surprised that the boss was not on the list, but in his heart he was glad that he was not chosen. All the guys were a little sad because they weren't chosen for the list, which meant that they considered themselves inferior to the girls. But suddenly their whining is interrupted by Song Lu, who told the guys that the president had not finished his speech yet. Wang Jin at this moment decided to ask Tang Ming what he would do with the replacement. When suddenly Xiaoying shouts from the side, who suggested that the guys all try to fight. Whoever wins will be the replacement. Hearing the girl's proposal, the guys immediately became excited because they wanted to show their master class what they were capable of. But suddenly Tang Ming asked the guys not to worry, because he was going to choose Zhao as a replacement Lianya and Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei didn't want to fight, so he tried to dissuade the protagonist from his choice. However, Tang Ming didn't like this and started yelling at the guy and saying that he would never allow his subordinates to retreat. He looked at Fei with a terrible look and threatened him that if he did not fight, then after the competition the hero would beat him with all his might for 3 days. Xiao Fei, shaking with fear, realized that when he was a child, he thought that his sister was the most terrible person in the world. But he considered himself so naive, because now he was 100% sure that the most terrible person in the world was Boss Tang. Even aliens were not as scary to him as he was. But after that, Tang Ming stopped yelling at the guy and decided to cheer him up a little, because he and his father really expected excellent results from the guy. Now the main character called all his buddies to follow him because he specifically asked Master Shan to arrange a special fight for them. At the same moment, Xiao Fei was looking at them from the side, who understood that a bad feeling had never let him down. After that, he ran with everyone where the main character led. Arriving at the appointed place, Tang Ming explained to the guys that this was a battle simulation room. He ordered the guys to go there, because the mentor was already waiting for them. When they entered, they saw Master Shan. The guys were shocked by what they saw, because they had never seen anything like it. The mentor advised the main character to take care of his friends and explain that this was not a playroom. He clapped his hands to draw the guy's attention to himself, and after that he began to explain that this room was not just a playroom. Wearing a helmet, he told the guys that it emptied the mind, and then spiritual consciousness was transferred to a simulated space using virtual reality technology. Unlike the game, this is a training simulator for those who have no experience in Mortal Kombat, so it simulates the pain of injuries. After long practice, a cultivator's spiritual power can develop into a more powerful, almost divine consciousness. After telling the story, the hero asked his friends if they had any questions. However, suddenly, Mentor Sean began telling students that few students were eligible to apply for simulation training. He arranged this mock training for them solely because of their president. He understood that even if the guys did not fight in competitions, this practice would still be useful for them. The guys simultaneously agreed with the mentor's words. Xiao Fei, being inside the capsule, could not understand how he could defeat a second-class cultivator. While the guys were in the capsules with their helmets on, the main character and the mentor looked at them and controlled the process. State loading has started. How suddenly Zhao Lian noticed that his hand was numb. The guy immediately realized that this was a rank 2 cultivator, but he noticed that his opponent was weaker than the main character, but he was still careful with him. As he hit the opponent, he understood that the strength level indicated that this was a fake rank 2 cultivator. The second guy also easily dodged his opponent's attack, and he also compared the protagonist to a fake cultivator. But this only helped him try his best to win. The technique he used was called True Yang Blade. It was the president's secret technique. The guys, having defeated their fake opponents, immediately left the capsule. However, Xiao Fei still continued to remain in the cell. The guys immediately noticed that something was wrong with Fei, so the main character decided to warn the mentor about it. The mentor, observing the situation, realized that the reality and virtuality of Xiao Fei got together, and it all took 10 minutes to fix. Tang Ming at that moment looked at this situation and realized that if he did not intervene, then his friend would suffer for real, maybe even critically. He walked up to the capsule and concentrated. He activated on Xiao Fei's spiritual liberation. The mentor was shocked by what he saw, because he knew that this could be seen very rarely. He couldn't understand how the main hero managed to separate Dao's consciousness Fei from similar signals and control his mind with such precision. Freeing Xiao Fei, Tang Ming decided to do better training for him because there was only a week left before the tournament. Meanwhile, in the Cultivator Alliance, the elders gathered at the table. This old man was the head. His name was Li. He was a rank 9 cultivator. Next to him sat the fiery Ha Dao, an 8th grade cultivator, and next to him was a balding old man named Master Wang Shu, who was also an 8th grade cultivator. Opposite them sat Guan Han, who slightly angered the fiery Ha Dao. Headley didn't want to watch the elders quarrel, so without hesitation he hit the table with his palm. According to him, it was clear that the elders had been at odds for more than 1 year. He told everyone to look at the state of Master Winchi, who was sitting next to him playing with a typewriter, and he was also a rank 7 cultivator. Fiery Ha Dao was worried about the head, so he asked him not to be angry because he was worried about his health. Li said he founded the alliance more than 50 years ago. He was already in decline, his body could do little for the alliance or humanity. The elders were a little uncomfortable with such words, so they asked the elder not to say such things. Head Li, holding his beard, decided to speak about his decision, which meant that the 3 best participants in the competition would receive all the techniques of the alliance, and would be the main reserve, and he would personally make the champion his student and teach him everything he knew. Meanwhile, events are transferred to Beijing Airport, where all the guys who arrived here were already standing. Xiao Fei was happy because it was his first time in the capital and therefore he wanted to introduce the restaurants of Beijing. But Xiaoying was annoyed by this. She asked the guy not to disgrace them with his behavior anymore. Suddenly, from the side, Yushan begins to shout at both of them, who asked the guys to shut up, because he represented Yao Ming from the Imperial Military Academy, who, on behalf of the Imperial Military Academy, arrived to receive them, representatives of Hanbei. While the mentor was introducing his escort, he suddenly did not notice where the girl had disappeared. Without thinking, Yao Ming took her little brother's hand. And then she hugged him tightly with joyful emotions, because she had not seen her younger brother for a long time. But suddenly the girl notices that Wang Jin was hugging the guy on the other side, who was jealous of the guy for her older sister. Yao Ming immediately realized that there were feelings between the guys, so without noticing it, she began to loudly praise the guy that he had found a girl like Wang Jin. Tang Ming tried to calm his sister down so that many would not find out about their relationship with Jin. After this, the events moved to Beijing, the competition area. Yao Ming told the guys that this year the winners of the competition will have a really wonderful reward, but she didn't want to tell them because she didn't want to spoil the intrigue for the guys. She showed the guys their rooms. The boys' rooms were on the left, and the girls' rooms on the right. There were rules that prohibited crossing the territory of the floors. Song Lu, having heard that the guys wanted to come to them at night, decided to warn that if they did this, they would be left without something. Yao Ming at this moment was moving Wang Jin into Tang Ming's room, which was forbidden. However, she said that there was no verification today, so it's okay. Wang Jin immediately began knocking the guy into the room with an embarrassed face, and Yao Ming simply watched this. Entering the room, she saw the main character standing next to the window. From the window, he looked at Beijing at night, the capital of China, which was known as the most prosperous cultivation point with the highest earth cultivator resistance index. However, no one could imagine that such a powerful capital would be conquered by aliens so quickly in the early stages of the war. Suddenly his thoughts are interrupted by Wang Jin, who quietly approached him from behind and hugged him. They started kissing. Meanwhile, while the guys were hugging, something was bothering the security outside the hotel. As they got closer, they saw a green tornado, from which 3 strangers emerged. The security did not understand who it was, so they ordered them to stand still and respond without making sudden movements. But the strangers did not listen, so one of them ordered the other 2 to kill the guards. These were aliens who turned into human form. The events moved to the Beijing Sports Complex, where the annual Big Ten competition is about to begin. Reporters were discussing about the event that was about to begin. At that moment, the guys simply listened while the awards for the tournament winners were announced. Xiao Fei didn't sleep all night because he was thinking about these rewards. He was very happy when he learned about such cool awards. However, Tang Ming understood that the wormhole was unstable, which is why the Cultivator Alliance spent so much money and effort to recruit talented people from all over the country. But this is even good, because the Alliance Library has what it needs. Moreover, if he can join the Cultivator Alliance, he will have more power. As for the apprenticeship, he remembered that the leader, unfortunately, died before the theory about the breakthrough of the last level came out. The main character motivated the guys because he really wanted to win this tournament, and because of the guys' fighting spirit, everyone also became confident. Xiao Fei was shocked that he saw his sister's school in the competition. Because of this, he could assume that the girl was also here. Suddenly Xiao Qing, who wanted to see Tang Ming, approaches them. Xiao Fei was excited when he saw his sister. The girl told her brother that she came to say hello to the main character because her father told her a lot about him. Afterwards she came closer to the guys and quietly told them that they should not participate because it was too dangerous. She walked up to Tang Ming and took his hand, thereby showing that she wanted to meet him. Zhang watched it all from the side. She, who was obsessed with Xiao Qing. He was very jealous of her for him, so he wanted to fight him as quickly as possible, because he was sure that he would defeat him. After talking, the guys began to say goodbye until the next meeting, because the time was already coming to an end. The main character spoke to Xiao Fei that he couldn't believe that he had such a good sister. But turning to the guy, he didn't see him there. Tang Ming suddenly noticed that there was something in his hand. At this moment, Xiao Fei was walking along the corridor, humming a song about noodles. Behind the guy was Zhang Qi, who was waiting for him was already here. Suddenly, the main character's phone begins to vibrate. He immediately decides to see what is there, and sees that it was a message from Xiao Fei. The message contained a photo of a tied-up guy who was panicking, and under the photo there was an invitation from the main character to see him. Tang Ming understood that telling someone about this would be dangerous for Xiao Fei, so he said that he would just go and call him over. The friend reminded Tang Ming that the round would start in 5 minutes, but the guy insisted that he would make it in time. Walking to the appointed place, he remembered that in the note Xiao Qing said to beware of a man named Zhang Qi. He thought he was the one who kidnapped Xiao Fei, but fortunately, if you take advantage of the aura remaining on Zhao's body Fei from the last virtual training, he will be able to find it quickly. Hanging on a rope and tied up, Xiao Fei really hoped that Tang Ming would come and save him. He was ready to even train fruitfully for the sake of salvation. Tang Ming at that moment arrived at the appointed place where his friend was being held. Zhang Qi couldn't understand how the main character found this place so quickly. There are only 4 minutes left before the competition. If they delay any longer, they will be disqualified. Tang Ming didn't like waiting, so he immediately warned that he wouldn't wait for him. When suddenly he heard a strange sound behind him, it was a falling syringe. While the guy was sitting and thinking about what it could be, a guy appeared behind him from whom eerie energy emanated, and he himself looked very frightening. In an instant the hero notices him. And so he manages to stop the madman's attack. Tang Ming looked at his opponent, and realized that it was a messenger from the Murong family who was supposed to kill him. Zhang Qi felt confident, and therefore believed that he would easily defeat the hero and become the successor of the Murong family. He believed that he had nothing to fear, because after taking the drug he became at least a 4th-class cultivator. If he kills the main character, he will become Murong Yuan's personal disciple and then the president of Hair Martial Arts. While the bastard was dreaming of his success, he was immediately passed by Tang Ming, who was already behind him. Zhang Qi could not move due to the protagonist's technique, but he also did not understand how Tang Ming, being a 2nd class, could resist him. However, the main character forgot to tell everyone that he was already in 3rd grade. Tang Ming told his opponent that even as a 1st-class cultivator, he defeated a 4th-class cultivator on the way to the university. After that, he snapped his fingers and sent the bastard flying, who flew into the wall at high speed. Zhang Qi couldn't believe that this was possible, like moving up 1 grade in 1 month. But Tang Ming told him that this was impossible for others, but he was special, so anything was possible for him. After this, the main character freed his friend and called the police to detain the scoundrel. Xiao Qing was very grateful that he saved her brother, and that he allowed her school to continue to participate in the tournament. She was very impressed by the main character, because just like her brother said, he was very charming. Having dealt with everything, the first round finally began. Xiao Feng and his partner Mr. Su were cheering for his son. Tang Ming, shaking Xiao Qing's hand, wanted to start quickly, and the girl, in turn, told him that she hoped that he would teach her a lot. At this time, Xiaoying was already standing in the battle arena and looking at her opponent, who was very confident in his victory. She was contemplating Tang Ming's plan, which told her to first provoke her opponent so that he would let his guard down, and then take him out with 1 blow. The girl immediately began to tease her opponent with her jokes. The opponent's name was Qin Dalong, and he was a 3rd-class cultivator. The arrogant joke still hurt Qin, so he wanted to quickly defeat the girl. Xiaoying watched the guy and noticed that he was really angry. As soon as the first round began, Xiaoying immediately threw the guy out of the arena with 1 blow. Everyone was shocked that Xiaoying, being a 2nd-class cultivator, could defeat a 3rd-class cultivator so quickly. The second round began, where Wang Jin and Feng Xiao were already fighting. As soon as the round began, Feng Xiao immediately began to attack. He was very interested in whether Wang Jin's sword was faster than his fist. Having approached the girl as close as possible, He was already confident in his hope, because the girl did not react in any way to his attack. But the girl just stood there. She saw all the movements of her opponent and remembered that it was these movements that Tang Ming was talking about, so for her it was boring. Wang Jin immediately left no chance for Feng Xiao. He voluntarily admitted his defeat in this fight. At this moment, new guys who were supposed to fight began to come out, namely Xiao Qing and Tang Ming. The guy, going to the arena, praised Wang Jin for winning so easily. At the same moment, Xiao was sitting in the stands Feng, who shouted and cheered for both Han Bei and Hare. Also at this moment, Xiao Fei finally came running to the guys, who was very late. One of the guys decided to ask the fat man why his sister fought for Hare, but he could not say anything in response, because he himself was surprised by such information. Yushan heard the guys talking, so he didn't want to say anything to them. The reason Xiao Qing was the commander was because many of the new students who had recently fallen into the wormhole had suffered serious injuries, and one of them was the former martial arts president Hera. He understood that the situation in the wormhole was not particularly good, so he hoped that Qingping was okay. Meanwhile, Xiao Qing and Tang Ming were already standing opposite each other. After this, the third round began immediately. The girl immediately began to attack the main character. However, it was too slow and weak for him, so he fought off all these attacks with ease. The girl was shocked by Tang Ming's abilities, because she could not even imagine that there was such a short period of time between them, but the strength was colossal, so she had little internal energy left, so she simply admitted defeat. But suddenly the guy hits her on the forehead and says that the fight is not over yet. He advised the girl how to fight correctly. Because of which the girl was happy with such advice, she warned the guy to be careful. The girl immediately began to attack the main character, who stood and simply watched the girl's actions, which were many times better than the last time. However, he grabbed it with ease. And he turned it over sharply. Out of fear, the girl immediately admitted defeat because she realized that the guy was simply terrible. She understood that she was no match for him. Tang Ming held the upside-down girl and praised her for how she would be much better in the future if she trained. At the same time, the tournament was observed by the elders, who were impressed by the participants. One of the elders didn't have much faith in commoners, because he believed that even if they get into the top 10 schools, they still remain short-sighted. In his opinion, it was better to select children from famous families. But the fiery elder did not like the fact that he contradicted the decision of all the heads. Headley calmed down the elders because he did not want to hear their quarrels. He believed that it was necessary to select a new generation that truly deserved to develop. Meanwhile, the aliens had already approached the rocket, killing the guards. They realized that the Cultivator Alliance was becoming weaker and weaker every year. One of the aliens came closer to the rocket with an extended hand in which there was some energy. He wanted to do something with it. So I put energy into the rocket. After that, he notified his accomplices that they were ready. So they decided to go up and see what would happen there. At the top of the arena, a new battle began, where our hero had to fight again. Tang Ming extended his hand forward, hoping that the fight would be beneficial to both of them. But the head of the club, Qianing, who was the hero's rival, was not going to shake hands. He was confident of his victory, and did not consider Tang Ming a threat to himself at all. The main character was not upset by these words at all, so he decided to tell his opponent to give it his all. These words irritated Qianing a little, so he shook his hand and told the guy to get ready to beg for mercy. Suddenly, while shaking hands, he noticed that the main character's hand was different, because he put 999 kilograms of pressure on it, and he didn't care about it. He became more serious, so he wanted to show Tang Ming what a huge gap there was between the second and third classes, but he couldn't even imagine that the hero was already the third class. They shook hands, and a strange energy appeared around them, which symbolized their strength. One of the judges was impressed that the guys decided to have an internal chi duel. He couldn't believe they were competing with each other so openly. The second judge looked at this and was also impressed. According to him, whoever wins a duel immediately brings automatic victory to the entire team. At the same moment, the internal duel was still continuing, but the concrete was already cracking under Qin Yan's feet. Because of this, he could not understand how the main character still kept himself so simple. Tang Ming simply smiled sweetly at the guy, squeezing his hand, but then he decided to mention to his opponent that he had recently promoted to 3rd grade. Holding hands, he thought about the fact that despite the fact that Qian Yang was in the middle of the 3rd grade, he had poor control over the flow of his own energy, and could not freely control it. For the hero, defeating him was not difficult, but he was more worried. That strange guy over there, although he was hiding his aura, the guy vaguely felt the disturbing energy fluctuations in his body. Therefore, he believed that it was worth saving his strength and winning quickly, so that he could later find out who it was. The alien looked at the guy and realized that he had been noticed. He was surprised that there was someone in this group of cultivators who was able to notice him. Meanwhile, Qin Yan was straining as hard as he could to resist the duel. He did not lose hope in his victory because he believed that the hero's chi energy was still weak. He also relied on his legendary gloves, which helped chi flow out and take on the desired form. Tang Ming was starting to get bored with all this, so he apologized for being in a hurry and began to finish the match quickly. The protagonist's internal chi energy began to dominate. But Qin Yan was not going to give up, so he began to tense up even more. Qin Yan's energy swallowed the energy of the protagonist. Because of this, the impudent man began to rejoice and laugh at the main character, because he thought that he had already defeated the guy. However, Tang Ming simply pointed his fingers at his chi energy, which was bursting from within. Turning around, he saw his chi crack into pieces. The main character explained with a smile why Qin Yan could not win, because his chi was not completely pure, which meant that it could be destroyed from within. Blood began to flow from Yan's mouth, and he fell to his knees. Holding himself barely on his limbs, he was very upset that he lost the last battle to someone like the main character. Suddenly, after the announcement of victory, a mentor approaches the main character, who was very surprised that the guy could break into the 3rd grade so quickly. The teacher was here because the military sent a message asking Master Yushan to return to his team, so he is here to replace him. Tang Ming was alarmed by these words because he realized that if Yushan suddenly left, it meant that something was happening in the wormhole. Therefore, he thought that he urgently needed to join the Cultivator Alliance. Meanwhile, events moved to the women's locker room. Xiaoying sat down on the bench and was a little unhappy because Boss Tang quickly ended the fight without even allowing her to fight. She also didn't like the way the competition was organized because it put 4 teams that were bottom of the rankings last year in one group. Suddenly, Song Lu approaches her, saying that President Tang was right. Because she also believed that the rivals were now too weak. Finishing the battle quickly allowed them to save their strength to face stronger teams. Wang Jin, while getting dressed, also said that Xiaoying should focus on the next match. However, Xiaoying, who was sitting on the bench, said that her opponent had to be at least one of the top 3 students. Song Lu responded by saying that she was unlucky then, because 3 elite martial arts schools were among the top 3 last year. The top 2 do not participate in the group stage, the only one being Hua Wu University, under the Imperial Division. Wang Jin, who was standing aside, was a little surprised by these words. The girl was worried that Lin Jingxing was the president of the martial arts club of Hua W University. She turned away from the girls with anxiety inside, because she was very worried that if he found out about her relationship with Tang Ming. But suddenly she is interrupted by Xiaoying, who attacked her from behind. Jing didn't like this, so she used the sword technique that cut Xiaoying's shirt a little. The girl fell to her knees because she thought it was unfair. She didn't think it was fair that Xin was always better than her. After that, Wang Jin went to take a shower. Standing under the warm water, she realized that since she and Tang Ming were already engaged, she had to cancel the family marriage contract no matter what. Even if her family resists and forces her to give up the Wang name, she will not regret it. As long as she can be with Tang Ming. After turning off the water, she decided that she needed to talk to Tang Ming after the match. But suddenly, the girl is overcome by terrible energy. All the girls were shocked by this, so they decided to get dressed and see what was happening outside. At the same moment, Wang Jin's phone, which was lying there, begins to vibrate from the call of the protagonist. The girls got dressed and answered the call from which Tang Ming appeared. He immediately asked how the girls felt, after which he warned that the connection would soon be severed, so he was brief. He began to say that unknown people had just attacked here. The enemy targeted a specific place, so the hero asked that the girls not go out. It was an order from the president. However, Wang Jin did not want to leave the guy alone. But Tang Ming did not want Jin to participate in this, so he asked her to trust him. Afterwards, he looked away a little and said that next time the girls should not forget to get dressed before answering the call. Tang Ming interrupted the call because he saw that guy in front of him. He really was something. The guy didn't even think that a stranger would do it so quickly. Teachers appeared from the other side and were careful with the stranger. One of the teachers asked the students not to panic and to follow her. However, the stranger asked the mentors to leave because it wouldn't work anyway. He came here to pick them up. One of the mentors did not tolerate such words, so he began to shout that he was attacking. The three teachers simultaneously began to attack the alien. However, the aliens easily repelled all the attacks of the 6th grade professional cultivators. Having flown up high, he smiled because he did not consider the teachers to be his equal. The teacher, who was responsible for the evacuation of the students, was frightened by such events. And the main character was seriously preparing to fight him. The teachers, severely wounded, realized that they were hopeless against the alien. The mentor-treating teacher In Lu wondered if they could do something, but Lu said that they had a big difference with an 8th grade cultivator. At that moment, the alien, hanging in the air, laughed at the teachers because they could not do anything. Raising the dangerous ball up, he was going to destroy his mentors with it. But suddenly a spark appears behind him, which meant reinforcements. It was the lieutenant colonel of the Cultivator Alliance, Yu Feng, sent to calm the unrest. The alien liked this because he was glad that he finally had a worthy opponent. He began to quickly attack the lieutenant colonel. However, Yu Feng had a fast speed of time travel, so he easily dodged the enemy's attacks. The mentors, looking at this confrontation, were surprised at the lieutenant colonel's abilities. Suddenly, Yu Feng orders to stop negotiations, because now it was more important to fight against the enemy. In Lu was instantly healed. After which all the mentors began to help the lieutenant colonel in the battle with the alien. They were all 6th grade cultivators, so this time they had a chance. Yu Feng asked the mentors to simply block all escape routes and then not interfere, so that he would not accidentally hit them. The alien was very interested in what would happen next. The lieutenant colonel instantly reduced the distance between them, thereby attacking the enemy. But he keeps up with Yu Feng's speed, so he instantly dodges the attack. And then he attacks him. From such a strong blow, the lieutenant colonel flies into the wall. The alien told Yu Feng that he overestimated his strength. The mentors could not believe in such an outcome of events, because they did not understand how the lieutenant colonel could so easily miss the blow, because they were both 8th grade cultivation. But suddenly they had the idea that the alien was a 9th grade cultivator. Hearing this, the stranger began to smile insidiously, because he was glad that his opponents finally knew the truth about his power. An ominous energy hung over the mentors, who stood on alert. But suddenly a new stranger appeared to the side, asking the 9th grade cultivator to stop joking like that here. The stranger hid his face because he didn't want anyone to see him. He suddenly appeared behind the alien, who could not even detect the guy's movement. Most likely this stranger was our main character. He hit the alien from behind with great speed, causing him to fly off. The aliens did not understand how this was possible. He did not feel the slightest breath of this man with his 9th grade class. He stopped himself in the air with one foot. Then he did not retreat, but rather began to attack the guy. A duel ensued between them. For the main character, this alien did not pose a threat, so he could easily fight off his attacks, and then attack. The guy wanted to finish the job quickly in order to return the clothes. He dealt multiple blows to the enemy. The alien was shocked because he understood that this did not correspond to the information provided by the aliens. Facing defeat, he decided to blow up the central cauldron in order to bury everyone with him. All the mentors were shocked by this statement. While activating the explosion technique, he noticed that he could not activate the internal energy remaining below because his internal energy was blocked. At the same moment, Tang Ming appears behind him and tells him that he didn't know how they got into the 9th grade, but he clearly felt that the energy inside him was chaotic. He extended his finger forward towards the alien to seal his body's internal energy. After this, the alien was unable to control his weightlessness, because his levitation could now only be controlled by the main character. Falling down, the alien wanted to explode in order to take the guy with him, but he could not do this, because he could not break through the blockage with his 9th grade understrength. He was shocked by the guy's statement. After that, he fell straight into a trash can, which slammed shut. After the victory, the main character immediately descended to the ground, where his mentors were already waiting for him. The lieutenant colonel bowed his head in front of him because he was grateful for such help. He was ready to do anything for the guy. Tang Ming did not want to reveal his appearance, so he pulled his cap tighter so that his face would not be visible. But after, he raised his head because he wanted to tell the mentors that there was no limit to their cultivation. Raising his hand up, he began to advise them that they could in the future overcome this threshold of the 9th grade, because he understood that they needed to speed up, because the main war was soon. He decided to end it there. Then he suddenly jumped up and disappeared. The mentors were shocked by the protagonist's statement, but Yufeng was calm because he believed in these words. The lieutenant colonel believed that if these words were true, then it meant that humanity would be saved. Meanwhile, in the restroom, Tang Ming was holding onto the wall and was very tired, but he was still glad that it was finally over. He knew that it was too risky to use his divine consciousness to temporarily raise his strength from the 3rd to the initial stage of the 9th grade. Fortunately, the microscopic spell cultivation technique he practices starts from the source, sublimates the cells, and strengthens the body. Although his internal chi cultivation had only recently broken through to the 3rd grade, his body was already comparable to the 5th grade. If he had jumped straight to 9th grade with a 3rd-class body, he would have been torn to pieces. Now he needed to cultivate hardening to stabilize his condition. But unfortunately, he will no longer be able to instantly break into the 9th grade with the secret method of 9 words of truth. By the way the attacker's chi moved and the direction of his veins were not at all similar to human cultivators. This meant that the aliens had discovered the secrets of human cultivation, and could even create 9th grade test subjects using technology. His revival somehow changed the world chronology and significantly accelerated the process of future development. The theory of a breakthrough was imminent. While workers, police, and other workers were gathering near the arena, someone was watching them in the form of a crow. Having downloaded all the information from the crow, the aliens began to look at the data on their operation. They were unhappy with the operation because their test subject was not very strong, which meant that it was dangerous for them to counterattack. One of the aliens, analyzing the operation, understood that compared to a real 9th grade earthly star, their experiment had many shortcomings. Therefore, they decided to pause the attack because they needed more time to study the Earth star cultivators. In addition, he looked at the picture of the main character and said that he was more worried about him. He ordered to find out who he really was and to catch him at any cost. One of his friends told him not to worry, because this was the only thing that could be left to the stupid followers of the earthly star. Events are transferred to the headquarters of the Ascension cult. The cloaked guises began to kneel, thus greeting their mentor. Holding a hologram of the protagonist in his hand, the mentor ordered that their almighty alien master had just given them the final instructions to capture alive the mysterious 9th grade cultivator who had appeared in the capital of China. Whoever completes the mission will be rewarded with an alien skill. Everyone around began to bow to him, thus expressing gratitude for his kindness. They swore to him that they would serve their master until his death. One of the bowers suddenly stood up because he wanted to tell the mentor that the 9th grade was so strong that he was afraid that with their current strength, they would be no match for him. The mentor began to laugh at these words, because their lord had already foreseen this. He took out and showed 5 vials of divine energy serum. After their previous experiments, the alien overlord perfected the serum. With him, they would have 5 high-end cultivators. Afterwards, he took out the latest black stone scepter, designed for star cultivators using special materials from another planet, which had a special destructive power on the internal energy of a 9th grade cultivator. He reminded his brothers and sisters that the destruction of humanity would be their greatest gratitude to their master. Meanwhile, at the cultivator headquarters, Lieutenant Colonel Yufeng was reporting to the elders about the incident in the arena. He reported that the rescue work of the Imperial divisions had been completed. 3 criminals were captured, and the scene of the incident was partially destroyed, but fortunately, there were no casualties. The elders began to thank the lieutenant colonel for the work done, but Yufeng said that there was nothing to thank him for. He began to reveal that the reason the rescue could be completed successfully was because they had help from an expert. Chiefly decided to inquire whether this was the expert that lieutenant colonel of the cultivators mentioned. Yufeng immediately replied that the expert was a cultivator. Headley did not want to look for the main character, because he understood that the guy was strong, like himself. Therefore, he did not want to disturb him, so as not to anger him. But he was more worried about what he said about the endless kingdom after the 9th grade. It didn't give him peace. However, one of the elders did not want to strongly believe the words of the protagonist, so he decided to inquire what to do now with the competition of 10 schools. Both places were attacked simultaneously. They must have come prepared. They knew if they would do anything else. Therefore, the fiery elder believed that it would be wise to immediately suspend the competition. But the second elder was afraid of canceling the competition because it might cause the whole world to start laughing at them. The elders discussed and decided to send the participants to a virtual duel in order to avoid a new attack. Having finished their sentence, they finally decided to continue the 10 schools tournament online using technology with spiritual consciousness. The wily elder was glad that his proposal was accepted because the Murong family specialized in the technique of conquering Taiyuan, with an emphasis on spiritual awareness. The higher the spiritual state, the greater the power that can be exerted, and this is the advantage of this family. Meanwhile, events moved to the destroyed arena, where a reporter stood next to her and notified everyone of this event. Her attention was also focused on the main character, who was a mysterious man for everyone who appeared just in time. In an instant, Tang Ming, wearing a mysterious appearance, became popular on all channels. Everyone was also very surprised that there was a kingdom stronger than the 9th grade. To Tang Ming, who was sitting in a cafe, the waitress came and brought his tea. Reading the newspaper, he realized that he was fighting against the most powerful villain in the recent attack. Suddenly Xiaoying runs up to him from behind, who was very surprised that the guy also read newspapers, like her grandfather. Without thinking twice, she sat down opposite him and began to tell him that Jean and Song Lu were going to practice fencing again, so she was bored. Tang Ming thought that he could successfully enter the alliance through this competition, enter the library, and obtain a book useful for him to break into the realm. But he did not expect that his plans would be disrupted by the actions of aliens. Therefore, he believed that he would have to come up with another way. While the guys were talking to each other, their mentor quietly approached them. He came to them to inform them that the next tournament would be held with spiritual consciousness and online virtuality. Xiaoying was very happy about this news, because her fists were already itching. Events are transferred to the virtual training base of the Cultivator Alliance, where new competitions will begin soon. Tang Ming, putting on his helmet, asked his guys not to forget to concentrate and use spiritual consciousness in the spiritual space. Entering virtuality, many participants were very surprised by such a spiritual space. Tang Ming, looking at the guys, understood that he should not let Xiao Fei was the right decision. At the last special training he had a special situation. And this spiritual space seemed to be a deliberate simulation of the wormhole environment. A normal person would not last more than 10 minutes, so he assumed that the Alliance specifically selected reserve forces to enter the wormhole. One of the guys wanted to say something, namely that the training was not ordinary. Suddenly someone pushes the other guy. He wanted to teach the scoundrel a lesson first. But when he turned back, he saw the head of the Tsinghua University Martial Arts Club, whose name was Huasanchan. He was a 4th-class cultivator. Many around felt uneasy about these three because they gave off a frightening aura. These three walked here because they wanted to find the winner of the martial arts exam. This trinity also included Mujan Jing, who was a 4th-class cultivator. The third member was Yi Jingxing. He was also a 4th-class cultivator. Walking forward, they finally find Tang Ming, who was standing with his girlfriends. Xing, without thinking twice, began introducing them to his friends. Bai Yi Jingxing greeted the main character. Behind them, Xiaoying scolded Murong for not noticing her. Suddenly Jingxing decides to turn to Wang Jin, who bowed her head and also greeted him. Tang Ming looked at this and thought that the guys were just old acquaintances. Hua approaches the hero Sanchan, who was happy to welcome the guy, so he still wanted to fight before the competition. However, Tang Ne didn't really want to do this, so he suggested doing the ethos after the competition. Hua Sanchan didn't like this, so he began to leave and scold Jing that it was a waste of time. However, Emma Zinjing said that he didn't invite him because it was important for him that Yi and he see the guys. Tang Ming heard this and decided to tease Jing a little with his smile. He immediately began to say that the Murong family was very good, so he greeted Murong Xing. These words immediately affected Jing. Hua Sanchan noticed that his friend's mood had changed dramatically. With an eerie aura, Mujan Jing said that he was leaving the future couple from two families alone. With these words he wanted to offend the main character in response. Without turning around, he looked at Tang Ming and pondered that his life was worth nothing to him. He believed that for the protagonist, even death was a blessing, so instead, he would make him lose his status in the cultivator world for the rest of his life. He wanted to make his life worse than death. Tang Ming in turn looked at Jing and realized that this Murong had brought Yi on purpose Jingxing here. The main character, looking at Jingxing, who was standing with Wang Jin, assumed that he was the one who was engaged to Wang Jin. He saw that the guy was cultured and reserved. He broke into the 4th grade while in his 2nd year. He was considered a genius. But still, the main character could not accept that Yi Jingxing wanted to touch his loved one. At the same time, Wang Jin wanted to talk to Jingxing. But the guy at that moment was not looking at her. He was looking at the main character. Realizing that Wang Jin loved Tang Ming, he decided to tease her a little, so he gave the girl a rose. With a smile on his face, he told her that he wanted to talk to her after the competition, and not now. The rules of the tournament, in which there will be a simulation of alien monsters, began to be explained to all participants. As soon as they were told about the spirits of animals, the participants were immediately given storage rings in which everyone could leave their prey. Of course, this was a virtual item in the spiritual space, but all participants who complete the tournament will receive this treasure when they return to reality. Tang Ming, looking at this ring, was a little happy because it was a good item, usually only provided for Alliance troops who are heading to the wormhole, so it would be convenient if he came out to test it earlier, the guy thought so. After this, the participants continued to be told that players who experienced severe discomfort in the spiritual space would be sent back to the real world in a safe mode and would be assessed as failing. Also, during the competition, any behavior that threatens other cultivators will result in disqualification, and in reality, students will be held accountable according to the relevant laws. The girl students looked at the animal spirits and thought they were cute. She crouched down to stroke him, but suddenly this cute little spirit becomes big and tries to swallow her. After this, the competition officially began. The students immediately began to run away from the animal spirits. While running away, they asked for help. When suddenly someone saves them. It was Tang Ming, who had already destroyed multiple spirits. A drowning guy in perfume asked the main character to help him, and in return he was ready to give all his points. However, the guy didn't really want to help, because he didn't understand the essence of the competition at that time. Having destroyed a sufficient number of spirits, he gave free rein to the girls, who were already rushing to work. Suddenly, someone tries to attack the main character with the deadly needle technique. However, Tang Ming immediately noticed the sneak attack, so he used his spirit to quickly dodge all the attacks. This attack was provoked by Jing, who, taking advantage of the moments of destruction of the spirits, tried to inflict damage on Tang Ming. Mugunjing told the guy that he had always been law-abiding, but still he wanted a battle with a hero. Meanwhile, there were only 10 minutes left until the end of the match. Wang Jin, destroying the yellow spirits, realized that they had already spent more than half of their qi, and it seemed to her that they should have already thought about starting to defend. Having already scored 60 points, she could not understand how things were going with Tang Ming. Meanwhile, Tang Ming was surrounded by spirits. He felt that there was something strange about this wave of spirit beasts. With one wave of his hand, he scores 30 points. He understood that the previous beasts had randomly attacked all the players on the field, but these ones seemed to be targeting him specifically. Mugunjing stood aside and watched the main character. With a wicked smile, he was surprised by the guy's abilities, but still he did not consider it serious for him, because it was just a small test. The real show would begin right now. Pointing his fingers towards the girl, he concentrated the red spirits on her. YK Jinxing, seeing this, immediately began to go to Wang Jin to help. But besides him, Tang Ming also came to the girl. They both protected the girl from the spirits. Ye Jinxing, making sure that he was safe, immediately asked how the girl felt. He couldn't understand how 2 rank 3 beasts could attack one person at the same time. Tang Ming looked at the senior student with a suspicious gaze because he did not fully trust him. But suddenly Mugunjing suggested that this could be due to his spiritual poison. With an innocent smile, he tried to assure everyone that it was not a misunderstanding, so he considered himself innocent. Tang Ming, with a knowing smile, beating off the spiritual spirit that Jing was guiding, told everyone that these were indeed simple shortcomings of the family technique. Thus, he wanted to anger the scoundrel even more. These words really infuriated Mujan Jing, so he started yelling at the main character, saying that next time they would find time for a good sparring session. Inside, he swore with his life that this was the first and last time a hero would humiliate the Mujan family in front of everyone. The main character simply sighed. However, Jing continued to be angry with the guy, so he continued to threaten and mock him. When suddenly one of Muzin's wards, Jing points his fingers at him, thereby making it clear that danger awaited him behind the scoundrel. These were 3 huge, red spirits that were heading towards Jing. The giant spirit immediately abruptly swallowed the bastard's head. Thus Mujan Jing was disqualified from the competition. Everyone was very frightened by the fact that 3rd-rank spiritual demons attacked several of each person, but Jinxing was not surprised, because he understood that he had brought trouble upon himself. Meanwhile, Tang Ming smiled insidiously and thought about the fact that Murong was still too young to compete with him in the spiritual space, even with his divine sense. A self-willed guy like him won't last even 3 seconds on the battlefield. At this moment Yi Jinxing started shouting to everyone that there were only 5 minutes left, so everyone had to stick together. The spirit beasts could become stronger by eating their chi. Now they are in the minority, so they must stay together and survive until the end of the match. Everyone agreed with his words. After the time was up, only 18 participants remained on the battlefield and moved on. Tang Ming took first place in this competition with 121 points. Second place Yi Jinxing scored 120 points. And third place was Sanshan scored 93 points. The girls standing behind Jinxing admired him. After the end of the announcement of the results, Yi approached the main character Jinxing, who congratulated him on taking first place. He also approached the guys because he wanted to talk to Jean. The girl clenched her hand into a fist. I decided to ask my brother Jinxing to cancel their engagement. It seems that Jinxing guessed about this outcome of the event. Therefore, with a smile on his face, the girls began to say that their marriage contract was concluded by the elders of both families. It did not depend on him. However, Tang Ming said that he and Wang Jin were betrothed to each other, and no one in this world could separate them. The girl, holding on to her boyfriend, asked Jinxing for forgiveness for her waywardness. She hoped that Jinxing could understand them. Ye Jinxing, in turn, replied that he understood the girl's decision because her feelings were sincere. However, with a smile, he told her that his decision alone would not be enough to cancel the marriage contract. Wang Jin took the rose from the guy, thanked him and said that she would also try her best to convince the Wang family. Tang Ming, hugging his beloved, told Brother Yi that he did not need to shield him too much, he just wanted the family to be truthfully informed about the situation, and he would take care of the rest. After that, the guys began to leave him. And Jinxing still smiled and waved his hand. But suddenly his face became gloomy and he turned to someone who was standing behind him. It was Mujanjing, who with a sly smile in the darkness, spoke to Yi Jinxing that I wanted to ask him something. However, Jinxing did not want to discuss anything with him. But he was still pushy. He came closer to Brother Yi and took him by the shoulders, and then said that it was not true, their two families were friends, which meant that they were friends too. And now he had to help his friend in trouble, not to mention the fact that they had a common enemy. Yet Jinxing didn't want to listen to the scoundrel, so he didn't really understand what he was talking about. Mugunjin continued to say that since time immemorial, there have been 4 things in life that cause hatred: the fall of the country, the destruction of the family, the capture of the wife, and the murder of the father. Thus, he tried to hint to his friend about something. He didn't stop talking, so he continued to say that Tang Ming had provoked their family before, although Murong Xing was worthy of death, but the Murong family's garbage should be dealt with by the Murong family, and Tang Ming dared to interfere. He continued to provoke Yi Jinxing so that he would come over to his side and they would start fighting together against the main character. However, Yi Jinxing still became angry. He pushed Zheng's hand off his shoulder. After that, he began to leave because he had to go to the Alliance Library. Meanwhile, events moved towards evening, where the main character's guys hit their glasses to drink to him. Xiao Fei and Xiaoying started singing karaoke, but no one liked it. The guys couldn't figure out where Tang Ming and Wang Jin were going, because they wanted to have fun with them, but they weren't there, so they decided to call them. Xiaoying didn't wait long. She immediately called Wang Jin, who answered her immediately. She immediately replied that the main character was training in the room, and she was helping him, but the guys thought about something else, so they immediately began to switch off. Tang Ming, sitting in his room, concentrated and thought that he still had time before they went to the library tomorrow. He had to strengthen his forces as soon as possible. Judging by the result of the competition, it is obvious that the Alliance is pre-selecting students who are suitable to enter the wormhole. But even in this case, it will be just a drop in the ocean. The only way to stop the alien forces on Earth is to break through with the help of the kingdom theory, and raise the entire power of the Earth from scratch. The guy looked at his hand and felt that the chi of the spiritual stone was running out. He wanted to take advantage of the recent battle to break through to 4th class, but he stopped at the peak of 3rd. The higher the cultivation level, the more spiritual stones are needed. The spiritual stones from Jean and the university are no longer enough to satisfy his need for rapid advancement. Even within the Cultivator Alliance, the resources of high-quality spirit stones are quite limited. Since the first revolution of cultivators on Earth, highly refined and high-quality stones had been overused, which had become a rare commodity, but they were what made it possible to break through so quickly. Squeezing the stone with his hand, he realized that it seemed like it was time to think about alien space resources. After they receive the remains of the book, the Kingdom Breakthrough Theory will be available in a few months at most. Currently, there are very few 9th grade cultivators on Earth, and even fewer at the peak of 9th grade. Even those on the front line cannot leave the battlefield at will. Thus, the group of people best suited for a breakthrough are the elderly who have been forced into retirement due to injury or illness. But the most unpleasant thing now was Wang Jin's engagement. The hero was wondering how she and her brother were doing now. Meanwhile, events move to a bamboo grove, where Wang Jin and his older brother are training. He was a little unhappy that the girl did not listen to him. He told her not to get involved with Tang Ming, so he didn't understand why the girl didn't listen to him. She even asked Yi Jinxing to end the engagement, which made him even more angry. Wang Jin, in turn, told her older brother that she hid this from him because she was afraid that he would stop her. This marriage contract will be annulled even if she is expelled from the family. The girl put her foot on the ground, and then she swung, almost reaching her older brother with her blade. He was impressed by the girl's fencing talent. Wang Jin's sword was superior to even him. Even if he used his chi, he would not be able to defeat it so easily. Realizing that the fight was over, the guy decided to finally tell his younger sister that her marriage was an agreement between the two strongest families in China. He also added that she and Tang Ming were simply insignificant in front of the family power. He continued to say that if she gets together with the main character, then the Wang family will have many enemies, not only the family, but also Tang Ming. However, the girl did not listen to her elder brother. She simply smiled sincerely and said that she had faith in Tang Ming. After that, she simply began to leave. The elder brother, realizing that he would not change anything, simply sighed. He understood that since this choice was the sister and the main character, then he had to help them. He called Mr. Yi because he wanted to talk to him. Wang Changfeng began to apologize for his younger sister. However, Jinxing had something to say about this, so he asked the guy to listen to him. After this, the events are transferred to the day where the guys stood with one elder on the roof of a large building. The boys greeted Master Wan Shu, who was the master of alchemy and was responsible for leading them to the library. He showed the guys the secret medicine he made. This was his little gift to them. Tang Ming looked at the medicines and could not even expect that Wan Shu, who was always so careful with medicines, would offer them to him. And this elixir was enough to save his life. Now that the guys are all here, he won't waste any time. Hua Sanchan was a little shocked because he didn't want to take the test again, but Yi Jinxing explained to his friend that it was just teleportation. The main character understood that the library was a top-secret zone, and for those of them who were still reservists, the Alliance would not simply show the official passage. The bodies of the guys and the master suddenly disappeared during teleportation. They then moved to the center of the library. Master Wan Sha, standing next to the guys, decided to say that the projection was under his feet. It was the plan of the pavilion. Jinxing said that the entrances had to correspond to the 8 trigrams and 8 doors. However, he had difficulty telling which of the 8 doors was which. Hua didn't care, so he just wanted to go inside. At the same time, Tang Ming was thinking that even though he was not the one who found the remains of ancient books in the library in his previous life, he knew the structure of the book depository so well that he could come and go even with his eyes closed. Walking along the corridor, he realized that he now had to choose where the ancient book was located. He didn't know the starting position, so he could only choose one at random. Suddenly, a trap was activated from the side wall. These were arrows that quickly flew straight at the main character. Tang Ming smiling. he repulsed all attacks at once. A giant guillotine blocking the path, a million spears piercing his body, it seemed like he had chosen the gates of death. But the layout of the traps is the same as in his previous life, so there is no need to worry about the butterfly effect after rebirth. The fragments should still be in this library. He stopped. And then he looked back and told Mr. Yi to go out. Jinxing, when I came around the corner, I told the guy that his technique and body movements were so skillful, as if predicting the appearance of traps. He was really impressed. But the hero also responded by praising Mr. Yi for his pursuit technique. President Yi tried to convince the guy that he had no other intentions than to find the book. But he was curious because he assumed they were looking for the same book. Tang Ming simply shrugged and said that he just heard that the structure of the Alliance Library was very well thought out and mysterious. Searching for books in this place was like searching for truth in the world. Those for whom it is intended will receive it, and those who do not. Jingxin didn't listen to the end, so he simply decided to leave, apologizing lastly. The main character did not believe Mr. Yi because he understood that no one would look for the book he was looking for. Fortunately, he knew the location of the library. Elder Wenqi divided the library into 8 gates and 24 districts according to the 3 levels of heaven, earth, and man. Among them, this section is a collection of books devoted to the theory of celestial changes. Fragments of past lives were considered a heavenly book that no one can break and no one knows, and it is very likely that it is kept here. He came closer to the shelves with books, and then extended his hand to them. After checking everything, he still couldn't find the fragments. When suddenly something sparkled next to him. It was a certain silhouette that screamed from the smoke. The silhouette turned out to be Hua Sanshan, whose lips were swollen and his speech was a little unclear. Running away from the smoke, he shouted to the hero to run away, because the poisonous gas was rushing after him. Tang Ming, holding his head with his hand, realized that Hua must have come across traps in one of the library gates. The guy didn't come up with anything, so he simply grabbed the victim at high speed and simply jumped back. Hua was a little worried, so he grabbed the hero by the collar and began to tell him that he was trying to warn him, but Tang Ming did not care about it. He simply advised the guy to take Master Vanch's medicine. Sanshan said that he had already taken this medicine, so he no longer had it. Tang Ming, understanding the situation, did not become greedy, so he immediately gave away his medicine, because he understood that he would not need it. Hua was very touched by such a gift, so he began to hug the hero and say that he was wrong about him. Meanwhile, the elders were watching the guys, who were pleased with the actions and abilities of the main character. However, one of the elders still didn't like the main character. He asked to look at Yi Jingxing, who had already found the book, so he believed that the alliance needed him. He was against the other 2 guys because they were ordinary commoners, so he didn't even consider them successful cultivators. As soon as Hua Sanshan was healed, he immediately began to thank the main character. Tang Ming looked at him and realized that although Hua was born a simple man like him, he was grateful and knew how to repay kindness, which could not be compared to many family members. Hua wanted to show his gratitude to the main character, so he began to quickly look through all the books to find the one the hero was looking for. Having reached a certain book, Hua decided to take it, but the hero asked him not to do this. Suddenly the floor collapsed under the guy's feet, and they began to fall down. Tang Ming was the first to land. Hua arrived after him, who did not understand where they were. Tang Ming knew this place, so he said that it was a sorting room. Here books from all over the earth. After classification, they will go to the appropriate sections of the library. But suddenly the main character has the idea that the fragments are located right here. There must be books in the archive that were classified, but they had not yet been delivered, so he believed that the black box contained the most valuable books. Unfortunately, judging by the energy fluctuations of the black box, it cannot be broken without strength of the 5th class and above. And now he cannot increase his strength with the 9-character technique. Hua Sanshan with a confident face told Brother Tang not to be sad, because he said that he would get any book. He walked up to the black box and then hit it with all his might, thus getting the right book for the main character. Guan Han was unhappy with the guys because they broke into the box. However, the fiery elder said that this meant that it had to happen this way. Chief Li did not want to listen to the arguments of his colleagues, so he ordered them to remain silent, because he believed that it was such a fate if the guys had the strength to open the box. Tang Ming thanked Hua. He also wanted to stop the guy from bleeding, which he received when opening the box. Hua looked at his healed hand and was very impressed by the protagonist's healing technique because it quickly healed all the wounds. The guy, picking up the book, recalled that in a past life he and Hua entered into an alliance at the same time, and were in many battles together, so they were called the two emperors, Tang and Hua. Looking at the book, he saw that it was not the same book. Therefore, without thinking twice, he simply gave it back to Hua. Sanshan couldn't believe that this was not the right book because even this book was heaven grade. They had 1 minute left, so Tang Ming felt that this time he would return with nothing. He did not lose heart because he wanted to find an opportunity to penetrate in a couple of days. But suddenly he remembers something. And he starts running somewhere. Having run to the right place, he realized that from the very beginning he had been looking in the wrong direction. The wordless fragments were written by ancient masters with divine consciousness, without pictures or words on the cover, so that there would not be a second monastic revolution, provoked by the emergence of the theory of the destruction of the kingdom in a previous life. Activating the energy, he thought about the fact that even many scientists who were responsible for collecting and qualifying books broke through the 9th grade and entered the realm of infinity, where they could use their divine consciousness, were still unable to discover the wonders of this life. Thus, the fragments are not in the 8-gate array above or in the sealed area that were sorted just now, but here because they had no research value and were considered a useless book for cultivation. At that very moment, Hua looked through the books and realized that these were all ordinary ones that were not needed. The hero realized that he had missed something. So he began to look for support for his leg. He saw that very treasured book, which was propped up by the leg of the shelf. Disappearing, he reached out to the book to grab it. Hua, almost disappearing, asked Tang Ming if he had received the book. The guy didn't want to answer anything, so he just showed his book. Upon returning, he was already waiting for the guy's Jingxing, who believed that the guys came empty-handed. Inside, he considered himself superior to the main character due to the fact that it was funny to him that Tang Ming was holding some kind of waste paper in his hands. Master Wan Shu, coming closer to the guys, said that he was glad to see you. He also added that what they received today in the library will henceforth belong to them. The elder did not stay long, so he wanted to send the guys back as soon as possible. He sent Hua and Yi, but left the main character, because the guy had a meeting with the head himself, who was already waiting for him. Tang Ming thanked him for his help. He understood that the head of the alliance was watching him, so he was more careful. In his previous life, the master fell prematurely due to injuries and illnesses that appeared after the war, greatly shaking the position of the cultivator alliance around the world, and the overall strength of the people decreased. Over the next 30 years, the major cultivator families worked separately to hold each other back, without even considering the planet's overall position against the aliens, resulting in defeats on all fronts. Although Hua Shan and the main character did everything possible to change the situation after they joined the leadership of the alliance, in 2150 the laziness of reckoning began. Meanwhile, Tang Ming arrived at the office of the head of the alliance. The guy came closer to the head's table and bent down in front of him, thus paying respect to him. Chief Li thought it was funny, but still he asked the guy to call him teacher. The elder hoped that the guy didn't mind that the alliance had checked him thoroughly. The guy was an orphan, grew up without relatives, and was taken care of by the Yao family next door. But his statistics were amazing. The elder did not believe in rebirth, but believed that this was exactly what could happen to the guy, because his abilities were impressive. Chief Li said that from now on they will be connected. Afterwards, he began to tell Tang Ming about his parents, who, during a rescue operation in a wormhole, they, along with the Yao army, were ambushed and died heroically. Tang Ming told the elder that he was always proud of his parents. Chief Li was wondering if the guy knew about the real meaning of the competition, to which the main character replied that the main meaning was the manifestation of talent in young fighters, which meant the right answer. The elder was impressed that the hero had such a clear and intelligent mind. Afterwards, Tang Ming continued to say what needs to be done next at the front. He said that they had to strengthen themselves without fear of their enemies. He believed that the younger generation should strive for the best. Even if the alien race is superior in strength, he will not give up. This speech greatly impressed the elder, who even had tears in his eyes. Headley looked at the guy and realized that if they had this child, then humanity would be saved. When the head of the cultivators' headquarters asked to look at the book chosen by the main character in the library with just his eye, he agreed without any questions or thoughts, because he trusted the elder more than the others. The book that Tang Ming chose stood out from the others, which contained more information for various kinds of great techniques and treasures of martial arts, so the elder was very confused as to why the guy didn't choose another book. The old man was very worried about the future of the main character, who, in his opinion, was wasting his time on a stupid book, and therefore, in his defense, the reincarnated guy talked about studying the theory of breaking through the kingdom with teacher Hua Fengyang. According to the girl's stories, she studied from an ancient book passed down from generation to generation for a long time, and since the second half of the book disappeared somewhere, the development of the breakthrough theory slowed down significantly, and the main character himself remembered from his past life how teacher Hua achieved success in her research after various practice methods. Soon, cultivators and scientists studying in the library accidentally found the second half of the ancient book. These guys learned from their own experience that the original ancient book was a couple of times worse than its copy and were unable to achieve the same result as teacher Hua. After carefully listening to the young guy's assumption, the elder once again asked if Tang Ming was sure of this, to which he was unable to answer for sure and wanted to first meet with Lu Hua so that she could personally dispel all doubts. The old man began to cough after thinking about the basis of the breakthrough theory with which cultivators are trying to achieve a higher level of cultivation than the 9th grade, and he simply considered this to be an ordinary legend. He also wanted to be completely sure of the intentions for the future of the protagonist. The reincarnated himself did not want to stand out among other people who did not receive such an offer to study with the head of the cultivators' headquarters. The guy hoped in the future to find a way to break through the kingdom and increase the strength of planet Earth so that others would have a chance to become stronger. The elder, hearing the young man, put his hands on his shoulders, wanting to make sure whether Tang Ming had a goal to follow him in learning all the techniques. The old man understood perfectly well that such an offer was a reward for first place in the competition, but for himself it was part of teaching such a student as Tang Ming. The main character quickly agreed with Elder Li's proposal, because in his past life he had infrequent contact with him, since the old man was too busy sorting out problems as the founder of the alliance. In addition to consent, the reincarnated one requested permission to return back to Hanbei University in order to somehow help teacher Hua in completing his research on the breakthrough theory. The old man himself understood that it would take a lot of time to fully find the theory, and could not wait for the student for so long. Seeing the excitement about this, Tang Ming promised to return within 1 month, and Elder Li agreed to take no more than 1 month to study all the information about the theory. The elder watched as the reincarnated hero left the office and thought that many scientists had spent their lives trying to achieve results in finding a breakthrough theory, and he wanted Tang Ming to quickly become a disciple while he himself had the strength to at least walk. The reincarnated boy turned around to look at Master Li, who was always thinking about the alliance and humanity, so he mentally promised that the elder would not die as long as he had such a disciple. A few hours later, the main character went to congratulate the university's martial arts club, which had survived several attacks, and they managed to fight back to take first place among 10 universities. Then his friends appeared on stage with Tang Ming. The director of the university was quite happy because for the first time they managed to achieve such a result in competitive matches, and all thanks to the main character, who is the current president of the school. After that, the reincarnated guy gave his welcoming speech to the university students, telling how hard they worked trying to overtake the top 10 universities, and also told everyone to remember the attack of earthly cultivators collaborating with aliens and hunting for the wormhole. Hearing such a speech, many students began to go crazy thinking about the main character, and the desire to become his girlfriend gave them the motivation to train better, reaching the heights of martial arts. At the end of the performance, Director Duan praised Tang Ming for his good speech, thanks to which his squad will receive points with awards, and also warned about an upcoming interview where they will have to answer direct questions. The main character was in a hurry somewhere and therefore advised him to send Xiaoying, who is well versed in such things, in his place and give her the opportunity to show herself well in front of the public. Director Duan, not paying attention to the fact that this interview was organized by the Cultivator Alliance, and with a good performance, you can get a lot of money only with Tang Ming appearing there, the old man still failed to resist Xiaoying asking her to trust her. Until the director completely left for the interview, he noticed how the main character and Ding Ding looked at each other, and it became clear to the old man that today's youth are not trying at all for the sake of reputation, but more for their own preferences. Tang Ming, having the opportunity to quickly free himself from all the fuss around him, wanted to quickly go to Teacher Hua and begin obtaining the required knowledge about the theory of breakthrough. When the main character reached the room of a specialized research laboratory, he immediately looked behind the doors trying to find Teacher Hua to start conversations. But I saw her lying on the floor unconscious and all sorts of books were scattered around. When the reborn guy touched Hua Fengyang's head, he noticed a strong heat that did not allow the girl to feel normal and took away most of her strength, leading to loss of consciousness or even worse consequences. After checking the condition of Teacher Hua's body, the main character managed to notice her severe fatigue along with confused internal energy. If the guy had arrived a little later, she could have already died. The guy lifted the tired teacher, trying to take care of her internal energy, adding his own to her, and wanted to cleanse the meridians, correcting which should make the girl feel much better. Looking around, it became absolutely clear to Tang Ming that Teacher Hua had been working on her research for days on end ever since he gave her some advice during the last meeting, and due to Hua's impetuous nature, she had become a master of theory in the future. After lying unconscious for a long time from overwork, the girl finally opened her eyes, and in her eyes it was still very dark. But when everything returned to normal, she began to roll her head around, trying to find her own glasses, without which it was difficult for her to see anything. When suddenly the main character put glasses on her, which actually seemed quite strange to Hua to see someone at such a time. The main character stood in front of Hua Fengyang, smiling sweetly, although according to the information that the teacher had previously received, it was written that Tang Ming went to the TENS competition. To explain the current situation in detail, the main character told how, at the end of the competition between 10 universities, he decided to return to the laboratory where he actually noticed Hua unconscious. But mentally he understood that the girl, completely immersed in research, had lost track of time. Following the story, the guy slipped the broth to the teacher, trying to show that, regardless of work, it's worth taking better care of your own health, and the girl just had to thank her. From Hua Fengyang's point of view, Tang Ming looked like some handsome guy trying to help a poor girl, and Hua was glad to see that the main character was not only a good boy, but also a kind boy. But then she blushed, trying to get all thoughts out of her head, since Tang Ming is her student and that's what stopped her. Hua Fengyang tried with all her might to hide the embarrassment on her face, although she was unable to do so, and the girl only looked more embarrassed. Suddenly something very interesting came to her attention after the main character informed her about it. Touching the book that Tang Ming found in the library about the breakthrough theory was unknown to the teacher, she spoke a little louder in surprise. It took the main character little time to talk about this book in which there is absolutely nothing and at the same time it has extraordinary spiritual energy. According to the guy's assumptions, the phenomenon is somehow connected with the theory of breakthrough studied by Hua, and therefore the reincarnate gave it to the girl. Taking the book into her own hands, Hua Fengyang trembled a little because this book could be half of the Hello manuscript, which took the Hua family more than 100 years to find. At that moment the main character could not believe that this book, which was not taken into account by the searchers, was an ordinary table stand. Teacher Hua, holding the manuscript to herself, spoke about her family, which from generation to generation has devoted itself to studying the theory of breakthrough. One day, Ancestor Hua accidentally found a strange and incomplete book without a cover. This man actively studied for 70 years due to the incompleteness of the manuscript, and at the end of his life he concluded that the book was the endless secrets of this world. Teacher Hua tightly clutched the manuscript named in part of the first explorer of the family, and remembered that before his death, the descendant instructed the heirs to continue their search, considering them the only ones capable of breaking through the 9th level, and no one succeeded without the second half of the writings. Hua Fengyang wholeheartedly thanked the main character for proving the existence of the hypothesis of the breakthrough theory. In response he simply thanked her family, thanks to which the girl would really be able to prove the territory and raise the strength of the cultivators. Following this, the teacher became a little upset, because for some time she would not be able to do anything because there was absolutely nothing in the heavenly book. According to the teachings of Hua's ancestors, the book was written by an ancient power with divine consciousness, and only a person similar to this power was able to use the book. Looking at Hua Fengyang's disappointment, the main character did not expect that the girl's family studied the heavenly book so carefully. The guy remembered that in a past life the teacher did not have a book with her and, thanks to her own research, developed her own theory. When the teacher heard that the main character had a way that could help her, and she immediately became interested. This method, according to the guy, turned out to be the technology of the spiritual world of virtual reality. Hua Fengyang knew quite a lot of data regarding spiritual technology, with the help of which even Tang Ming managed to refine his body and extend his qi cultivation until it reached the 9th level. In addition, his body had completely entered the stage of divine creation. The teacher, having received a good idea, attacked the reborn, hugging and thanking him for his help. Teacher Hua Fengyang's joy knew no bounds, and so as not to hesitate, she went to Yin Lu trying to get permission. The main character himself was happy to see Master Hua happy and excited like a child when it comes to research. 3 days later, Teacher Hua met with Tang Ming and learned that he had managed to break through to a new level, which surprised those around him. The girl began to fully examine the main character, having in this case the technique of golden eyes, which made it possible to see the spiritual energy of cultivators below the 7th level, which is why the excited guy had to somehow talk himself out of quickly jumping up the level. When it just came to the point that Teacher Hua was going to study the body of the main character, a person watching the launch of virtual reality equipment approached them and asked them to prepare. This person watched as Tang Ming entered the technology for sending to virtual reality, and was quite amazed at the rapid progress of the protagonist, even without paying attention to the fact that he was instructed by the master. Tang Ming, preparing to connect, warned Teacher Hua about this, and they agreed. It was then that the guys appeared in the world of projected simulation technologies according to the data of the Book of Heaven, and they were preparing to quickly go to the sacred mountain. While the main character was in another space, in the real world the person responsible for connections lost contact with them. This guy perfectly understood all the risks of connecting to the information contained in the heavenly book, with which even the most powerful technologies are not able to work normally, so the connector left everything to the main character. After some time, the purpose of the trip was completely forgotten and Hua Fengyang was distracted by extremely rare plant species from ancient times. The girl really wanted to write down all the data and demanded that her companion wait a little. But the main character himself began to collect spiritual energy, wanting to show the girl something worth remembering. In a couple of seconds, the surrounding flowers disappeared, being simply an illusion that you shouldn't fall into when trying to break through the kingdom. In addition to the nearby plants, even a rare flower disappeared, and this incident became completely incomprehensible to the girl. When Teacher Hua stood up, the main character simply assumed that once in this world a person sees what he wants, and that's why the girls saw flowers. Hua Fengyang began to slap her face to fully concentrate, and to remain conscious all the time. Tang Ming did not doubt his teacher at all and told her about it directly, since many brilliant researchers like her could not resist the unknown. Having completed their conversations, the guys went in the other direction from the mountain, which actually became incomprehensible to Hua Fengyang, and the main character again reminded that one should not believe the illusion. After 3 hours of walking, they reached the foot of the sacred mountain and looked around. Unable to withstand the heavy load, Teacher Hua fell to the ground and asked to rest a little, but the guy, feeling the danger, decided to hurry. As the main character suggested, terrible screams began right from the forest, and the creature ran away from there. After prolonged screams, the eyes of unknown creatures appeared from the forest. Hearing a strange noise, Teacher Hua hid behind the reincarnated hero, and he was going to protect her. As a result, they were surrounded by a group of evil wolves who were gradually approaching. Hua Fengyang instantly trembled with fear and saw the concentrated face of her student. It came to the point that the wolf attacked the strongest person among the victims and chose the guy for this. But he couldn't do anything when the main character struck right at the weak point. Hua Fengyang, noticing 2 more wolves wanting to bite behind Tang Ming, warned him about this. It was thanks to the help that the guy managed to destroy wolves equal to the 3rd level of cultivation. Having seen a sufficiently large number of wolves, the main character was going to not delay the battle. Therefore, he covered his own body with spiritual energy, preparing to quickly finish the battle. With such expert use of the skill, he was able to throw his enemies into the sky and destroy them. Covering herself from the strong surge of power, Hua Fengyang saw an increase in Tang Ming's strength that even her golden eyes could not appreciate. When the main character finally managed to catch his breath, Teacher Hua called him, trying to say something. It was then that the guy saw how the remaining wolf created the others. Being not in a particularly good position, the main character fully understood the essence of what was happening. Teacher Hua asked to stop the battle because these wolves are part of the illusion of the heavenly book, and accordingly, remained unreal like rare flowers. Tang Ming simply smiled as he looked at the teacher and truly recognized this level as a test of strength, testing a person's thinking and understanding. The wolves continued the attack, having an advantage in numbers. That's when the main character grabbed Hua Fengyang, asking him to hold on a little harder. In a couple of seconds, the guy lifted Teacher Hua into his arms and flew into the sky. With this method, they managed to get to a higher point than the previous one. A little later, the guys had to stop on the mountain and wait for Hua to get a little better. But the girl quickly came to her senses and wanted to hurry because she had already lost a lot of time. Tang Ming looked carefully at Teacher Hua, who had a strong will and maturity of mind, so the guy believed that she should become a student of the heavenly book. At the end of a long deliberation, the guys directly climbed through the dangerous ledges of a mountain that completely suppressed a person's spiritual state. Seeing how Teacher Hua could hold herself with one hand with difficulty, the main character recommended his help and she refused. Hua Fengyang's whole body was trembling from fatigue and fear of falling to the ground, and only this gave her the strength to hold on. But while climbing over uncomfortable rocks, one of the teacher's heels broke. After this incident, the girl began to fall, but still could not resist. But she was lucky that the main character was nearby, who reacted by grabbing his hand and reminding the girls why they came. After some time, they had to assist only the physical strength of Tang Ming, who was carrying a practically unconscious person on his back. Suddenly, Hua Fengyang completely lost control of her body and began to slide off the guy's back. To avoid the death of the teacher, he grabbed the girl's body with both hands and pulled her towards him. The reborn hero did not begin to fall because he managed to put spiritual energy into his legs and could not hold on to this position for long. Tang Ming felt incredibly tired in his body and understood that they could freeze or fall to their death at any moment, and therefore decided to cheat. The main character concentrated more energy in his legs and broke away from the surface of the mountain. The reborn hero was able to move due to the fact that this space was created by divine consciousness, and because of this he could destroy it with his own. Without losing the opportunity to get out, Tang Ming hurried to the very top. After a few seconds, he managed to reach his final destination. When they reached the goal, the main character began to roll on the stones of a flat surface and cover Teacher Hua with himself from bruises. The pain of resisting virtual reality was so strong that blood began to flow from the mouth of the reborn and he passed out. Quite a lot of time had passed since he lost consciousness, and when he opened his eyes, the guy first of all saw the image of a crying Teacher Hua. As it turned out, Tang Ming himself had no idea about his shutdown, and simply could not understand what was happening. Hua Fengyang was very worried when she saw the student vomiting blood and, having no healing methods, considered herself absolutely useless. But the guy tried to calm her down by saying that it was as if he had simply fallen and, in fact, understood that by previously changing the structure of the illusory space, he had set himself up, even having managed to accomplish what he wanted. Having completely returned to normal, the first thing Tang Ming did was ask the girl to go to the point where she was pointing her finger and forget about him for a while. In front of them was a magical ray of light, due to which a person gets the opportunity to clear his mind, and this ray could help the girl feel what she wanted. Without thinking twice, Teacher Hua actually touched the pillar of light while the main character, concentrating, was healed. Little by little, the girl stuck part of her hand inside the magical power, and somehow saw ancient inscriptions there. Hua Fengyang eventually became happy, feeling the warmth and enveloping pleasant feeling. To feel more of these sensations, the girl completely entered the light, and all her clothes instantly began to evaporate. In just 1 minute, Hua Fengyang turned from an adult into a small child. Such a period between the 3 stages allowed her to tell what she wanted. The main character did not understand at all why the teacher was turning into a child and became worried about this. The light where Hua was began to emit rays of energy into the environment. It was then that a huge surge of power appeared on the mountain, spreading across a small area of the forest. After some time, the light went out and Tang Ming could finally see what had happened. All the newly formed spiritual energy disappeared from the mountain in a couple of seconds. Hua Fengyang herself managed to return to her previous state of body and felt incredible pleasure from receiving data about what would happen after the breakthrough of the Endless Realm. When the girl wanted to share her impressions, the main character turned away and reminded her of the way she was standing now. Teacher Hua Fengyang did not know until that moment that all the clothes were destroyed and looked at what Tang Ming was covering up from. After the guys returned to the real world, they said goodbye to Teacher Yin Lu, and Teacher Hua felt incredible shame. Due to the fact that Yin Lu lost contact, he could not see what happened between them. Having received information for the scientific breakthrough theory from the Heavenly Book, the main character, together with Hua, worked all night long. A little later, Teacher Hua Fengyang came to the director of the university with a manuscript of the theory of the breakthrough of the kingdom, and what she heard greatly surprised Director Duan. The director of the university was trembling with excitement while reading the manuscripts, and never in his life thought that he would witness the birth of a breakthrough theory, and set his sights on working more seriously. In addition to all the good news, the main character said that only cultivators who had reached the 9th level could break through, and at the moment the basis was to quickly raise the level of the human race.